All right, so after I get this stuff merged in and I send... Oh, oops, there was a note. Apparently I screwed this one up, this dismissal line. But after I get this merge in, I got to figure out what this means. Generic covers, I guess. That's from here? I don't know what generic covers means. So I may have to figure out, I may have to wait and find out what generic covers is from everybody. I don't actually know. I know we have, this must be their template they're talking about. I just don't have a copy of it, so I'm gonna have to get it from them. But I can update the rest of these audio, and I'll show you guys my process with spreadsheets and stuff after we get all the merges done. Some of it I'm going to struggle with. I realized partway through when I was setting these things up, where I didn't change all the text in it, and I just left them very bland. I'm going to have trouble figuring out which ones are conditioned to what in my spreadsheet format, but that's okay. I can just skip those. All right, so let's regen bit arrays again. Deadmau5 is a full-on programmer and hand programs and creates his entire lighting show set. It's unbelievable. Oh, wow. I saw a, I don't remember what some YouTube video describing it of like, I don't remember what his most famous song is, but it's like you hear a few beats of it and you know it. Like everybody knows this song. And like there's a bunch of YouTube video or a YouTube video of like, what do you call that? Where they just like a bunch of snippets from a bunch of different shows, like a collection video of like all these times when he's playing the song, and you can just see like his energy drains because he's just so tired of his own song, and all the audience goes nuts for it. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. All right, check out. Looks like it worked for everything. Arduino 02. Ta-da! Worked. All right, so I think we can do another build here to send around. All right, close this one off. Scripts. Compilation, that's the word I was looking for. Compilation video. I don't know why I got stuck on that one. Probably because I'm tired and haven't had a real meal today. Although the crab should be here soon. The crab meal. Arriving soon. Keep your phone handy. Got it. Thanks, Grubhub. Your city has been called the armpit of Canada undercover? That's hilarious. All right, build 05. Here we go. It's so funny how small this is because we don't have any of the assets yet. We don't have any sound files. We don't have any model files. So 119K for the mod so far. All right, let's tag at seg at Arduino. There we go. Set them build. And now, so now I should be able to do my stuff. My next batch of things. So primarily all I need to do now is get the get all the text of the actual lines in. So this is going to be the first step of it. So we have a multi-step process here. So the first step is we export a spreadsheet which has all the final file names. So to do that, I'm going to load up our plugin. If I can find it here. We're going to load up our plugin, and then we export the data on our quests from it. And then I have a bunch of tools that I've made to help with the rest of the process. So we need to use these. So the first one is, this is a really simple tool I made. I just threw up on a site. And all it does is it takes the spreadsheet that you export from the CK, and it just strips out it down to a minimal set of columns that we actually need. So if you, I'll show you guys the spreadsheet before and after. And you don't need this tool, this PHP tool I made. It was just something, just was faster than doing it by hand. And the tool was super easy to write. So it's not required, but if any of you has use for it, I'm happy to share the link. It's just a simple thing to speed up processing the exports from the CK. But I'll show you guys the exports. They're pretty nutty with how much data is on them. And I think it's designed so that you can like export them from one person's creation kit and import them into another is what I assume. I've never used them for that, but there has to be a reason for why there's so much data that gets exported. So let me show you. UP24, Dr. Cabbage. We're going to export. We're going to do it just for Dr. Cabbage. I actually have to like figure out player lines too. There's a few where I probably have to pull some player lines. But that will probably be a project for tomorrow. Maybe not though. I still got 3 hours to go. I'm gonna need stuff to do. All right. So when I export this file, we're gonna close that. We'll go back up to here. And I'm gonna show you guys how ridiculous this file is. So I'm gonna open up this thing, and we'll open it up in Open Office Calc. That'll work. All right, text import, tab separation. All right, look how much data gets exported. We have, how many columns is it? Up through AK, so that's, what's that? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, 11 plus 26. So like 37 columns worth of data. And like, so some of it makes sense. The response text, that's what the person's saying. The script notes are their face. So like I feel like it almost looks like this is designed. I don't know who this is designed for. Like who wants all this data? There's like a full path to the XWM file, which maybe that's good for the sound engineer. You know, these timestamps. I don't know who this is for. Like this is just like, it's not useful as is. So we just have this simple tool, and all it does is it strips down most of the columns. It just gets rid of most of them because most of them aren't very useful. So we'll go here. Go to the top and date modified, grab this, convert file, and then this just spits it out as a CSV that is comma delimited, and it just has the fields I actually want in there, which are the file name, who's speaking, or the alias of them. This is actually, the alias is a port name. This is actually the voice type. This is the folder the file goes in, and then the actual text of their line, and then notes. The notes column we use for the face data. So now I can update this text in this column. I can add the face that I want to use, the animation, and then save this, and then I can just reapply it to the plugin, and it will update things based on their file name. So like this is how we deal with that. And we have another process after this is I wrote a tool, and you know we've been talking a lot about AI today and how much I dislike it, and here's a case where I think is a total valid use. We have a AI tool that transcribes what the voice actors actually say into a new column on the spreadsheet, so that way if the voice actor goes off script, we can get new subtitles done without someone having to listen and manually transcribe any changes that they made. So it's like it just saves so much time, and it actually catches a lot of human error because it gets, after you're listening to dozens if not hundreds of lines from a voice actor, you're gonna just miss stuff. So I have an AI trained piece of software that can listen to audio and type out the text of it. And then we use that, and then we'll kind of compare the two and look for sometimes, because sometimes the AI will hear like names, it will totally butcher them. It'll hear the name like crunch and probably write the word crunch, crunch, instead of kronch. So we have to do it manually, go double check all of the work that the AI does, but it still gets it like 90% of the way there. Okay, so it looks like the crab delivery has occurred. I'll be right back. It's sitting at my front door. Oh, the crab is here, and it's amazing. All right, move keyboard. We got noshing to do. And the dog is right here to help me. She's ready, in case there are any crumbs. I apologize for the sounds you are about to hear, but I believe that you all voted for this, so. Man, not when you don't eat any real food for a day, like everything tastes like the best meal ever. It may be fake crab, but it is wonderful right now. What is this sauce? Duck sauce. Yeah, I'm in. How's that ASMR? That was some of the crispiest fried delivery food I've ever had. These crab rangoon are very, very good. Usually they'd be pretty mushy by the time they got to me. I didn't vote for food ASMR. I voted for slutty ASMR. Oh, sorry. That's for the late night stream. That's when the Europeans come on. they're going to take over. I'll say to Sir Rick right before I leave, I'll let him take over the stream, and I'll say, all right, oh, and by the way, I promised them you would give them slutty ASMR, and then I'll just end the call and go to bed. You want some too? Here you go. We have a little bit of rice. Oh, I can tell how hungry I was by the amount of mess I'm making. There's so much rice everywhere. Good call on the Chinese guys. We got to keep up the crab theme. I appreciate that. Oh, fantastic. That's the spot. All right. And there's so much food left. There's so much food left. I took one of my kids have like these little plates, and I just filled one of those because I knew if I took an adult side plate, I was going to eat myself sick. Okay. Let's start fixing this up. So we're going to go into our companion lines here. Whoops. All right, now we got to find these lines. So area comment, nice place. So that's these guys. And I guess I'll debold them as I... Now we just paste these over. There we go. Area comment, creepy. Here he is. Boop. And then we need fortified. Safe. Let's see, Diamond City. There we go. Oh, we only had one. Okay, so in this case, I'll just leave these in like this, and that'll be my reminder to go in and delete them. All right, and so here's my fail because I didn't put the dash for these. What these are, I can't have no way to name them, so I'm gonna have to do these in the CK. That's okay. That's punishment for not thinking that through. All right, these ones were entered correctly. Player crippled arm. Let's see. Oh, here they are down here. Crippled arm. All right. Crippled head. Crippled leg. Chem use. All right, we got 3 of those out of the 5. Chem addiction. Kinggath uses metal chopsticks. Yeah, I'm not messing with chopsticks. I gotta get the food in my belly now. That's slow motion eating. We went for fast. I gotta use a forker. Get out of here. Let's see. Drinks alcohol. Oh, that didn't work right. What happened there? All right, let's do one at a time. That one worked. There it goes. All right, that was weird. Oh, I think it's because I actually clicked inside the box. There we go. Oops. And that's for swim. Entering power armor. All right, murder. Cannibalism, not surprised if I'm honest. Triggered mine. Oh, we actually don't have enough. I didn't put enough mine lines in. We'll have to fix that. All right, we'll put in 2 for now. Skill books. Oh, they got the Helldiver line in. I think that was one of the ones I missed. All right, pick lock. Hack terminal. Loot garbage. Loot corpse. Epic item. On pre-war items. Drop useful. Pickpocket. Stealing. Pick own door. Alright, heal companions. Here we go. Player encumbered. Player is naked. Let's see, where's our nighttime line here? Nighttime. Morning. Dusk. Okay. All right. So we just missed 1 here under triggered mine. I need to add. Go back to the top. All right. Generic hello. Here we go. We're right by them. Idle comment. Got 9 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we'll have 1. Wait a second. That's not right. Okay, so one of these is actually multiple lines baked in. It's got like a return in it or something. All right, so let's do these one at a time. Okay, so we are short one idle comment. Generic covers, I don't know what that is, so I'm going to bold I guess I'll leave them bold. They are already. I need to figure out what those are. Negative responses. There we go. We're just missing one. Oh, I see here. Waiting for input. Okay, I see what I did wrong. So we need to move this over to waiting for input, which is one of the ones at the bottom, right? No, where was waiting for input? There it is. Here we go. Boop. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hopefully we've still got both of those lines. We can fix it. But I'm going to get this all ready because then I can send it over to Cobus so he has file names, which makes his job a lot easier. Dismissal. Pick up. Stay. Trade. Okay. Battle cries. The VA Mike got the Helldivers reference, but Cobus didn't at first. It was fun seeing Mike laugh as he read the line. That's awesome. Cobus got both of those lines? Okay, cool. Got it. They figured it out. Okay, awesome. All right, so we got some lost target here. Oh, there, I just found him. Lost target. Found target alert. All right, all in the correct order, so we can just snag those. There we go. I got synths right here. And then see here, I got punished again. All these combat warnings, I forgot to mark them, so those are the ones I'm going to have to do manually. Enemy left. There we go. First battle threat neutralized. Avoiding damage. Some of these I don't even remember entering. But there they are. Alright, throw a projectile. There we go. Crippled arm. Okay. I gotta remember to fill in these face things too for some of these. What's up, buddy? Are you hoping I drop some more rice down there? Huh? Sorry, can't help you. Alright, knocked it down. Here we go. Some friendly fires. We got lots of friendly fire. All right, what did I end up calling that place? It was, It was an area comment, I think. Bad rundown place. Excuse me. Okay, must have been another fail with the labeling. Let's see here. We got these generics. Oh, these ones are actually entered in. Huh? Cozy. Okay, these ones are entered. All right, skyscraper. Did we enter in the word skyscraper? Error comment, skyscraper. There it is. More shiny boys. I think that is area comment BOS. Is that right? Yep. We got our bugs. COA. Death claws. Ghoul. Oops. Ghouls. We got our crab references. I don't like Murlocs. They're always in a crabby mood. So stupid. Love it. All right, mole rats. Did we get mole rats? We did get mole rats. Raider turf. There we go. All right, Institute. Boop. Railroad HQ. Okay. Good neighbor. Where's good neighbor? Good neighbor's not on here? How did I mess that up? All right. Unmark that then. Vault 111. There's Vault 111. Vault 75. Oh, I think I forgot to do Vault 81 too. I don't remember doing that one at all. How did I miss so many of these? I missed Bunker Hill too. All right. It was probably when I was trying to find them and I kept marking them and I'm tired. All right, let's see if we got the castle. And the castle I was certain I did. But it is telling me I'm a liar. Okay then. How about UFO? Do we got UFO? We do. All right. Constitution. There we go. Boston Airport. Are you with me? No dice. Covenant. No, we're missing a bunch of these. Looks like. All right. Grey Garden. Grey Garden we've got. All right. Sanctuary Hills. Slog. Concord. Museum of Freedom. There we go. Drumlin Diner. Okay. Fort Hagen. Lexington. Salem. Combat Zone. Did we get Combat Zone? I don't think so. Didn't see it. Glowing Sea. That one I saw. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Ocean, the sea, the open sea. I can't wait to hear how he did that one, because that one's definitely up for interpretation. All right, we missed quite a few there. I don't know how I screwed that up. Hopefully they're just ones I just failed to name correctly. All right, let's see here. Okay, so I think a lot of these are generic covers we're missing. Oh, I skipped all the combat ones. Okay. So combat warnings. Oh, are these all the ones? Is it because I did not give them appropriate names? I did not. All right. What about notice corpse? Did those get recorded? Oh, generic covers. Okay, so a lot of generic covers are missing. All right. I think this is as far as we can take it for this step, and that's fine. So we will save this. And yes, we'll erase that. Keep current format. All right, now we grab our plugin. Oops, data. We're going to back it up before we do this. Now I'll put this in my data folder here because this is where I have Xedit rigged up. And then we're going to run this on Xedit. Or run Xedit on this, I guess. Shady motives. So this is like the first, this is a custom thing that we have for Sim Settlements. This is not something public. And if anybody would find this useful, I'm happy to share it. It may require it might have a bunch of requirements on it just because I've been using it for so long. But basically all we do with this is we go down to our quest, apply script, I think it's called dialog updater. Dialog updater, I believe it's this. I believe that's right, but it might be, which one is it? Dialog updater or dialog importer? I think it's dialog updater. Let's find out. All right, and then we go to our downloads here. If it gives me an error, then I got it wrong, basically. Downloads. Okay, no errors. It found all the form IDs. And so then basically what it does is it just looks up each dialog line and then based on the ID number, and then just updates the response text. And if I set the, what do you call it? The last column, it'll set also the, what's it called? The emotion setting, which I didn't do the emotions for some of those. I'll do that later. I'm going to have to re-import again later anyway. This is just, I can use this now to figure out which ones aren't set up correctly. But that got us most of the way there. So that's all we have to do to update subtitles. And then so that you can imagine that workflow, when I'm talking about things like letting AI check and see if we correctly got the lines correct, like if we fixed up the lines after the voice actor spoke them. Like it's pretty easy to update that kind of data in a spreadsheet. Come on, CK. We need you to close so I can open this. All right, yep, crash. All right, that's fine. Try again. All right, let's open it back up, and then we will try and fix up the ones that didn't get checked off there. So all these, oops, where's my, here it is, companion line. So all the ones that are still bolded, try and figure out why they weren't in the list. Or in some case, this is because I forgot to actually put the name in the line, so I couldn't find it to match it up. Cancel. Forgot to do something important. All right, I need to put this in the merge folder too. Merging data. There we go. That's alarming. That the size went down significantly. I mean, sometimes that happens when you load into Xedit because it cleans up a lot of stuff, but that was like a half drop. That is worrisome. load it up and take a look, but that worries me, like some data got eaten. All right, looks like Vita and Cobus are clocking out. All right, let's see, Cabbage. Let's see how you're looking. Just want to make sure none of my lines got eaten there. There's all my idols. Looks good. All right, so now I am still nervous about how much the data dropped. I need to make sure that nobody else's stuff got screwed up. I see all the scenes look like they're in there. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this over here. I'm gonna put this in, load this into xedit, and see if just saving in xedit clears out a boatload of space. If so, then I'll just know it's just xedit doing its clean thing. No unsaved changes. Okay. All right, we're just gonna try something. I just need to make a change and see if it strips out a lot of data when I save it. Oh yeah, it dumps a whole bunch of data. Okay, cool. So it's just xedit just cleaning up extraneous data that the CK must put in there. Okay, cool. I was very nervous there, but we should be good. All right, so now we need to find these lines that didn't get updated. So melee, light attack. Oh, we got generic covers. Cobus, do you know what this generic covers is? Is this a spreadsheet that you could send me before you crash out, so I can fill in all these lines? Bleed out. Let's see. I have more generic covers. All right, we're gonna skip this section. Detection. Here we go. Battle over threat neutralized. I think this is more. Yeah, more generic covers. Normal to combat. Here we go. Combat warnings. These we should have some stuff for. All right, feral ghoul. Here we go. Oh, I should really get rid of those brackets. I have no idea how that's going to render in the game. All right. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Go away. We want this. All right, where's our death claw? Here we go. Maximum crabs. There's our line. Oh, I can't wait to hear it. What face do we use when we yell that out? Let's see. Confident. Yeah, definitely confident. Sinister smile. That feels good. Yaguai. Whew. 8:40. All right, we got another 3 hours till our relief comes in. We're gonna need another round of crab, I think. And keep this coffee coming. All right, we're also gonna need a new activity. I'm gonna finish this up soon. Oops, did not mean to check in minor edit there. Oh well. Oh, Jay said 514. Thank you for the subscribe and the best sound effect in the world. All right, let's see here. Behemoth. This guy's just so upset about everything. Robots? Of course it's robots. Just my luck. Oh. Well, it feels good we made it past 12 hours at least. I probably just jump scared a bunch of you with that. Went from total silence to like, oh, hey, we made it past 12. Okay, made it through the combat warnings. All right, these area comments we gotta find now. Might be under idle. Nope, these all got filled out. All right, so they gotta be under some of the player dialogue things. Oh, they were already entered. That's why I missed them. All right. How about watch your back? Good neighbor. There's good neighbor. Yep, it's a specific area comment. That's why I missed it. Vault 81. I did put all Vault 81 in. Just didn't give it a label. Let's see, Bunker Hill. Okay, I just forgot to label all of these with anything. Doesn't YouTube have 12-hour streaming archive limit? Oh, maybe. Well, all the good stuff happened in the first 12, so not a big loss if the last 3 get cut off. Let's see if it has any type of let's see here. Is it giving me any type of warning? Nope, nothing. It's not warning me or anything. It's going strong. We're going good. Oh, I'm jealous, Paladin Sam. How was that nap? That sounds amazing. I'm so tired. Because I actually woke up at 6 a.m. this morning because I needed to do a little prep for the stream, make sure I had time to take the dog out for a long walk, knowing that he was going to be just kind of lazing around the house all day. All right, impressive fortifications for the castle. You don't sleep, you need caffeine. No, I'm pumping it in, man. I don't usually drink soda, but I took a Coke with the Chinese food, so I got a Coke in one hand and a coffee in the other. Pumping in as much caffeine as I can. Mix a rum with the Coke. That'll definitely put me into nappy time. Right, Covenant. Look at this line. You smell that? What is it? Blood? No, it's more creamy. Whose line is that? Who came up with that? Describing the combat zone as creamy. Creamy smelling. Awful. It was 1973. Google says about Stream Archive. Note, if your stream exceeds 12 hours, it may not be captured at all. Oh, that'd be a bummer. But too late for that. We're already past 12 hours, so I can't really fix it now. So we're taking it the rest of the way. In fact, the plan was for it to be a 28 hours single video. Well, I guess, how long would it be? So if we go to midnight, I don't know. It's going to be a long stream. That's for sure. Yeah, it should be, because we're going to keep going until noon tomorrow. So it should end up being a 28-hour video. So I guess it was always bound to be that it's a one-time thing. It's going to exist and then disappear forever into the ether. That's probably appropriate. I cannot save it locally. I didn't record it locally, and my computer probably wouldn't have enough space for such a big video. So yeah, unfortunately, no, there's not going to be a VOD. That's a bummer. But it's, again, too late to do anything about it. Because like if I stopped now and started it up again, all the good stuff already happened. So it's just in your memories now. All right, we need another landmine. Triggered mine. Well, maybe, it's like we still have the lines with Wes. Excuse me. There's probably, and like a lot of the good stuff got captured on Cobus's stream, and I don't think he did a 12-hour, so. Okay, there's that one. All right, I think that's all the ones we have now. Now we're just missing all these generic covers. Let me see if I can find that sheet. I feel like, oh, we did miss a couple more. Oh yeah, those are a couple more we got. Let's see, waiting for input. We need another one. Let's see, but I'll see if I can find that generic covers. I feel like it's probably just on our team share, and I just gotta find it. there we go. Now we got them all done other than the generic covers. And I just realized I need to take all these idols and flag them as random. Morning, Kez. Yeah, VOD limit. Kind of a bummer. But it's too late. We're past the point of no return already. Yeah, I might be able to do that, Jim. So I might be able to download the Twitch stream. I'll see if I can do that. I don't know how that works, but I'll try and figure it out. And then maybe I can re-upload it to YouTube. Because even if I upload, I can like edit it out and just clip like the... Because really what we want to save are the, I think the West stuff and maybe the crab raid on Niher. That's probably all we need off of the VOD. It's all go to those who've been here for the whole thing. This is it's been pretty epic. I wish I had more energy to bring you more entertainment, but this is what I got. At least we're getting stuff done. I feel like during the rest of the day, I've been not particularly productive. It's been just a lot of bouncing around and not focused on getting things finished. Oh, I gotta go check on what the dog's barking at. Make sure everything's okay. Give me a second here. I want to finish this last line though. Boop. All right, let me go find out what little Cola's barking at. All right, all is well. And bonus, I snuck in a little more crab. All right, let's see. We got all those as... Oh, notice dead body we didn't get. Oh, yeah, that's one of the ones. These are all the ones that are on the generic covers. Let's see if we can find that. Generic cover. This? No. All right, let's see here. Now I'm finding all these templates that we've got, but I'm not seeing any actual. They're not lines. They're just like descriptions of the types of lines. Kind of like I'm finding a lot of sheets with the kind of stuff like in the prompt column, but not actual content. All right, my phone's going off now. What's going on here? Nothing of use. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I have no idea what those are exactly. So I think I'm gonna have to wait for. I'm gonna send a message to Cobus. All right, put in a request for that stuff. Okay, so we're just missing a handful of lines here. Now, obviously, this isn't going to just work as is. There's still a little bit of stuff we've got to do. We'll have to condition these scenes to work when he's meant to be the companion. So let's see if we have any type of thing set up for that. 24. So I'll just make up a new global for it. And then we will set these greetings to work for this. All right, and then also, let's see, we need to put the dismiss scene above the greetings because we only want the dismiss scene to come up when they are the companion. So we need to do this, and we need to be get in faction, current companion faction. So now these lines will only show up when the player, or when this NPC is actually in their companion faction. And this will only show up if it's unlocked. So then what will happen, because the dismiss scene is check that they're in the current companion. If they're in the current companion, it will go to this group and pick one of these. If they're not in current companion faction, it will skip this, so it will go to the companion scene, which I think I talked about. I need to rename pickup scene to make it clear. I mean, does it save just the last 12 hours? Do we know if that's the case? Or is it like if the stream is over 12 hours? It's just the last 12 hours? Okay. So what have we lost so far? We've lost like the first hour. Oh, Cobus is still killing. Ah, I see. That is a bummer. I wish there was a way to like snip it. I want to like snip the stream. I don't want to stop. I want to like take a clip of it. Okay, I might have all the lines now. Here we go. We got all the generics in there. Oh, they even got doctor lines and stuff? Okay, so we actually have more lines than I do. So there's actually more stuff to implement. Good, we got something to do. All right, so now we just decide what to do about this this stream situation, which is very sad. Oh, Sag's about to crash out. We're going to check in with him. Let me get my headphones back on. Oh, man. You hear that? That's the death of these headphones. They're coming to an end here. Final merge for the night?
Pretty much for me. My brain is shot, and I don't want to. All the dialogue is in.
Okay.
Hold on, let me mute your stream. All the dialogue is in, so this is like all the in conversations, all the different choices. But I was just thinking about it, and like it's a lot of sort of thinking about making sure this stage is conditioned out and setting all this, and then setting up some AI and some sort of not tricky AI, but some different things for them to do. A message box for to pick up what you choose, fade out. And I was like, I'm not gonna start building that kind of script stuff and things with my brain's status now. My stream was at 13 hours when I stopped it, so we definitely kind of went the same distance as we did last year with this. But
yeah,
like I said, everything technically is entered in terms of lines, so all file names should be available for Cobus. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and log off, and then I'll probably be up about 6 our time.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna do the same. I'm gonna jump on, try to finish up this bit, and then we have a handful of things that need doing in terms of like connecting to other stuff that's already in there, like with like moving things from the gray box to the treehouse, moving things from the gray box to the dungeon.
Yeah, I figured some of that might have to happen after.
Yes.
All the streams are done anyway, because those guys might need more time. So
absolutely.
But I'll probably be up around 8. I'm probably gonna have, or Surik said he's gonna get up at like 11:30 our time, and then he'll take over my stream, and then when I wake up, I'll take back over. So I should have the dialogue the companion fully done by then, and I'll get your stuff merged in.
Yeah, cool.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, good luck.
All right, so I think I don't want to end the stream. I like this idea of having a 28-hour stream. We will just have to download it from Twitch. I will figure out how to do that. I'm sure it's possible. There has to have been a way. There has to be a way. I don't know if Cobus's VOD didn't save on Twitch or not, but everybody's just pointing out that YouTube eats. It only lets 12 hours survive. So I would hope Cobus's did, but I don't know how Twitch does with VODs when you're not a partner, because neither Cobus or I are. Like, we don't do Twitch a lot. So let's find out. Let's look that up, because I still have some time before we get to the West stream, because I don't want to lose that. I think you guys are right there, but if I can recover it from Twitch. Let's see here. I'm looking in the stream manager right now to see if I can see if I can figure out how to. Let's see. How to download Twitch streams. All right, on the Twitch website, select the drop-down menu in the upper right corner, select Settings. All right. Settings, okay. And then go to Channels and Videos, okay. Select Stream on the left side, and then turn on Store Past Broadcasts. All right. Well, it might be too late for that. Store Past Broadcasts are already checked in, good. Your future will save to your profile once they finish. So can you guys see do I have any previous on my Twitch channel? I don't pay much attention to Twitch. This is not like a livelihood thing for me. This is just something I do because I like to do it. Oh, that's funny. In my Twitch description, I still have the old end Alzheimer's from last year, and it's set at we're at 5,300 of our $4,000 goal. I'm trying to figure out how do I view, like. Let's see. Go to click on Kinggath videos. Here's my Sim Settlements on Xbox from 3 days ago. And it's 2 hours long. So then how do I download it? That's what I need to know next. Okay. Okay, step 3. Okay, download your videos. On your homepage, select Video Producer and the menu under your profile picture. All right, let's try that. Video Producer. Okay. On the next page, click the More menu to the top right of the video you want to save. Okay, let's try that. Select Download to save the video to your computer. Let's see. Download. Preparing. All right, I'm attempting to download my stream from last Wednesday. No, it would have been from 3 days ago. It just says preparing. I feel like the time to download this monstrosity. If I download a 28-hour stream, it may never let me download it. I don't know, guys. I'm torn here. Part of me wants to let it go. We store so much crap. There's too much digital data on the internet. We need to let some go. Your VOD stores are changing on September 1st. What's this? Oh, this is on September 1st of 2022. They changed it from 14 days to 7 days. Makes sense because they were probably going broke from storage fees. All right, let's see. Download. It still says preparing. No, it's all right, Jibs. It's something else to occupy my mind because the thinking about the companion stuff, I could use a little breather. And now I'm very curious about how this works. Oh, can I do? Maybe I can do a highlight of the West stuff. Let's see. Oh, the thing just started downloading. All right, and then we go to... All right, let's see if I can highlight this. Let's see. All right, let's try this. Let's publish highlights. All right, I'm attempting to publish a highlight of Wes Johnson doing his recording from my channel. Let's see what happens. Let's see, go to the VOD page. Save changes. All right, it's processing a highlight. That's going to like presumably take the whole chunk of him. All right, now let's look at my downloads. Did it download this giant Twitch stream from Wednesday? I'm really curious if we're going to get those stutter catching them. But usually the auto, I guess Gwinnett Brewer's fine. Vivian. Yep, and there's me stuck in the Ron's office. Okay, cool. So I can download the VOD from, I don't know how it's going to handle the 28-hour one. But at least I know it can download it. And we're doing a highlight right now of Wes Johnson. And when that's done creating the highlight, I can download the highlight, and that'll be about just over 2 hours long. So there we go. We can preserve the Wes stuff for sure. So now we can relax and get back to making this damn companion. Okay, we got a solution. All right, let's hear. So I've got new lines to plug in. So we got stuff to do now. So we got this full dialogue sheet. So what had happened, and I didn't understand it, Sarik told me this, but I didn't know what he was talking about. He had started on a different dialogue sheet. He didn't know about this one that we were working on. He was working on a totally different one. So then he took it. So that's why I was like, man, did you even start yet? And it was because he was working on this other document. So now I have all this other stuff here to plug in. So it's perfect. So I'm going to just go ahead and I'm not going to go through the export trouble again because I'm just too tired. We're going to keep it simple here. All right. So all right. So what are all these? Okay, so these are generic hellos. That would be before you know him, I guess. So these ones will be on conditioned on what? All right, let's figure this out. We need a new group up here. Oops. I need, no, not bookmark. I want to debold. Stop bookmarking. Oh, I bet I don't have, do I have edit access to this? No, that's why. All right, so I need to save a copy so that I can, oops. Make a copy. Sure. Just need to be able to edit my copy. There we go. All right, I got it. So this is going to be get in faction has been companion faction equals 0. So before you've ever met him as a companion, it'll be this. And then it'll switch to these afterward, after it gets into has been companion. Okay, that works for me. All right, and that takes care of those ones. All right, and then... All right, and then I think these are all going to be in this in just general hellos because... Because we don't like idols generally. These get really obnoxious, so we want these to be the ones that are all conditioned pretty heavily, so they only trigger occasionally. Yeah, I think I'm going to add these into here. I'm reading all of these in my head in the voice of George Costanza because I was not there to hear Mike read them. Okay. We got some more taunts here. Taunt. There we go. All right. How did we end up with more blood from my tarp twice? Bring it on, but you know, gently. Can we go home now? Two hours remaining. We got this, guys. We got this. And then you can watch Sir Rick. I don't know what he has to do. I think he has to make some faces for NPCs. I don't think much else. I think, and then you guys are gonna get to watch. Well, if you want to, you can watch Sir Rick play the original Baldur's Gate, which probably has inspired a lot of his Sim Settlements writing. Maybe not the actual content, but the style of which they do RPG stuff in Baldur's Gate. Combat over. So that's probably under detection. Make Sir Rick play FO4 SS2 AR2. He does have his playthrough. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. I just want to keep the channel going until for the full 28. Cobus my grub, I want to be Sir Rick. But you get to be Cobus. Why do you want to be Sir Rick? Is it because he's got better AC? Did you end up getting that AC installed in time, Cobus? Did it do anything? Or are you still waiting on it? AC wasn't needed. Oh, that's amazing. Well, hopefully it'll keep you cool for the rest of the grind we're going to be doing over the next couple of weeks, right? All right, wounded mildly. Here we go. Zurich's armor class, yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get to our fleas. The eyes are starting to glaze over. I'm seeing double. it's, it's a lot of screen time with no break. We're almost there. Friendly hit, friendly hit. Where the friendly hit's at? Okay, I guess we need more. Oh no, here's one. Friendly fire. Friendly fire. Here we go. Drink some Nuka Cola. I got a little bit of cola left. I got a lot of coffee left though. All right, another friendly fire. All right, where's our notice corpses? Friendly, let's see. Go away, malware bites. I want my malware, thank you. Quite happy with it. Okay, and then we need to go to here. Excuse me. Oh, we just have a lot of hellos for this guy. All right. Well, we're going to just put them all in. Whew. Excuse me. Hey, there's our generic positives. All right. Oh. Oh yeah, we did. There's a lot of lines companions in the base game I have that we did not cover. Like this is a light companion, like a default companion like McCready, Preston, or whatever. They probably have, I don't know, 1,500 lines. We have like less than 300. So there's no way we could have done a full 1,500 line companion in this amount of time. Just wouldn't have worked. So we have a template we use for basic companions, which are just, you can bring them along and stuff, and they'll at least have enough hellos, and you can trade with them and whatnot. They just don't have all the commentary for everywhere in the world. Maximum crabs. Can't wait to hear it. Can't wait to hear it. Oops. Is that the right one? Yeah, that was the right one. Okay. Ooh, settlement attack fought successfully. I don't remember this one. How do we set this up? All right, I think I need to load up SS2 again. Oh, actually, the settlers should probably have this. Here's what we need. Let's see, this is hellos. Okay. All right. Oh, that wasn't too bad for those. All right, let's see here. Attack barely fought off. All right, now I gotta remember how these are set up. All right, please tell me there's more of this. Let's see. Oh, I think it's some of these like sub things here. Yeah, here it is. Workshop rating damage max. All right, so we do. Oops. Where did my dollar? There it is. All right, we lost. Okay, what does it say about losing over here? Ah, okay, I see. So I need to do these ones are going to be switch these to 25. There are a lot of aquatic creatures happening in chat. Is this like a? It's a crab versus lobster versus gator. Gator off. I actually don't know how to check if a settler got killed. I don't know if that's a thing we can check, to be honest. All right, we'll just put it in. We'll put it in like one of these for now. I'm getting hungry here. All right, let's see. All right, we need all these conditions. All right, then we need the same thing for water. How much we got left here? All right, the store stuff is a little more challenging to set up. This stuff's pretty easy though. Missing water. There we go. I love this line. I don't remember who came up with it. You want to root around in my pockets? When was the last time you washed your hands? Okay, so now we have store barter stuff to set up. This is a little more complicated. And I am definitely going to need a reference. But before I get sucked into this, I think I'm going to do a merge to make sure that if I fall asleep, that Adelino and Sag are not bricked in the morning. So pre-merge, what are we up to? 03 for me? No, 04 for me. How are the other guys doing? Anybody else still going? I think our artists are all still running. Our 3D modelers, late night guys. Near's still going. I don't think Sag is actually going. I think his icon just doesn't update because he's on YouTube. Sag sent me his final merge for the night. But Nero and Neher, I think the two ends, I think are still going. I don't know. Did Shoeburglar crash out? Well, I guess we don't know because he's not streaming. He didn't say anything. But I'd imagine he crashed out because it's pretty late there. Is Neher still doing the animation? I don't know why I said animating like that, but is he still animating? Pre-merge. Yeah, don't risk Nightbot. He'll take you out if you give him too many crabs. He doesn't like crabs. Dragoness. Nightbot, I reject your crab prejudice. Fantastic. Do not mock our overlords. The great Mirelurks. Yeah, Nier's really good at animation. We years ago we purchased him a mocap suit, and he used it a few times, but he finds that he's just as good hand animating, which is pretty crazy. Undercover, you have to go look up Nihur's video on April 1st. It is exactly what you want. In fact, we're going to go find it because now I want to see it. Give me a second. Let's see. youtube.com/Nihur. Oh, did he get rid of it? Don't tell me he got rid of it. He can't get rid of that video. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, guys, ready? Hold on. I gotta switch on my sound. I'm gonna get flagged. YouTube's gonna be like, "Are you trying to steal this guy's video?" Okay, you guys ready? It's our Lord and Savior, the crab people. See, Nihur loves crabs too. That's why I don't understand why he was so upset by us crabbing him. Crab party!
Some of my best work yet.
That's right, Nihur. See?
Oh, and April Fools, by the way.
Look at how many of them we made. Look at this. I had to rig Mirelurks to do this, and it was worth it. See, Nihur loves crabs. He just didn't want to admit it. That's why I think we're gonna get the crab power fist. I think it's gonna happen. You're lost on the crab lore. Guys, how did the crab lore even start? I don't understand it either. I'm all loopy now from streaming for so many hours. I don't even remember how it started. Just and whoever said we should put this in the game, I kind of agree, but I think it's because I'm tired. I kind of think it would be a funny Easter egg to sneak in there. Like if there was a series of specific things you could trigger that would cause that to happen in the game with no explanation. Yeah, but why did I say I was giving them crabs? I don't remember. I don't know how it came to that. I don't remember the origin, and it's been eaten by YouTube, so we can't even check. I guess that's been more than 12 hours. So we'll have to wait for the Twitch VOD to be able to figure out what the origin of the crabs joke. The Great Crab War, the big summer update. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was. Well, I don't, maybe did you say the thing about all animals evolving into crabs after that? I don't know which came first. It feels like chicken and egg to me. But that definitely, your mention of that definitely came up in that conversation. It definitely it started with Meyer Lurks. I can't remember how we made the jump. I don't remember, but that's okay. I actually prefer it that way. I prefer that it's like it's lost lore from the beginning of this stream, of this epic mod making adventure. Shrouded in the mist earlier today. Exactly. As Todd Howard says, keep the mysterious lands mysterious. Let's don't show people the full lore. Just accept that it exists. And if anyone claims to know the full lore, know that they're telling it to you through a lens. All right, so let's see here. All right, so here we got the emergency if I fall asleep build ready to go. To send over to Saganadalina. All right, let's send that over. Oh, sweet. Nero just submitted his thing too. let's see. Can I merge this in? Let's check. Let's check his work. Good. Bury the stream in more confusing lore so no one can know the truth. Leonardo needs to find someone. He's tapping out on knee-her crabbing. Needs help. Good run there. Ah, okay. So, Nero did not build the plugin. He just set up the folders, and that is fine. I can work with this. Whoops. Boop. Duplicate all those. Ah, crud. Need to drop the... Stop it! Stop it! No. Why are you doing this? Windows. All right. There it goes. Yes, add these in here. There we go. And that was build 6. All right, now build 6 getting some meat on it. We're up to multiple megabytes finally. Oops, keep clicking the wrong thing. All right, let's go to here. Drop build 6 in. All right, let's take a look at the mesh. Let's look at our custom armor. He says he's got a little bit of work left to do, but I think we got the majority of it done. Here we go. A nice little coat on some wasteland trousers. Let's check out the female version. Hey, there we go. Cool. That is pretty impressive for one day work. One day of work. Okay. All right. Now we need to... All right, now we got to power through. We got an hour and 20 left till I get some assistance to some coverage so I can crash. But let's see if we can finish off the shopkeeper's lines. I'm gonna need to reference some of our chapter stuff too, because I have no idea. Dragonist gotta say, when you get close to slap happy tired, you're a damn good time. the crabs come out. Yeah, I feel drunk right now, like stone sober, but with a lack of sleep. My head is just a blur. I think it's also I just piled in like a mountain of sugar, and I tend to live like no sugar. Like I just don't eat a lot of sugar. I mean, I'll go through like on vacation. I'll eat a bunch of crap, but generally, on like an average weekly basis, I will have almost zero sugar. And I just had Chinese food, which in America is just mostly sugar, especially all the sauces. Drank a Coke, and what else did I have? I don't know. I feel like my head's probably flooded with all sorts of chemicals right now, though. All right, let's see here. Let's load chapter 3. You're drinking enough for the both of us. Thank you. Appreciate that. Back when I was in university, worked in the student newspaper. We did 26-hour nights once a week. Things got goofy. Yeah, I can imagine so. Because I mean, this is like child's play what I'm doing then compared to 26 hours. I've been up since 6 a.m., so this is going to end up being like an 18-hour day. Got nothing on you. All right, okay, this is chapter 2, so I need to look at a random dialogue quest and see if I can figure out how I have their stuff set up. So let's pick somebody that I know has a lot of dialogue. We'll go with Audra. And let's look at her scenes here. Okay, it's going to be rough, but we're going to get there. VP24. All right, let's see what we've got available here. Store accepted, declined, greeting. Here we go. Okay, we got some store greetings. We can work with that. All right, let's get some greetings in here. LX6R. Today could become a really great day. I mean, I am still home a bit sick, with the weather is awesome, but kinggath stream plus Xbox. There's a word missing. Xbox event tonight. Could be some fun times. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Xbox event. I'm very curious what they're going to show us. Don't play on Xbox, but it's kind of like it's just a Microsoft event effectively, so. And that involves Bethesda now. Oh, let's see. These greetings need to be for children player activation only, so that he's not just bugging the player. need to figure out what conditions these are. Watch party for the event? No, it'll probably be. It depends on what time my family gets home. I don't think I'll be doing a watch party. I think I'm gonna just be like, I'm just gonna want to lay down. But we'll see. I might be working with SAG as soon as we go offline to start. I might not pay attention to the showcase at first. I don't know yet. I still have to figure that out because we have a lot of work to do. Even after the 28 hours of streaming ends, I still have to assemble all the pieces that didn't get assembled before that and like figure out bugs and make sure the mod plays good so that it's ready for Monday. And then at some point tomorrow, my wife and kids are coming home and I'm going to want to hang out with them. So it probably depends on when they come home. I always forget which of these quests has all of the shopkeeper dialogue on it. I put the pronunciation of my name in brackets just because of you and you just ignored it. Wait, how is LX6R Alexander? LX6R. Where's the N sound? I don't buy it. Jim's, I have no idea how you're still doing accurate work. I've just been watching and I can't type for shit now. I mean, that's why I'm slowing down. I'm like, trying not to make mistakes here. I'm trying to find vendor greetings generic. Maybe this is it. I'm trying to find this. There's it's a lot easier if I copy paste things rather than try and like recreate them. So if I do it in SimSettlements 2, I have to recreate them. If I do it in this other plugin, I can just copy paste them. If I can find them and the CK doesn't crash. Okay, I think this is it. Let's see. Greetings. Okay, these are the backup lines so that the player can ask stuff. Here we go. This is what we need. Copy all conditions. Okay, here we go. And then we will put the bartender ones here too. And we'll add an extra condition on the bartender ones, and that should do it. Go. All right, and since we're setting up a line with him potentially in the bar faction, we're gonna have to add him to that as a -1 entry. or the lines won't show up. I also think we need to change his name to Cabbage, because that's what everybody's calling him. There we go. Or unless that's supposed to be the joke, that his name is Dr. I think people won't get that joke, and they'll just see it as, you guys typoed, so I'm going to just name him, I'm going to just name him Cabbage. Alright, let's see here. We need to put him in the bar faction. What was it called? Vendor. There we go. Put this to -1. Oop. Cancel. And then the same for vendor clinic. There we go. Okay. No, yes. Close you. All right. Oh my god, the crabs are attacking. Thanks for being there for me, guys. Appreciate it. 1 hour to go. We got this. Just name him Crabbage. I do think that he might be part of the lore, because we talked about giving him the weapon. And then that's when adding maximum crabs to his his dialogue tree came up. I think Cabbage did inspire us, and so he may be part of the unknowable lore. Maybe. We're not sure. No one knows. All right, and then we need the actual tree. So we need a player line here. Let's see if these are generic player lines I can just borrow from the base game, or if I have to add them in. Yep, player barter, positive shared. Cool. It's true. Fallout 4, you take the crab's castle away from them. The Minutemen are now their sworn mortal enemies. The crabs have been hiding underneath the Commonwealth, plotting their revenge on Preston. They may not get it today. Maybe not next week, but one day. Mother Crab will be avenged. Don't worry about naming your firstborn son Crabbage. Just teach him of glorious Crab Mother. To never forsake the crab family. And there's a lot of no's that you have to pick from here. This is pretty mean to poor Cabbage. Telling him no all these different ways. What else is going on here? Let's see. We need accepted, decline. Okay. What else goes into this tree? Oh, trade is another option. That's right. X is trade. And then I think Y is basically a soft decline. Okay. Player shared open inventory. Okay. Sweet crab milk for the child. Dear God. Is that a thing? Just makes me think of the old The Simpsons episode. Well, would you like crab juice or Mountain Dew? Ew, Mountain Dew. Give me the crab juice. Wait, why are there so many variations? I want to trade a few things. These must be like slightly different deliveries. I want to change them out. We don't need so many. You don't need so many. Oops. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. All right, we're just going to delete this one. Beware of Nightbot. Okay, there is our trade, and then let's see. Actually, want to open up vendor again. Didn't he finish the animations? He's testing the gun is in there all, like the full first round is done. Working on the reload. Cool. Keeps calling you Candy. He forgets about his crab affinity. You got to remind him of April 1st. All right, let's see here. I think I have a... Yeah, how's it going? Okay, I got these lines here. And I already shared them. Okay, cool. What did I share them as? So I can reuse these. Oh, follower chat shared. Awesome. Those already exist in the base game. All right, we got trade there. Not interested, is apparently the base game. And what is... Yes, I want to see what you have. Ah, barter, that's what it's called. There we go. And then this is going to be follower shared, I think I said. Yeah, follower chat shared. How's it going? Cool. And then we can just do the idle for this. We'll just make him speak an idle. I just stepped out for a quick bite and left your stream going. When I walked in, you laughed. You scared me. Oh, am I on your speakers? I've had a few moments tonight where I went stone silent for like 10 minutes and then just all of a sudden started talking full volume. So I'm sure you are not the first. Sure. All right, we got some barter store accepted lines. Oh, these probably need the barter script on them. Just one more scene after this. We're almost done with this one. And then we got to do the medic scene, which is the most complicated one because it's actually the medic system is like 3 different sub scenes. There's a strong chance that I don't finish this tonight. Oh, nice. We got some of the early birds from Europe waking up to start up again. The only simping we do around here is on crabs. Oh man. Oh, I think it was Mr. Sandman said he can fix the Ron thing for us, so we can finally get that gag that we've wanted for ages in. I gotta have him follow up on that. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to pick up his hair, and it's supposed to be a wearable, like a blonde version of the um what's the wig you can get in there? I can't remember the name of it. It's supposed to be a blonde version of that, basically. And then if you approach him later wearing it, he has a special dialogue line. But we could never get it to work correctly, so we ended up having to cut that dialogue line. It's still in there, like we still have the file. Pompadour, yeah. It was supposed to be a blonde version of the Pompadour wig, and if you equip it later, not during that conversation, but like after he's back on his feet and talk to him, then he'll comment or compliment you on your hair. Hey, speaking of Sandman, just talking about you. Holding up. I'm going strong. I'm on closer to the, let's see, I woke up at 6 a.m. So even though I haven't been streaming the whole time, I've been awake for a long time. But just gotta last another 45 minutes to an hour. And then I will pass the torch for the evening. Oops. Me too, Yogi. Me too. Should we watch it again? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, Sarek is gonna take over my stream at once he wakes up. We're gonna have a 28-hour VOD on this thing. I'm gonna have to download it from Twitch and then chop it up and re-upload it later. And this is gonna be the loopy part that very few people will watch. This is where people will come to try and suss out the crab lore. I prepared for him to sleep in. Oh God, dear God, no. Okay, I think I finished the barter screen. Whew. That took a while. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, let's save that. Okay, now we get to do the doctor stuff, which is the hardest part. We need a lot of stuff for this. All right, we need service globals. I'm so tired that if I stop moving, I'm going to fall asleep. So I'm just diving right back into it. This is usually this point. Like usually when I'm working by myself, I finish some chunk like that, and that is a good sign. It's time for a break. But no, we can't break. All right, we need to add these here. Oh, I gotta do it differently. Service cost. We need, sure. I think those are all the ones we need. Let's see the vendor. That is a great idea, Alexander. We'll just loop Niher's video infinitely until I wake up. It'll just be part of the VOD. Will just be 6 hours of that on repeat. And so the crab lore was sealed. The mythos not be forgotten. Okay, they don't have these text display globals. What am I doing differently than the base game? Oh, because this doesn't have the doctor thing on it. Okay. Well, at least I've done this enough times. I don't think I'm incorrect, so I'm just going for it. Oh, Dragonus, you missed a part. After that sentence, and it goes, and there was much rejoicing. Okay, there we go. Got our doctor script. Got our things on there. All right, let's do. All right, I'm definitely gonna have to look this up. It has been so long since I've set this up. I know that those things I have to do, and then I have to set up 3 different scenes, but they're kind of complicated. So I'm gonna have to. So what I'm hearing is I need to talk to Neher and arrange to add dancing crabs to WRK. No, I think we need to get them into this charity mod. I think there needs to be like a. Oh, you know what would be awesome if we could put them as like a trigger if you do like a little puzzle in Ellie's house, because she's putting the tree house like on a shore. So maybe we could put some trigger you can activate in there, and it triggers the crab dance to occur. This is clearly tired. This is tired KG talking. Tomorrow I will be like, I will tell you I was drunk. Forget that idea, because that would take forever to implement. Oh wait, did we just get another donation? It's been so long since I've heard one of those. I know we all blew our loads getting Wes to say stuff and to put lines on the charity or on the companion sheet. Hellycat99, thank you for the donation. Says thanks for SS2 and East Empire. Can't wait to play this mod too. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. What are we up to now? 5047. That's fantastic. I think last year, excluding like the other, because like last year we had the same thing happen as this, which was that a certain number of people set up their own separate Tiltify campaigns. But I think last year we made like 5,200 or something, so we're pretty close to matching it just from this, which is pretty awesome. I don't know what the others will do or what they've done so far. Another one. Fantastic. What do we got here? Choo Choo on dancing crabs. Thank you. Neher decided we don't need the weapon after all, but we are going to need those dancing crabs mod from April 1st. Thanks. Okay, here we go. We need the greet scene, the exam scene, and the all done scene. All right, let's get after it. 04 for doctor greet scene. 05 doctor exam scene, and 06 doctor all done scene. And then keep them all the same looking. Okay, let's do new actor, cabbage, player dialogue. Player dialogue. All right, let's see if we can paste actions. Yes, we can, between quests. Okay, this is going to be a lot easier then. All right, let's do boop. Doctor. There we go. Years at 370, nice. We both know if we asked nicely and gave any her the time, he probably would add them. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's just a matter of time. We have to keep the feature creep in check. Okay, and this goes back to the exam scene. Okay. Hey, Cobus is back up. Couldn't sleep. Good idea, Yogi. Crab Day. New holiday. Crab Day will be the only day you can acquire the crab fist. You have to wait for Crab Day, and then it will spawn on a particular building. Which building? Which SS2 building plan would we put the crab fist on? All right, there we go. Got the first scene set up. Well, the third scene. I'm just doing it out of order. I'm doing the easy ones first. On the Caravaneer. Yeah, Crab Day has to be June 8th in the game in game. Well, what's funny is that it was conceived when I was stone sober, like beginning of the day. That's the funny thing, is that like we got into the crab obsession at what, like 10 o'clock this morning, 11 o'clock this morning. I don't know. That's why I don't. It feels like the crab lore should have emerged now, not at the beginning of the day. That's what makes it extra funny to me. And then now our brains are too fried to remember the exact origin of the crab lore, and so it's going to fade. God, what's that? Legend fades to myth. What is that phrasing? It's something like that. The Wheel of Time thing. Agreed. It's better if it's a mystery. I appreciate it more. All right, we're going to work backwards through this. We'll set up the exam next. I think I'm feeling a little dyslexic for now. All right. Oh, yeah, this is such a pain. Ugh, setting this up. You know what we're going to do? We're going to cheat. We're going to copy this. Copy action. And we're going to clean it up. Uh-oh. Did I just crash the CK? I may have. Oh, how much progress did we lose? Okay, we made it to 11. Ooh, put it in the pet store. That's a good idea. Ageo Comics, it's a Power Fist because the Power Fist is going to have a Mirelurk Claw mounted onto it. Oh, hey, it worked. Okay, let's make sure these are shared info lines. Nope. Okay, well, we'll figure out where the player lines are going to come from later. All right, and now we just need to change out all of these lines. Choo-choo, this is how we finally get Kinggath to voice in SS2 character. He's the crazy old man who assists the crabs are plotting against the Commonwealth, like Nobark from FNV. And then by the end, it turns out I'm not afraid of the crabs. I'm embracing the crab-pocalypse. One of the 4 horsemen. Crabsman. Okay, so this just loops back to itself, apparently. The crab apocalypse leads to Crabtopia. Crab 34. Oh, man. We'll have to call Wes back. Tell him we need him to be the voice of the crab god for our next project. Sheo crab out. uh, I am glad you're all just as loopy as I am right now, and you've embraced the crab lore. Crab power armor. We're gonna need some crab historians to document the mythos. We've got all the lore we need here for a Elden Ring level game. Sarik's awake! Hooray! But Sarik, bad news. We no longer need you to man the stream. Now we need you to write the Book of Crab for us. This is our next. We finally discovered what our game's gonna be. You know, we talked about Kinggath Creations. We want to make our own game. We discovered it tonight, guys. No, not grabs. Crabs. Elton Crab, that's right. Maximum Crabs, that's the game name. Every voice actor is required to shout that out. That's one of their lines. Maybe we're not thinking big enough, guys. Maybe it's not our next project. Maybe that's our new brand name. Maybe we need to switch the name of the company. We go all in on all crab things. All right, let's see here. This action is a mess. Okay, so we need to... Player's not injured. Okay. Okay, now I need to take these and shared info them. So this is Cure 01. There we go. Got our cures. I mean, crabs being powerful in Fallout makes sense. They eat by sifting dirt, so they accumulate a lot of nuclear materials. I slowly suspect that Kinggath is a crab IRL and he needs to make us like crabs before he can do a crab reveal. Oh no, they're on to me. Let's see. I look forward to the SS2 Fall update where we go to Atlantis and fight the crab people to save the Mer Princesses. No, you got it all wrong, Choo Choo. We're not going to fight them. We're going to invite them. To get crab power armor, you just have to go give crabs to Nihar. Just go to Nihar's stream and give him crabs. He will deliver you crab power armor. Tell him that we've added that to their quest list. Crab power fist, crab power armor. We need both. And dancing crabs. All three. No to the crab PA. Oh man. No, it's not. Crab army to war. Inundate his chat with crabs until he laments. I don't even think that was the right word. I'm so tired. Sir Rick, we need your help. Nothing but love and crabs for you all. Fantastic. We'll see you later. All right, let's see here. What do we got? Just healed. Okay. We need... The Sturgis clothes on a Mirelurk King with the pompadour. That would be amazing. Oh, man. The crab talk has been going on for hours, Mr. Sandman. You have no idea. The people, they need this. They need what you've promised, or they need your help convincing Nihur to give us crab power armor. M150 has Mirelurk outfits you can wear as mod. That doesn't shock me at all. And that's fantastic. Gobus is like, I gotta put on the near stream. I can't handle KG's crabs. All right, so I need some good buys here. I don't know if we have any for him, just like other stuff I can steal. Let's check some of these other scenes. This one I could probably share. Don't ask, don't tell, Oscar. Yeah, this setting up these doctor scenes only sucks because of how bad this this screen is. Like, this screen is abysmal to work with. If it was just these little windows could be stretched, it would be fine. It's just really a pain to work with. Oh, man. Man, we're so close. But I got to fix these two down here. So I've got the first two done. I got these two down here to fix, and then I got to build the whole Dr. Greet scene. I don't think we're going to finish this tonight because I'm like losing my patience for dealing with this little screen. I think I'm going to call it here. I'll pass control over to Sarik, and then I will go to war with the doctor screen tomorrow. We have to do this for like every one of our SS2 settlers that does the doctor stuff. We have to go through this. It sucks. Yeah, the closest I can describe the feeling I have right now, running on empty like this, is being a little bit drunk. And that does put me in the giggles. And everything you guys type about crabs is making me giggle for some reason. It's all funny. So, you're not helping. Also, praise be to crabs.
Some of my best work yet. Oh, and April Fool's, by the way.
I'll make sure to leave Sarik with the link, so that way anytime you guys are missing me, you can remember me by that video. All right, we're gonna try setting something up here. So let's. I'm gonna go to Streamlabs desktop here, and we're going to turn on the Sarik stuff. All right. Let me switch this over. Okay, Sarik, right now your video thing is set up in theory. If you were to start, oh, do you guys see his stream? Sarik, you want to try talking? Okay. Oh, it's coming over my speakers. Hold on a second.
Can you hear me? That's the important part. This is S1 to 2.
Why is this stuff coming over my speakers instead of through my desktop audio? Were you guys able to hear him? Because I guess it doesn't matter if it's coming over my speakers as long as you guys can hear him. Oh, they still can't hear you. Okay, I gotta fix it. Let's see.
Well, let me know when you want to have me talk. I'll talk. We'll see where it's coming from. I can only hear myself in the stream, so I've got like a 20-second delay until I get feedback.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Okay, test. Oh, makes my alarm tell me to wake up. Let's make sure there's no more alarms on. Okay, we're good for a while. Fantastic. If you're talking, Gaff, I can't hear you, by the way. Okay, I think Gaff has handed it over to me. I'm getting typey. Okay, he's going to bed. He's off. Okay, I'm going to mute the stream, otherwise that's gonna drive me insane. Hello, chat. How are we? I've woken up after like 3.5 hours sleep, but that's more than Gaff has said yet. So I'm happy to let him go off and do what he needs to. Now, I am currently using my recording microphone that I use when I'm recording dialogue, because that's what we're going to start off with today. Now, I don't know how we're going to do this because I want to get Kobison if he's around, so I might have to do it through Discord. So, Kobis, if you're listening to me, can you hear me? I think it might just have to be you're on audio, and you direct me that way. So myself and Cobus, we've not actually done a live direction before, because almost always when we work on a project, I'm the one writing the scripts, so I know exactly how a character should be talking. So I don't even bother adding direction to my own stuff. By that I mean the lines I will be reading, because I voice that character. Therefore, I've never had a direction session with Cobus, so this might be our very first one, if we can get it working. That is the question. That's a also annoying thing. Where I record, there is no soundproofing. So whilst I can deaden the sound inside, exterior sound just comes right through. And this is a pain. I live in a somewhat busy area, not too bad, but sometimes you'll hear traffic noises, you're going to hear people occasionally. I've got 4 family dogs who love to bark. And right now you're going to hear the birds because it's wake up birds time. So I'm hoping we can get some takes where you can't hear them cooing away, because God, that's annoying. But generally speaking, my recording window when I need to record on a project tends to be from about 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., depending on the time of year, because sometimes it gets lighter. Therefore, the birds wake up sooner, stop making the noise. Okay, I think Cobus has just died. Let me poke him. Cobus. But I'm glad it's picking up my my recording mic. I wasn't sure that would work on this setup. Choo-Choo says, thanks for getting those 2 lines in there. You're welcome, Choo-Choo. Well, you wrote them, we had to get them in, but we also had to lock it down because we were, as you saw, literally recording. So we couldn't change the lines halfway through that. Oscar Fry says, if I could make a side quest of taking Jake on a date, how would it go? I think a date with Jake would be you go do tasks with him. So he needs to go repair something. You go with him and he helps you. Okay, I think I'm getting pings from Cobus. Okay, he's plugging in his mic. He's getting up. I'm going to mute Discord as well, but I'll wait until Cobus is done. Otherwise, he might try and get my attention, and I will not see him. Paladin Sam, I love Jake's voice. Well, thank you. Jake's voice is one of my proudest achievements because it's not me. It's Tom. Tom does a fantastic job as Jake. However, I did record the placeholder for Jake. So if we didn't find Tom, I would have been Jake. And I'm not as good as Tom. He's just fantastic. He is our Jake. I can't imagine Jake without him. We're getting crabs in chat. So many crabs. Sonic Phil, thank you. You're going to keep on top of that. I'm not watching Twitch chat, so if there's any questions or anything from that, if you can just copy them over and give me an @ and I will see those things. Can says, my dog started barking at your voice. I have that effect on dogs. Give us fudge and crab. Okay, I know what crab is, but I don't know what fudge is. That sounds scary. Choo-choo. Jokes aside, I cannot wait to see how you tied all the different themes that got picked together. Yeah, me too. So, full disclosure, I started writing a few days before we started doing this event because I could not have written that amount of dialogue in what, like, well, I guess like we just couldn't have done it because everyone needs the dialogue before they can start working on implementing the quest. But even if I was to only do it in like 24 hours before, I couldn't have done that. So it was stretched over about 3-4 days, probably in total, of me actually focusing and working on it. And I finished my first draft, and then my plan was to go back and add in more of those elements that I requested. So it's meant to be a comedy, it's meant to be a mystery, and the things driving the main character, Angelo, it's like a whole list of things. Or was that him, or was that just the general themes? I think those were the general themes. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember at this point. I have slept, but clearly not enough sleep. So my plan was to go back and add those things, but we just ran out of time, which is always the case. And we were meant to be having someone write a companion character, but unfortunately they had to drop out. So we had the choice of, do we cut that companion character, in which case I got to go back, change the story a little bit, remove that character as a companion. But I'd also still need to write their dialogue because I hadn't written anything for them. So instead of doing my second pass, I was instead adding the companion character Cabbage. Now, in the end, we did go with a companion, which means we need the full companion lines. Thankfully, you guys helped out with that, so we have some extra companion lines. But I also did have to write a whole bunch of those, not live, because I wasn't streaming live, but during this event. So I have been kind of working away behind the scenes full time. I was meant to be somewhat resting because I'd already done my work, but That didn't happen. Why would that happen? Why would I have a rest? Sonic Fry says Fudge is a reference to the Fallout TV show, a line by Mr. Handy. Oh, I don't remember. I've seen the show. I don't remember that line though. Kobis, everyone. Oh, that's not to me. He's just mentioning me. I'm not going to read that then. Choo-choo, can we get some of that Robo Rob voice in the charity? You know what? So I don't think I can see. I won't be hearing it because I've had to mute the stream. Otherwise, I'd be hearing myself. So Phil, I'm going to be relying on you if you can keep track of any donations made and if there's any requests. You just at me so I can see those and I can read them out because that's very important. And on that point, if you guys want me to read anything, donate. I will read whatever the hell you want, assuming we can broadcast that on YouTube. And I will even do it on this fancy mic. I don't know how good that sounds over streaming. But okay. If you donate a huge amount, I will record it as well. As you see, I've got my recording set up here ready to go. And that'll be at full quality. So you can get a full quality voice recording of any of my characters, of just of me, saying whatever you want. But you got to donate because that's the game. We're donating to raise money. So who voices Aiden? That would be River. That is a. I think I can say he's a friend of yours, Kobis, because you definitely. I think you brought him on to the SS team. I could be wrong about that. But River's fantastic. He voiced Aiden in Conqueror. And then when we decided to bring Aiden into the main SS2 story, we're like, can we really ask this guy to commit to something even longer than Conqueror after like a year or two of him doing that? And he was so down for it. River's fantastic. Okay, let's see what is going on with Kobis. Kobis, are you ready? Let me know when you want to see. He is ready. Okay, I'm going to try starting a call with Kobis. Let's see how this goes. Ring, ring, ring. Okay, we're calling. We're calling Kobis. I'm assuming can you hear the Discord ringing tone? Okay, well, I can hear. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, wait. I don't think... Can you hear me over mic on the stream? No, sorry. Can you hear me on mic over Discord is what I meant. I'm tired. Okay, fantastic. That means... okay, is it high quality? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, good. I'm just making sure I'm pointing at the right microphone. I've got my usual microphone over here. I'll make sure that's not picking me up, but okay, we're on the right one. Fantastic. I am. Hey, if we do this properly. And if people want to donate lines and have me read them, we're doing it full quality, baby. That's how we do things here. Oh. We don't hear Kobis. He's very... Is he quiet or can we not hear him? That's the question. Let's see. I think I might be able to boost your audio, maybe. Let's see. I'm using this weird linky thing that's meant to be capturing my desktop audio, so it should be hearing you. Let's see if we can figure this out. Not at all. Okay, yeah, we don't hear Kobis at all. Huh. Just give me a moment here. We're using something called Ninja settings. Okay, we have video source. I'm wondering maybe none of my audio from my stream's going through audio. Let's see. Echo cancellation's on. Wonder if I should turn that off. It seems fine. Video source. I mean, at least it's picking up my mic. That's the important part. But we need to hear you. That's part of the direction. Phil says he hears a slight voice, but it's not connected. It's probably coming from my headphones. If you can just hear Kobis a tiny bit. I think it's probably my... Okay, I'm going to do something horrible. I'm going to unmute the stream, and so you're going to get a huge amount of feedback if it's picking up my audio. So let's see. Test to audio. Okay, I don't think I heard myself. Choo Choo donated. Thank you, Choo Choo. Yeah, it's something I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try. I don't want to break this now. If like I turn this off, it's gonna stop streaming to Gaff's thing. We have tested it. What? Here, no one. Okay, let's. Oh, I wonder it's because I opened up the settings to play about. Maybe it turns off the audio when I do that. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, guys, we're having technical difficulties. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to stop this sharing thing that I'm using, and then restart it. And I hope to God it actually restarts, because otherwise, I'm sorry, this will be the end of the stream. So, warning: if this ends, we're going to switch to Cobus's stream. Does that sound good, Cobus? Okay, and we'll figure something out just so we can keep going. But if you can't hear, if you can't hear things, that doesn't really work. Okay, so fingers crossed, everybody. We're going to try something. Wish me luck. I'm just going to quickly check something before I try that. See if there's anything else I can do before I do this, because this is an extreme thing. Sources. Oh wait, I think I may have.
The stupid Streamlabs again.
Okay. Hopefully this is working. If not, I'm going to be really, really sad. Okay, you can hear me now, Cobus.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is the question.
Okay.
I can hear myself on your stream.
Fantastic. We did it.
Yeah. I think I'm a bit loud though. Let me lower my gain. Let me lower my gain.
Okay. Can everyone hear us? Can you hear me? Can you hear Cobus? Cobus is so loud. Why is my stream lagging behind yours? Like, I see the chat like 10 seconds after you do. It's really upsetting.
Okay, sorry for that. Nobody should hear me that loud. I don't want to hear me that loud. Okay, how about now? How about now? I can lower my gain further if we need to. Am I still too loud?
I don't know. I think you're probably good at this point. How's Cobus compared to me? That's the question. Are we on like equal levels? Does he need to increase his volume? Go ahead, Cobus.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Sounds about right now, apparently.
Okay, fantastic. That means we can get to recording. Okay, shall we start with the main story script, or shall we start with
good question.
Generic lines?
Let me open up generic. Let me take a look.
Oscar Fry says, can I make a mod where I'm doing all the voice for J lines? I can do this. I can maybe try and find the old placeholder dialogue that we had for quest 1 for Jake, because I voiced him in that quest when we're doing testing and trying to get things working. I think we put together I think either we needed help from someone at Bethesda, or to someone who was like in the modding community quite high up, who maybe then worked for Bethesda, I don't know. And so we put together a demo of like the first quest of just like, hey, here's how things are going and here's the issues we're running into. And we wanted it to be as close to the finished product as possible. So I did the voice for Jake for it. And if we hadn't found Tom, I would have continued on that role, because I'm sure, as you can tell the story, Cobus, we were having great difficulty finding a good Jake.
Yes. Oh, it was tough. Eventually, what I used to do back in the day is open up a public casting call so people don't drop their auditions. Every single one, bless them for the auditioning, they were not good. And that's putting it lightly. So I eventually scouted out for like a good 2 weeks, I'd say, and eventually I put it down to 5 people. If these 5 people don't audition, they don't do a good result, we're gonna have to go with Zurich. Which at that point I didn't mind because I quite liked Zurich's take on Jake, which is more of an it was a different take. You went for more of an introverted kind of engineer, which I thought was quite endearing for Jake.
I can't remember now. Like anytime I do Jake, when I write quests, I almost always I read them out just to make sure the dialogue sounds good. If a voice actor can replicate this. And by the way, that's a tip. If you're ever writing anything and it's going to be voiced, don't just type it and write it and go ahead. That's what like George Lucas used to do. And anyone will tell you, his dialogue is just awful to read. It's just run-on sentences. It's emotionless. It doesn't sound real and authentic. And I think it's because he never reads it out loud. So read out your dialogue out loud, and I guarantee it will like improve it by 100%. But because of that, I always voice the characters, and I try to do at least something close to how they'll sound in their mannerisms and the voice. So I used to do Jake the old-fashioned way, but since Tom took over, now I just do closer to Tom. So the voice is about the same, but like the mannerisms are different because Tom brings a slightly different Jake, as you said.
Yeah, Tom went for. In fact, your rendition of Jake stuck with me so much that I was kind of unwilling to accept people doing it a different way. Because oddly enough, I liked the kind of lower energy, kind of introverted, slightly shy take you did compared to what we now know as Jake being this kind of energetic, charismatic individual. The heartthrob he became. But my main thing that I told people in the auditions was, whatever you do not piss me off by doing a McCree impression from Overwatch.
Overwatch
Everybody at that time, McCree was the shit. Everybody wanted to do a McCree impression, and I hate. No offense to my Mercer, I hate the shit of how McCree sounds. He's like, I sound tired. I'm trying to sound sexy, but like I'm falling asleep. Like, no, don't do that. I hate it. But Tom did something that I liked, and eventually I said, Tom, you did a great job. Everyone in the audition was doing a stupid McCree impression, a budget McCree impression, but you didn't do that. Yeah, and he was like, oh, that's actually what I was trying to do.
Doesn't matter. He nailed it.
It doesn't matter. He did a bad McCree impression then in that case, because it sounds great.
Sleeper boys. Asking, can I see it? Can I see what Choo-Choo? Because whatever it is, apparently I can't see it.
Okay.
Sleeper boys are sexy. So this is going to be a bit different because usually you're leading things, but you're only on audio. So I'm going to have to take care of stuff. But I think you've got a copy of the script your end, so you can scroll through it at least.
Correct. Your question was, do we begin with the quest or the generic?
Yeah, I mean, you're the director. Like, this is you're directing me. What are we doing?
All right, here we go. I will say your generic stuff will start off with, minus the copy lines, because here's the thing: it will provide you with a good warm up for getting into your character for the main meat, which is the quest stuff. So that will be the reason. So open up that. Open that up.
Cobus has spoken. Let me just check chat for a second here. Where are we? The charity line request read. I can't see it. The only thing I've got open right now is what you guys are seeing on YouTube. So if there's something else Gaff has somewhere that has like where the messages go for the charity, either someone's going to have to get me a link for that, or someone's just going to have to put it in chat. Most likely Sonic Phil. Oh, Phil can't see the charity thing. Oh, well. In that case, we might have to work on an honor system. So I think we can see on the screen when someone donates. I don't think my overlay is covering that. So if someone donates, that should still pop up. Oh, that sucks. So yeah, apparently our moderators can't see the charity messages. So I'm going to trust you guys. If you donate and you want me to read something out, copy it into the YouTube chat. I'm going to do it on the honor system. So don't be stealing free lines. This is for charity.
We can expose you later on.
Yeah, we'll know later.
Of who yeah, we'll know. We'll know.
Can I just DM on Discord? Yeah. Either put it in chat and at me. I'll try and keep an eye on chat. You can also at me on Discord if you've got me added. But I do have that on mute right now, just so I don't get noises as we're recording. What a slapdash thing we're doing here.
Slapdash. There's that word I've never heard before. First time I ever heard that word was when you added it in that NDA wink wink project that we're working on.
Mm.
And I loved it. The voice actress actually mispronounced it. I think she didn't read it properly. She didn't see what it was. She said slap dish or something.
Dish.
And I was like, I think it's supposed to be slapdash. And then she started bursting out because she never heard of that. And she loved the word as well.
I have to say
Great.
words that Kobus is like, is that, first of all, is that a real word? And I'm always like,
Yeah.
it might not be. I may have invented that word.
So here are the three words that I love: happenstance, which you used. You used serendipity, which is great, and slapdash. So those are the top three from you, I think.
There we go. Those are the words for the day, everybody. Chuchi says, in the Robco salesman voice, Robco brand ASM sensors are proud to support the United States of Enclave. Okay, here's the question. So this is on the honor system as well. I will say anything you want me to say, and I'll say it right now. But if you donate, I'm going to say anything over $10. Should I open that? What do you think, Kobus? Should we be greedy?
Should we be greedy?
I'm going to say $15. Yeah, that's it. We're greedy. Anything over $15, I will also record it over here.
Yeah, if you want us to add a lot of work to ourselves, you gotta convince us.
So for any donation, I will read it as is right now over stream audio. Maybe that's good enough for you. If you want me to actually record it, so you have a hard recording, and I'll get it to you later. Anything over $15.
That's good to me.
That's the rule, and hopefully I don't mess it up. Let's create a new. Okay, we've got a separate one. We've got one for charity, one for the mod. You just want to hear it, okay? So Robco brand ASM sensors are the. Oh, I fucked that up already. Robco brand ASM sensors are proud to support the United States Enclave. They're just super. There you go. That's Robco Rob.
Well, that's one defunct, hacked up Robco. Mr. Handy to say that.
Oh yeah,
Enclave.
So we have got some. So for those who don't know, who I'm hoping is none of you, I'm hoping all of you have played SS2. Obviously, we don't have the original voice actors back. We're all volunteers who do all the voices, and I do the Mr. Handy robots, and they obviously don't sound the same as the original voice actor. So the in-game lore, which does exist, but it only exists in Conqueror so far, and I think there's only tiny tidbits in SS2 as a whole. But the lore is that is basically the second generation personality of the Mr. Handys, which has improvements, including a new vocal subroutine, and that's why they sound different. And that was introduced with the Mr. Genius character, which was the first time I think I voiced a Mr. Handy, and that was I think it was a Conqueror add-on. But we want him to return one day, but maybe he'll return when we finally get the Port of Conqueror done and dusted. I'm trying to remember exactly. It was an add-on for Conqueror, or maybe it was an add-on for SS2 or SS1. God, maybe it's an add-on for SS1. I don't remember at this point.
It might have been. I think it was SS1, Industrial Revolution or something.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Something. Yeah.
But I think it was such like a. I think it was like. Maybe this isn't true. It may have been like the first time Gaff was majorly implementing a main quest, but that doesn't sound true. He must have done it before. But for some reason, the implementation of the quest was just a mess. And so we just never bothered porting it forward because it's like we should just do it from scratch. And I kind of agree with that because that was probably the first big thing I wrote, and it was way too wordy. Like I learned lessons by doing that. I learned like cut things down, let the player interrupt more. We have something called the 5-card rule. We write in a program called Twine, which I can bring up for you right now. This is Twine. This is what we use when we're laying out. And as you can see, it's like a tree system. So it allows us to visualize how the dialogue plays in game. In the CK, it goes from left to right. From this, it goes up to down. And you see like all the options A, Y, X, B, which is mapped to the Xbox controller. And that corresponds with the 4 options you can say in game. So on here, we have blue, which is the player, and orange, which is the NPC. And these are the cards. My rule is no more than 5 of these cards before the player can interrupt. And it can just be the player saying, okay, please continue. And the reason for that is I found you can only pay attention to an NPC talking for so long before you just need something to interrupt. And that could be anything. It could be a camera change. It could be you, the player, giving input. people have short attention spans. I am not exempt from this. My attention span has diminished over the years, as I'm sure many people's has. I'd say people younger than me probably have even less attention span. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So that seems to be the golden amount. You can have someone just stop doing something, listen to a character before they start getting bored and wanting to skip through dialogue. Yeah. So 5-card rule. Anyone who's writing, try to implement something similar.
One of the reasons Cyril does tell me that sometimes we need to hurry up the voice files, which I actually, some of you who might have tuned into my stream might have seen me tell Wes, we gotta speed up a little bit, or some of the other voice actors.
Yeah,
exactly for that rule that Cyril mentioned. People have short attention spans.
But it's also a case of, and this applies to any media really, but I think video games more so, don't waste your players' time or don't waste your audience's time. And that's just a general writing rule. Cut out, for example, I just said, cut out ers and ums unless it serves a purpose in the dialogue. But also just don't repeat things. Keep it to only information that the audience needs to know at that point. Like, don't waste your audience's time. Be succinct. Cut the fat. Like it's like the first thing you learn when you're writing. But it's something even like really high productions seem to have this problem sometime. I think it's just we naturally want to ramble, like I am right now.
Yeah, you are. Let me speak, man. What you bring me on for? I'm just listening to you. What is this podcast? Minus the interviewee.
This is Zurich time. Gaffu's gone.
I will say that sometimes when, in terms of the delivery of the voice acting, there are some lines where you need to pause down and slow down for like intimate scenes or, heart-to-heart kind of conversations where you can't always speed up. But for the most part, you do want to kind of hurry up people with their with their delivery, because especially I'm going to commend you on this. The 5-card rule is spot on, because the one thing when I've played or seen other mods is the characters tend to just go in a monologue, and it's like it's supposed to be a dialogue between two people.
Well, here's another
character and the player
piece of advice.
They just go in monologue time.
So on that point, the player is king, so they are the main character. But the thing is, when you're writing, you're not writing the player generally, you're writing your characters, and people fall in love with their characters. And that has good and bad parts of it. If you fall in love with your character too much, you're going to let them talk all the time. You're going to let them do all the cool stuff. They're amazing, they're cool, they're awesome. They become a Mary Sue, which for those who don't know where the origin of that term comes from, it was from Star Trek fan fiction. And this is like back in the 60s from the original series. And I don't know how, but that just became a thing of people writing fan fiction for the original series. And it was very common for people to have self-insert characters, which is also a very common thing you do in writing. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. You just have to not do it badly, because you can use yourself as inspiration for characters, but you have to not be in love with yourself, and you have to not be in love with your characters, because otherwise you create a Mary Sue, a character in universe who everyone loves. They're amazing. They can do everything. It's like, that's not interesting, but you can make the player be that. Make them work for it, but that's always the player's role in something. So if you're ever writing a character and you're getting that problem of they're just talking on and on and on, it's probably because you've given them all the cool stuff to say and do. Give it to the player. The player is king.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling that right now. On and on.
Quiet you. This is checking with chat. Juju says, thank you. That was great. Kez says there is a Robco jingle in the simp soundboard if you need it. Thank you. Juju, thanks for the voice. Kobus, great work on the companion VA. Cannot wait to play it. That was a great recording. I didn't get to the end of all the companion stuff.
Wow, everybody smashed it. Amazing. Like, we didn't even need multiple takes.
Mike was it? He was great.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was. We had him for the project we're on the NDA that we can't speak about.
NDA.
And he voiced one of the characters. We literally can't say anything. We'll be in trouble. But he impressed me then, and I thought, this is a guy who knows how to adapt to something. So, and he did. Friggin' A-S to your voice acting.
I think we can say we're working on a project. That's fine. I think we say we've got voice actors and they're doing great. That's A-okay. We can say that. Okay. Again, we're under NDA. We can't say these things, but we've got some amazing voice actors. You'd be like, how did you get those guys? I don't know, but we did.
We did. I knew some of these folks from the scene because I sometimes I'll do voice acting for projects and whatnot. They might be people also on the project, so I'll know of their name and hear of the work through that method. And Mike was one of those people. As for Casey, who voiced Campbell, the sister ghoul of Wes's character, them I knew as a mutual from River, because I follow River and I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel as well, because he's a buddy of mine. And I noticed he did a Let's Play like a couple of years ago, and their name was there. So I thought, okay, they'll probably be a good person. And I didn't, as you know, Sarek, I didn't invite that person. It was Casey was introduced to us by Ken, who obviously are organizing Fallout 4 Hope. And I thought, I know this person. And yeah, they were great. Everybody was great. Wes was initially worried because he saw a lot of lines, and he was worried about cold read. Understandable, because he gave permission for the first time to be in a mod. You don't want to mess that up. But he had no reason to be worried. He smashed that. Everybody did. I'm so proud. I can't wait to get this all in, basically.
We got some cool stuff.
That's why I can't go to sleep. I've got to finish this.
Well, speaking of cool stuff, let's record some cool stuff now. So let's get this recording. Okay, let's test 1 2 1 2. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's picking it up, and I'll be speaking a bit more loudly when I do the Mr. Handy voice. Actually, let me get the right thing on my phone. That might help. Boop. C drive. Home. Voiceapalooza generic.
Oh, nice. I can see your levels. It's just streaming. Good.
Oh, that's great. I'm a bit too close now, so don't take this as my final levels. Okay, now I use my phone as my screen when I'm recording, and I've got like a mount on top of my camera. Not on top of my camera, on top of my microphone. So I'm looking at the screen that's just above the microphone, and that's like, it keeps my my mouth at just the right level. But because of that, I'm not looking at the screen. So I'll look back every so often. But when I'm reading, I'm looking in like a different direction. So very sorry if I miss any chats. Sonic Phil says, do I see Audacity? Yes, you do. And we are reading generic lines. Let's bring that up.
I'll go and push the talk, because I know for sure you're gonna deliver these like you're gonna catch me off guard. I'm gonna giggle and ruin your take for sure. I'm gonna push the talk. You do this all the time. Stop making me laugh, man.
You direct me. I have no idea what I'm doing.
No idea. Okay. All right. This is what you do. All right. Okay. We are going to start with generic lines are good. Let's check your levels. We're just going to do a level test firstly. So don't worry about the actual performance stuff.
Okay.
Just give us what's a good level line, loud enough line to go for. All right, go for the rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time.
Rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time.
Hey, Audacity, I don't know if it's picking anything up. It's just like a straight line.
I think you see levels up top. Oh, it's been blocked up by Gaff's thing. I'll move it down a little bit, so hopefully you can see it. It's got the charity goal thing at the top. It's blocking out.
Now do it as Matt Berry. Rain or shine.
Let's see if we can do it. Rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time.
Yeah, the time. Yeah, you got it. Okay, at least we can see your recording now on Audacity. Let me check your levels. Let me zoom in. Okay. Yeah. That looks all right. Mm-hmm. Got enough headroom.
Okay, fantastic. So, how do you want me to read this? So, generally, when I do the Mr. Handies, it's a bit more high pitched. It's a bit more like "Hello there." It's up there, but I can do something a bit close to Matt Berry. If you want to do that, we can mix it up a bit.
No, I told you have to do the Mr. Handy because Mr. Hansy's in my brain.
Mr. Hansy.
So, well, just so that we don't copy your Mr. Hansy, I want you to go up with that kind of Robco type of Mr. Handy that you did for some settlements.
Okay.
So I think it's good for continuity purposes between people who have mods installed as well.
How many takes do you want me to do with each line?
Realistically, I just say like one each is
Just
fine
one?
for these
Okay.
kind of things. But yeah, go for one each. And if you want to go for another one, say you think you can do it better, that's completely fine. One line is a super simple anyway.
Okay. I might just do two. Just so, I mean, I wrote these, but I can't remember. So I've got like a read, and then I can just do it again, just in case I mess it up.
Absolutely. We got all the time in the world. Well, not really, but
Not really. we got none of the time in the world.
we got no idea.
Okay. Hello, need something delivered? Hello, need something delivered? Well, hello there. How can Mr. Postman assist you today? Well, hello there. How can Mr. Postman assist you today? Good day. How may I deliver some assistance to you? Good day. How may I deliver some assistance to you? Okay, moving on to the idols. Rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time. Rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time.
Let's do this. Just so we have even more dynamics going on. Yeah, bump up the kind of glee on this one. You know how the Mr. Handys are weirdly overly positive.
Mhm.
Let's do that. You're literally seeing rainbows.
Rain or shine, Mr. Postman is always on time.
I like that, borderline psychotic.
Okay.
Good, yeah.
Same for the rest of them, or tone it down for the rest?
No, take them as they come. You know,
Okay.
give their player some dynamic. Sometimes, sometimes you're overjoyed. Sometimes you're curious,
Just another day delivering happiness. Just another day delivering happiness. If you need it delivered, I'm your bot. If you need it delivered, I'm your bot.
Perfect, yeah. Before we go on, I actually like that. We're going to stick with that kind of almost extra positive tone. A, it sounds very Mr. Handy-like. B, it reminded me, in your quest, you wrote that the Mr. Handy goes on self-destruct. You go, let me go here. And boom. I like the idea that he's going to, it's a Mr. Handy. He's being very nice and gentle with his tone. And then they're not going to expect him to just blow up. So
Okay,
I
so
think just do that. Like this,
the
he's a
cocaine
happy guy. What would he want it
psychotic
off
roundy is what chat's
himself? Yeah.
perfect.
Boom.
Okay, generic positive response. Absolutely, I'm on it. Absolutely, I'm on it.
Let's do this one. Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do that one determined. Like you're a person who's going to go 110% of my job. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, I'm on it.
Nice. We got the passion.
Your wish is my command. Your wish is my command. With pleasure. With pleasure.
Hey, that's our Mr. Hansy.
Hey, it's Mr. Hansy.
With pleasure. Ooh.
Okay, negatives. I'm unable to comply with that request. I'm unable to comply with that request. Sorry, that's beyond my capabilities. I'm sorry, that's beyond my capabilities. I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Neat. Yeah, okay. We will save the combat lines for later because we're going to want to load the gain and stuff for that. So, off to the quest stuff.
Questy time. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we got that on stream. Let me just get it on my phone. Doop-a-doop-doop. And this does not like... I have to take my phone off here. Apparently this phone with the touch sensors doesn't like the grippy thing I use. So it's like, it thinks those are my fingers. And it's like, you want me to do this? As it scrolls across my phone, I say, no, I don't want you to do that. Okay, voice clues a script. And let's find Mr. Handylines. There we go. Put that back. One of these days, I'm going to have a proper setup with like a little screen on my wall and everything. It's going to be amazing. But not today. Just that a bit.
Oh, good idea. I should go and do not disturb as well.
Okay, I'm ready for the quest stuff.
Great. So, how would you want to do this? When we go through them, do you want to just go straight for your lines, or do you want me to read you in as a player, as a budget Nate?
I'm happy to just read ahead.
Mm-hmm. Good. Oh, good. Okay. I don't need to embarrass myself. Good. All right. You wrote this character. You know,
Okay.
you understand it better than I do. So let's go ahead with the 2 takes of the first.
Okay. Oh, wonderful! There you are! I've been looking all over the Commonwealth for you! Oh, wonderful! There you are! I've been looking all over the Commonwealth for you! Oh, and such manners! Yes, you're definitely who I'm looking for! Oh, and such manners! Yes, you're definitely who I'm looking for! Why, yes, indeedy you can. Why, yes, indeedy you can. Oh, already had enough of dealing with robots, have you? Well then, let's, well then, I'll make this as quick as I can. That's a reference to Trunks, by the way, because I realized we've got 2 Mr. Handies that start a quest.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh? Already had enough of dealing with robots, have you? Well then, I'll make this as quick as I can. Have no fear. I am not a commerce bot or any kind of salesman. No, I'm here to give you something for free.
Sorry. So wait, you just went free. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop disturbing you.
No,
You
go
said we're
ahead.
not here
Go
for.
ahead. I'm getting direction.
You're getting direction. I'm just giggling. That's what. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. All right. Right. You know what?
Hmm?
We'll cover the quest script and then we'll talk more about your story. I think because we can explain to your chat what your thought process was between creating the character, your Mr. Handy and Angelo and whatnot.
Can do.
And, I've got some questions of my own. Yeah. All right. Just continue. I'll shut up now.
Have no fear. I am not a commerce bot. I just realized I missed the A there, but whatever. Have no fear. I am not a commerce bot or any kind of salesman. No, I'm here to give you something for free. Here you go. Special delivery just for you. It's a holotape. Someone needs your assistance with something that only you can help with.
I think the generic lines did you good with the warm up because you got that positive. I was built to serve type of Mr. Handy thing, and you fit right in.
Yay. Here you go. Special delivery just for you. It's a holotape. Someone needs your assistance with something that only you can help with. Ah, yes, that is the question, isn't it? Sadly, I lack the appropriate hardware to read the tape, so I have no idea. Oh, but hold the phone. That device you have there, a Pip-Boy, is it? Well, isn't that convenient? You can use your Pip-Boy to listen to the holotape. Huh, how about that? Ah, yes, that is the question, isn't it? Sadly, I lack the appropriate hardware to read the tape, so I have no idea. Oh, but hold the phone. That device you have there, a Pip-Boy, is it? Well, isn't that convenient? You can use your Pip-Boy to listen to the holotape. Huh, how about that?
Great. Great. Hold the phone. This is where your Britishism comes into play. This is what it was made for. Hold the phone. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just continue through. I don't know why I interrupted. I guess I just liked you saying hold the phone.
You can interrupt all you like if it's to say you like what I'm doing. Okay. I'm also really hoping that all the bird noises don't get picked up. I can hear them. I hope you guys can't hear it as bad as I can.
Again, because you're a robot, you'll be completely fine. Plus, we'd break the fourth wall comedy kind of theme, right? So
That's the recording.
some birds. So who cares? It's all meta, right?
Right,
It's
fair
all
enough, fair enough.
intentional. Yeah.
Why? Because you're special, of course. Why? Because you're special, of course. To be perfectly honest, I don't think it really matters who I give the tapes to. Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else. Of course, I'd never openly voice such an opinion. That would just be disrespectful.
This is why I always wanted you to write comedy stuff. When I kept nagging you while we were working on Sim Settlements, write more comedy or write more horror. You do dark humor really well, I think, because you do horror and you do comedy well. So together, we've got to all precious Rick into writing some dark horror, dark comedy thingamabob. Yeah,
As long as you like what
so-
I do, I'm happy.
second take when you're ready.
To be perfectly honest, I don't think it really matters who I give it a. I don't think it really matters who I give the holotape to. Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else. Of course, I'd never openly voice such an opinion. That would just be disrespectful.
I've got an idea
Yeah.
to kind of further contrast and make it even more clear that you're being, you're kind of trying to say, you're kind of giving a backhanded compliment to the player here. I think we pick up the pace for the second one, like you're doing a fine print kind of read.
Okay, just reading. Okay. To be perfectly honest, I don't think it really matters who I give the holotape
Whoa.
to.
I mean, just a second line.
Oh, just a second, okay.
Because it's a contrast, right? So you just got to be perfectly honest, you're opening up, and then you give the backhanded
okay,
and the
gotcha.
compliment, and then you come back to the,
So just the providing line, nothing else.
just the provider
Okay.
one. Just pick up the pace, and we got it in post.
Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else.
Let's do even quicker.
Okay.
Like the fine print right at the bottom of a
Okay,
dodgy
okay.
contract.
Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else.
Nice. I'm gonna up the challenge even quicker.
Oh, God. Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else. Ha ha!
Nice.
I don't know if any of that was slurred, but we'll fix it post.
I think you just about got it. You know what? Give me one more.
Oh, God. Faster or the same speed?
You know what? Right, go for faster. If you stumble, you stumble.
Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else.
Oh,
That's
I've
the limit
I've
of my fastness.
I've got an idea. Let's see. I've got an idea.
What are you doing? You're doing things.
There, edit. So just up to the coherent thought, and then you got the positive. I reckon you're just as good as anyone else,
Okay,
as
so
if
just
it's
the
a
first one.
compliment. So
Providing-
yeah, sorry. So you go quick into that first part, and then when you get to that one, you can just slow back down. I reckon just as good as anyone else.
That's right. Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instructions, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else.
Nice. Now we're gonna do the same kind of thing, but more harsh with the providing you can fire a gun, blah 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 blah. Like you're trying not to scare the player away. Let's say.
Say again? Like, which bit do you want more?
From the
positive?
providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instruction. Even I can't do it. You're doing better. Providing you can fire a gun. That line, just do maybe more hush. Like you don't want to scare off the player with this little.
Okay, so a bit more
task you
cheerful.
have. No, more hush. Like more, you're hiding it from them a little bit.
Oh, right. So I'm like, you
Quieter.
can do this. Okay,
Quieter.
gotcha.
Same speed, quick but quieter.
Providing you can fire a gun, follow simple instruction, and hold a halfway coherent thought, I reckon you're just as good as anyone else.
Nice. Now I have a million takes to play with. Good.
No, we're done. We're done.
Okay. Continue through
Okay.
to the next set.
Let me just check. Okay, I'm just making sure that we still got it on stream with what we're recording. We do. Fantastic. I suppose it can wait, although not for too long. I suppose it can wait, although not for too long. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Just make sure you listen to the tape as soon as you can. It's very important. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I've more tape. I've more copies of the holotape to hand out. Just make sure you listen to the tape as soon as you can. It's very important. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I've more copies of the holotape to hand out.
Right. And just to pee you off, I'm probably gonna go with the original take for the providing you can
probably,
fire a gun. I made you do it for no reason.
Whatever sounds best.
Whatever sounds best. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. Or I might change my mind. Either way, I don't know.
Tulash says, did either of you get any sleep, or are you insane? A bit of both.
Yeah, a bit of both. So now what do you have here? We've got a bunch of one-liners here. Do you need to catch up with your chat? You got messages?
I think chat's fine. I don't think I'll just check Discord, although I've got it on busy, so I've not seen any pings. I think we're good on Discord. And I think chat's being very respectful and not pinging whilst we're doing this. Thank you, chat. We certainly appreciate it. Okay, so these lines, I think, are the Mr. Handy goes around and just gives holotapes to all the other people as well.
Oh, crazy. Okay.
So he makes a big deal of being like, you're so special. Hello, you're special too. And you.
I like that.
Hello, this holotape is for you. Hello, this holotape is for you. That's meant to be excuse me. Excuse me, I think you're who I've been looking for. Here, have this holotape. Excuse me, I think you're who I've been looking for. Here, have this holotape. Only you can help. Everything you need to know is on that holotape. Only you can help. Everything you need to know is on that holotape. There you are. I've a special delivery for you. A holotape for your ears only. There you are. I've a delivery for you. A holotape for your ears only. Hello. Listen to this as soon as you can. You're the only one who can help. Hello. Listen to this as soon as you can. You're the only one who can help. Finally, there you are. I've a holotape for you. It's very important that you listen to it. Finally, there you are. I've a holotape for you. It's very important that you listen to it.
I like that you designed this Mr. Handy as he's not being quiet about it. In fact, he's being loud about it. You can hear him. Yeah,
I love it like the place in Diamond City. So it's just like there's people everywhere. So he's immediately like, "You're so special," and then he just goes to the person literally next to him. He's like, "You're special."
This was not the best program robot on the chain. Yeah, not subtle, not one bit. Okay, continue. What do we have next?
I think these are the prompts if the player talks to him again.
Okay.
But then we have other prompts as well. Oh, it's you again. I can tell because you have a holotape. You must listen to it and follow its instructions. Oh, it's you again. I can tell because you have the holotape. You must listen to it and follow its instructions. Have you listened to the holotape yet? Have you listened to the holotape yet? Please, only you can help. Please, only you can help. And let's scroll down so chat can see as well.
Let's see, Easter egg line.
So this will play. Assuming it's been set up this way, and I think it has been. The holotape is not a quest item, so the player can drop it, and they can also sell it because it's worth caps. I was going to say gold then, but we don't use gold in Fallout. That's something else. So the player can just farm these. They can drop them and talk to him again, and he won't recognize that you're the same person because you haven't got the holotape. So he'll just keep giving you holotapes. But if you do this, I think 10 times we've gone with, you get this Easter egg line instead.
Nice.
Ah, you don't have a holotape. That must mean you're the person I've been looking for. Yes, here you go. I've only got one left. And are you sure I've not given you a tape before? You look awfully familiar. Oh, I know. I'll just... tiny bit more. There we are. Perfect. Here you go. A holotape. Just for you. One that you can't possibly lose. Well, I've no more tapes to hand out. I've completed my function. Fancy that. Suppose I'll just go over there now.
Oh no, we know what's coming, Sarek. Oh no.
Oh.
Mr. Handy, you fulfilled your purpose.
Ah, you don't have a holotape. That must mean you're the person I've been looking for. Yes, here you go. Oh, I've only one left. And are you sure I've not given you a tape before? You look awfully familiar. Oh, I know. I'll just a tiny bit more. There we are. Perfect. Here you are, a holotape just for you. One that you can't possibly lose. Well, I've no more tapes to hand out. I've completed my function. Fancy that. Suppose I'll just go over there now.
I heard Corinne on this one.
Oh, yes.
One they can
Can't
possibly
miss nothing.
lose.
Well, so he's covered basically the whole tape in sticky glue. So adhesive. So like now it's a quest item and the player can't.
Oh, you can't drop it now.
Yep.
Oh, smart.
So it's a glue covered holotape. And then we can talk to him again. So at this point, the player should never talk to him again. But if you do, because you're crazy, I've no more lines of dialogue in my code. Feeling kind of bored. Oh, I know what might be fun. I've no more lines of dialogue in my code. I've no more lines of dialogue in my code. Feeling kind of bored. Oh, I know what might be fun. And then I blow up. The end.
Did he get 2 takes of the last one there?
I think so. I can do one more just in case.
Go ahead.
I've no more lines of dialogue in my code. Feeling kind of bored. Oh, I know what might be fun.
Oh, that's psychotic. Yeah, I like that one. All right, that's your Mr. Handy code then. I think that's final line. Kaboom. Okay. You might as well save that on your door.
Okay, I think my audio levels might be fine for combat, but we can do a test.
Sure.
I could be wrong. I don't think the Mr. Handy, like, generally speaking, he's a lot more animated and louder than I am in general, so he's already at like a higher level. So if I'm going to raise my voice in combat, it's already
Yeah,
there.
they're not super fierce with it. Yeah.
Like Wise is hard to do because Wise is a more whispery voice. So when he goes to combat, like, God, I think this is the first time we're recording Wise. Maybe you were there with me because I seem to recall. No, I think you gave this feedback post or before. You're like, you wanted me to shout Wise's combat lines, but I can't shout as Wise because he's a whisper voice. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So when I was doing it, to me, it just didn't sound like Wise at all. It sounded close to my real voice because I can't do the whisper and shout at the same time.
It ended up sounding like you. Yeah, instead of Wise.
So instead, we just did like loud whisper for his combat. Eventually, I think we redid them. I'm not sure about that. Don't fight Wise. We don't know. We don't know what his combat lines are like. Okay, are you ready for the combat ones?
Yeah, ready when you are.
Okay. I ask you that. I'm not ready. I realize I've got it on my computer screen. I don't have it on my phone. Okay, there we go. We'll do a quick test of the taunts and see what the levels are like. You can see them on the screen, right?
Yeah, you should be okay. Yeah, because Mr. Handers, again, they don't go super fierce with it, and they're generally loud when they speak anyway, so your level should be okay.
Okay, combat time. Prepare to be delivered a world of pain. How'd that look? I can see it's spiking, but it looks fine. It's not clipping, so.
Looks good.
Okay. Prepare to be delivered a world of pain. Special delivery, destruction. Special delivery, destruction. First class beatdown coming right up. First class beatdown coming right up. The path is clear. Resuming deliveries. The path is clear. Resuming deliveries. Threats eliminated. Let's get back to work. Threats eliminated. Let's get back to work. Ha! Ha! Take that! Take that! Feel the power! Feel the power! Special delivery! Special delivery! Yep, those levels look good. Fantastic. Scroll down. Airmail! Airmail! I'm still operational. I'm still operational. Repairs needed. Repairs needed. Critical systems failing. Critical systems failing. Ouch! Ouch! Minor damage. Minor damage. Ah, that hurt. Ah, that hurt. Damage sustained. Damage sustained. Systems failing. Systems failing. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Scroll down. Must withdraw. Must withdraw. I can't move. I can't move. Goodbye, cruel world. Goodbye, cruel world.
Sonic Boom. Charlie bit my finger. Yeah, you did give that vibe. Let's do this.
Careful.
Let's do this.
Do you want me to
Just for the
finish this off?
bands.
Okay.
Just for the reference, hidden reference. You're fleeing one. Must withdraw. Let's go straight up Matt Berry with it.
Okay.
Unhingedly unfazed. Just
Okay.
must withdraw.
Let's see how I can do this. Must withdraw. Like same inflections or closer to his voice.
Just go really silly with the withdraw. Just unnecessary.
Okay.
Do whatever the heck you want with it.
Must withdraw. Oh
Yeah.
no, I'm being chased by nasty things. I must withdraw.
Yeah, I like that. I must withdraw. I'm gonna play that back again and again. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Careful
my favorite one.
there. Careful there. Why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me? Oh, we've lost a friend. Oh, we've lost a friend. Casualty spotted. Ooh, casualty spotted. Okay, I think that's all the Mr. Handy lines. Hooray!
Nice, good job.
Thank you,
got the-
thank you.
Just save that. Save.
Stop. And just in time for birds to land on my roof. Walking around. Okay, now we can start paying attention to chat again. So if there's any charity recordings you want us to do, any requests right now, I've got my fancy microphone set up because after this I'll be switching back to my my default mic. So now's the time for requests. If you want me to say any lines as any of my characters, or just any lines in general, donate. I can't see the donation, but just at me in the chat, and I will trust you that you're not lying horribly. And you know what? I'll throw in a few free ones as well. I'm feeling generous. Thank you, Erica. Apparently that was
In the
delightful.
meantime, in the meantime, do you want me to get lost, or do you want to do a Q&A while people maybe?
I'm happy
possibly
to do a Q&A
don't
if you want to
know.
hang around.
All right, let's do that. I've got questions myself about your
Okay.
story here. Have you already discussed this with your chat? Or am I just going to repeat stuff?
I mean, if chat wants to know things, they can ask. If you want to know things, just ask. Like,
All right, okay. All
we've
right.
got at least
all
6 hours to fill, so we're good.
All right, okay, all right. Firstly, obviously, with the poll, with the poll that people, the audience, obviously voted on, you got things like comedy and break the fourth wall and stuff like that. Regarding break the fourth wall, what angle did you take that in? Because I know you sort of mentioned that at one point you want to kind of talk to the player behind the player character, breaking the fourth wall. But what was your intention, your design behind that? When you received break the fourth wall as a genre, what were your thoughts on how to go about it?
My first thoughts were, I'm going to swear. Ah, for fuck's sake. Because that is such a hard thing to do well. The only thing I've seen it ever done well in is like the Deadpool film. And even then, like, to me, after the first one, you've done the joke. Like, jokes are difficult. You can't keep doing them again and again and again. And breaking the fourth wall is often one of those things you have to do unexpectedly, because that's where the joke comes in. You don't expect it. It breaks the fourth wall. At least if you're doing it at that blatant level. You can do it more subtly. And that's definitely what I leaned into in the script, at least in the first draft. I did intend to go back and add slightly more fourth wall breaking things. Like even my favorite game of all time has literal fourth wall breaking by the NPCs in the game. Like they'll comment on the player, like clicking their mouse. Like "stop clicking me" is one of the lines. If you click on one of the people, it's like that's really fourth wall breaking. Like that should bring you out. But it works just well enough, and it's a crazy character. So it's like clicking could mean something else. Like there's enough plausible deniability there, where it's like, okay, it's he could mean something else. Not I'm literally clicking him, even though that's literally what I'm doing right now. So it's a really fine line to walk, and I went way into a very light touch, and I did intend to go back and see if I could add any more heavy touches, but unfortunately we didn't get to that. So I'm very sorry for people who voted for that. We only got very light comments in. So I think mostly on Crunch's lines, there's like he'll say you got the best ending essentially. Like he tells you, yeah, you got the best ending. Like you did the smart thing. That's the best ending. You get the best reward. There's enough of his. He's probably the character who has the most dialogue like that, where he's literally kind of like I think even the Mr. Handy said it then. Like I've got no more dialogue. I've got no more lines to say. Like we've recorded everything. There's nothing else left. And that's why he explodes. Like he's literally got nothing else to say. So there's things like that. That's probably as fourth wall breaking as I want.
I think you did a respectable job there in making it not immersion breaking, but yet fulfilling the fourth wall. Yeah, people probably voted for super fourth wall breaking, making an absolute joke, which I know for you is like, I don't want to do that. I don't want people to laugh at my work.
Well, we kind of broken the wall a bit with the companion, with the maximum crabs is our meme.
Where did that come from? By the people in my chat saying crab this, crab that.
Okay, as far as I know, I think Gaff was so tired he's forgotten the origin of this, but I think it was, and I could be wrong. It may not have been, but as far as I know, the origin was whoever donated the line to replace the companion line just said maximum crabs for when you're attacking a Mylok. It may have come before that, and if so, then I don't know its origin. As far as I know, that's the origin of it, but maybe it came sooner. I don't know. But that's why we became obsessed with crabs, as far as I know.
The origin of crab, man.
No one knows, says Can. I'm going to move my mic, so I apologize if you hear a bunch of noises, but I can move it over here a little bit just so I can see the screen. And okay, that should be fine. Now I can talk to you guys and see the screen.
Yeah. Engage with your chat, and I'm gonna get back to the Q&A.
So I can see chat. So if I did see someone donate, if that was for a request for me to say something, please @ me in chat so I can see it. Or if you can somehow get it to Sonic Phil or Kez Daddy, they are moderating and they can get it to me somehow. But just @ in chat. We're on the honor system. I'm going to trust that you did donate. I can see it flash on screen if I'm paying attention. So I'll almost maybe know if you're lying. But go ahead, Gomez. More questions there. They're very welcome.
Okay, how Cabbage? Why? What's that name? Okay. How? Cabbage? When? Why? What?
So Cabbage is not an invention of me. That is an Noctium who had to drop out because he had something come up. So that's his contribution. So you can thank him for the name Cabbage. I think it's meant to be Cabbage. That's how you meant to say it, but everyone just says it Cabbage.
Cabbage.
So as far as I know, that's the origin of that name.
I liked it because it made the guy feel like more of a pushover. Speaking of which, how did you go about? Because you had to write the character on the fly, right? So when you're designing or rather fleshing out the character, did the image of George Costanza immediately come to your mind? I know that was one of your references, or
I think that was what was floated originally for like the idea. So when we did the voting poll, that was sort of the archetype that was immediately thought of. So again, that wasn't me. That was a Noctium. So I just had that in the back of my mind. I hadn't watched Seinfeld until somewhat recently, like a year or two ago, and so I knew about it culturally, just because I'm on the internet and it's a culture meme at this point that is going to come up every so often. You see a funny picture or reference to it. So I knew about it and I knew roughly what the characters were like. But thankfully I watched it. So I had the character of George O'Malley. Like you can hear him if you've watched the show. If you imagine like him acting something out, you can see and hear him in your head. Like he's enough of a character. So that helped. it was definitely a rush job. Funnily enough, he's the funniest character, which maybe made it easier to write his dialogue really fast because you just need him complaining about stuff. So I was just thinking about him in my head as we were writing those lines.
You got a question from Kids Daddy for me? Ooh. Since you've been MIA for a while, tell us what it was like working on EE. How much are you involved?
Say it properly. Perfect.
Well, MIA from Sim Settlements, sure, yeah. But busy working with KGC for EE, and our latest thing,
BCE.
BCE. We are creative with our names. We've been working away at that. Yeah, all my time will go into that. All my time. So no Sim Settlements, but I'm all the way on board with KGC.
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 Yeah, we just need to stop making what's it called when you use letters for something?
Alliteration?
Is that right? Maybe.
I don't know.
There's a word for that, and maybe I don't know. They all sound right, but maybe wrong. I'm tired. We're all tired. I write for a living. I know words. I know them all. I know words like slapdash. It's a very good word.
Okay. All right. Speaking of slapdash, how do you expand your vocabulary? Where the heck did these words come from? Did you start reading all of a sudden the past year?
No, they're just words I have in my brain. So, okay. Do you want some history of Zurich here?
Depends. How long is it going to be?
A few minutes. All
right, go ahead.
We're going to talk about my past, my childhood. Oh, how touching. So I was one of those kids in school. They're like, oh, he's got learning difficulties. He's so slow. He's not keeping up. And it's because like my writing is terrible. I think it's there's a name for it. But basically my reading and writing is awful. It's obviously better now. But as a kid, it was just not good. Because of that, I was lagging behind. But the way I seemed to compensate for that was speaking.
I don't want to interrupt your story time, but would you say it was anything to do with dyslexia?
I think dyslexia is one of them. There's another one as well. I can't remember.
No, okay.
I can't. I do have dyslexia, so I suck at reading. Like, I hate reading. I really do. Which again, ironic. The jobs I've done, considering that like learning scripts for a play, it's a lot of reading, and you got to memorize it. And I have a crappy memory as well. So, good job picking that to do. But yeah, very weak reader. My handwriting is awful. It's embarrassing. I hate writing. It's like a child. It's never improved since I was like less than 10. But anyway, yeah, I was a very weak reader, very weak writer. But I'm not sure if this was to compensate for it or this just goes along with being dyslexic. Maybe I was very talkative. Like that's how I would do things, and eventually teachers figured out like, oh, he must be dyslexic. I guess that's what it was, because he can talk very eloquently. That's something I heard even when I was very young. So I'm going to guess it's because of that. Like that was I can't do the other things good, so this other thing maybe overcompensated for it. And so I've always just been good with words, I guess. I don't know. Not so much writing them and reading them, but speaking them.
And that was History of Zurich.
Yeah.
And
that's
he's
why
forever 10 years old.
I'm forever 10 years old. That is not an exaggeration.
You got I think a message. Is someone sending you a DM for a donated line from kinggath? Is that what's going on? Or misreading it?
That in... Where is that?
It says send the lines over on Discord in just a sec. My bad, I did it wrong. From kinggath in your chat.
If it's a direct message, I'm not seeing it yet, so I'll wait for that.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I won't stay on for too much long because I probably should get the voice files. But I do have one more question for you. It was in the back of my brain. I completely lost the train of thought here. Okay. All right, I'll just go with this one. This wasn't the question, but how did you figure out you could do a ghoul texture on a human NPC? How did Campbell come about? I know Children of Adam clearly irradiated, and did you just tell SAG, hey, let's slap on a ghoul texture on a human, or what?
Like, are you asking how we do that mechanically?
No, I'm asking, like, how did that character come about? Like, this could have been a normal Children of Adam, the Campbell character.
Okay.
Yeah, it could have been a normal children
I
of
get you.
atom, irradiated bags under their eyes, like the two of us now probably. But instead, you chose, nope, you're gonna get some extra radiation on your face. So what's up with that?
So that was just so when you're designing characters, a good thing to do is have one or two unique things about them, but not too many. So for anyone who's been on the internet for a while, if you've ever been to a site like DeviantArt and you see people who make their original characters, do not steal. They'll go overboard. Like they've got all the cool clothes, they've got all the bright colors, they've got like 10 swords, 5 guns, they have all the superpowers. It's like, just pick 2 of those, and that's enough for a character. So whenever you're designing a character, you have, if it's a visual thing, you have like, for example, Jake has his scarf. That's like part of his key costume. And he loses it at one point, and you go, that's weird. He looks weird about that, yeah, because it's part of his identity. And you'll notice that with many characters, there's generally something about their design that's like, that's 1 or 2 key things about them. We talked about Overwatch before. If you think of Reinhardt, his design, he's huge, he's got a scar over his eye. And then they said, that's enough. We don't need any more. Like, he doesn't need to have crazy wacky hair and like a robot arm, and like, you're going too far at that point. So whenever I try to think about characters, I try to keep visuals in my mind of like, what is the visual thing about this character? And I thought, okay, could they be a ghoul? Well, we see ghouls. What's something that's a bit different than a ghoul? Oh, I know. I've seen it when people can apply the ghoul texture to a default human, and that looks kind of different. It's like they're half ghoul. Maybe we can do that. So that's just why I figured. And they've got the armor as well. So armor and half ghoul. That's perfect. Like, we've got a unique character there.
Good question. I know that one of the weapons is going to Angelo's character. Where is the other one going, and which one is it? And the armor is who does that go to?
So Angelo has Niha's gun, which he gives to the player once you accept to work for him. And Shoe Burglar is doing the other gun. I think it's a rifle of some kind, and that's going to go to the Children of Atom character. So she's going to wear the armor and have that gun. So you're meant to fight her. She's meant to be a boss. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'd highly recommend you do, because then you can get the armor and the gun. And she's not a nice person.
Oh, she's probably a nicer person than Angelo. Angelo's murdered people straight up.
I don't know about that. Sure. He seems very polite. I saw him yesterday. I saw him recording his lines. He seemed lovely. I trust him.
Oh, he was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how time flies. I think that's all I had.
That's all you had? Okay.
I think that's all I had.
Any questions for Cobus before he goes away and we make him work in the mines some more?
No.
Phil says, you speak posh, innit? I do speak posher than people in my area. Again, okay. History of Zurich. Apparently, I was also slow at speaking. Funnily enough, even though that became the thing I became good at, apparently. And so I had like a speech teacher, a speech therapist who'd like teach me. And I think that's where I got my accent from, because I live near to Manchester and near to Liverpool. And anyone who knows those accents in the UK, they're very strong and they're very unique, and they don't sound like me. I sound more neutral English, if anything, with a slight northern tint, like only slightly.
I was gonna say, because I know you're a northerner pretty much, and your accent's very light. So when you said, I was about to dox you then.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah, when you said you're from that area, I thought, what? Did you move there or what? Okay, no, that makes sense now.
Yeah, I live around those places. Those tend to be where I worked when I was younger. I'd either go to Liverpool or into Manchester. And even where I live, people will sometimes ask me, like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from here. I've lived here almost my entire life. You don't sound like you're from here. Thanks. And sometimes I have people guessing, like, are you from this country or that country? And one time I even had, like, are you from India? Why? What about me makes you think I'm from India? Like, appearance, voice, none of that matches.
I bet that's the same person who called you Ricardo.
I don't know. It's just, that was, like, I thought it was a joke and they were serious. I was like, maybe they met someone else who had, like, an accent similar to mine and just happened to come from India. Maybe, I don't know. That's such a random thing to hear. I've had Australia a few times. I've had American. American has definitely slipped into my speech in, like, pronunciation and words.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just because, gosh darn Americans, you make too much media and we just consume it over here. And so, for example, for those who are American in the audience, you know what a diaper is. We don't have diapers. We call them nappies. But if you say nappy to an American, they're like, what the hell is that? But words like diaper have started to be occasionally used in the UK. Like words like that are filtering down into our vernacular, I think is the correct word. So words that were never used by us before in the UK, we're slowly adopting them from America. So you're corrupting us. You're changing how we speak and how we sound. Nappies,
I agree.
says Phil.
There are some pronunciations of America. I'm handing my British passport by saying this.
Oh.
There are some American pronunciations that I intentionally say of a British ones because I don't like how we say. So ISSUES. That's a lot of S's.
Okay.
The correct British one. How do you say, Surik?
Spell it out again. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh wait, why am I spelling it out to you? You're gonna struggle to read it.
Yeah.
Okay. British way, you'd say issues.
Okay, issues. Yeah.
I hate how that sounds. I just go with the American issues.
Issues. It's like
Yeah.
ish.
And that's
Issues.
supposedly how you're supposed to say it in British English. Anyway,
Okay.
Another one is associate. I go with American associate. Another one is like the word lieutenant. In British English, it's lieutenant. It's spelled lieutenant, but we say lieutenant. So I don't know. There are some things that that do irk me that you have in the American vocabulary. Like you'll say sidewalk instead of pavement.
Okay, do you know what one I hate? Herbs. It's herbs. There's a H there. It's not herbs. What's an herb?
Yeah.
That sounds like someone from the West Country. Hey,
Herb.
do you want some herbs? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't want any herbs.
Herbs.
Herbs. It's a H. Huh.
Right, yeah, there's no F in lieutenant. But also likewise, why the heck do you need such specific lingo like sidewalk to know what a pavement is? Oh, I don't walk in the middle of the road. I've got to go to the side
It's a
of
literal
it.
description. The sidewalk.
Now I no longer get run over. Oh, it makes perfect sense. Or a comedian mentioned this. I'm stealing this off him. Or like we'll say horse riding. Americans, horseback riding. Like
Oh,
you
yeah,
didn't
they
know
do say that,
what
don't
part
they?
of a horse to ride.
Wait,
You're
this
just
is turned
holding
into
onto the tail.
let's rip on the Americans. That's what this has turned into. Yeah, you guys are weird. Weirdos.
Yeah, there are parts of American lingo that I do prefer over British, mostly pronunciation stuff. But yeah, lieutenant one, it's so stupid. Like lieutenant, what?
Just between
Lieutenant.
you and me,
There is no. Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of like the Americans. They get a lot of crap. Generally, I kind of like them, but don't share that with anyone, okay?
Oh yeah, I kind of like making conversation. I think they're generally nicer people than British people. But yeah,
Let's go back to making fun of them, okay? Can we go back to that now?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Fantastic.
on your mark.
Phil said the donations fall. All gone. They take them back.
Take him back. Okay, well, I probably should get going and get working on some voice files.
Well, thank you very much, Kobus. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for directing me. I've never had that before. It was very, very helpful.
Very enlightening. All I did was just giggle through it. Yeah. Okay.
It's fun to get that feedback live, and also, something I always hate personally is I've gotten better at it now, but like checking your levels. I vastly prefer when someone's listening and they're like, "Oh, let's just redo that," rather than 5 hours later I'm listening back. I'm like, "Oh God, now I've got to set everything up again and record it because that's peaking." I hate that so much.
Yeah, I got that off Sai. So he just drilled it into me. Like, you look for the loudest line. You just go for it.
So I wouldn't be against this in the future if we have the time and it comes up somehow.
And I wouldn't be against having you.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, ciao.
Okay.
You get on with your little stream there.
Thank you.
My
little stream. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
Bye. Okay, there's Kobus. Okay, I'm going to take a short break for a while. I'm going to be like 5 minutes. I'm just going to get a drink, switch over microphones. Hopefully, it doesn't all die and explode. So we will go back to Gaff's like default screen with him and Wes. But I will be back shortly. Feel free to go get a drink, go do whatever. I will be back momentarily. Hoping if this doesn't work, I'm so sorry. But Gaff will be back later. But it worked before, so it should work now. So let's see. Fingers crossed. Is my mic working? That's the question. Fingers crossed. Can we hear me? Everything good? It looks like I'm streaming screen. That's great. Yes, thank you, Kez. Loud and clear. Okay. I'm wondering if you guys can tell the difference between this microphone and the one I was recording on. Because the one I was just recording on is more higher end, it's more fancy. This one is like my original recording microphone, which is a Blue Yeti. It's a very popular mic, especially for streaming on computers and stuff. But I had a lot of problems with the Blue Yeti. For some reason, it would always pick up interference. I don't know if that's my individual mic, but it would only ever pick up interference if I was recording like professional audio, like where it's constantly listening. Windows seems to like filter it out, so you can't hear like a high-pitched whine. But submitting stuff professionally, I'd always have to try and filter that out, but that kind of lowered down my audio quality. So it became just my default. I talk to people on my computer mic now. So it's way higher quality than generally you would have maybe you're using a microphone on your computer. But I don't know how actually good it sounds. It seems to sound okay. But I'm very curious if you guys can tell the difference between the mic I was just using and this one. Adam Cream says, what kind of mod are you creating? Will it be something different than SimSettlements or something entirely new? So this mod, we've yet to officially name it, and I did actually have some ideas about that. But this is a charity mod. We are streaming to raise money to combat Alzheimer's. We've been joined by the lovely, the fantastic, the talented Mr. Wes Johnson. I always want to call him Wes Anderson because of Wes Anderson, the film director. But Wes Johnson, I will never not get those two names mixed up in my head, who joined us yesterday to voice a character for us, which is the first time he's ever done that for a mod. But this is a charity mod. And so we're creating a unique story, and we're doing it, I think, in 28 hours. Now, I got to cheat a small amount. I got a few days to do the writing. But everyone else is pretty much working within this 28-hour stretch. We do have other people streaming maybe now. Let's see. Oh, I don't have that ready. Sonic, who's streaming right now? I just realized I called you Sonic instead of Phil. I like Sonic. I'm going to go Sonic. But yeah, everyone's working on their own things. Gaff is kind of the hub for all this. He's gone to bed. I am not King Gaff. I'm Cirque. I work on SS2. I wrote the main story. And now I work with King Gaff Creations, where I write most of the content for that. But this is definitely a charity thing. Too Large says, you guys are doing excellent work. Thank you, Too Large. I'm going to assume you mean the other guys, because I've only just sat down. I went to bed for like 3 hours. Now, I did write stuff before that, but I've not been streaming. Everyone else has been streaming and working, which is like twice the pressure. I just did one of those things. I just worked off screen. Most people call me Sonic. Okay. See, Sonic feels natural, but it makes me think of Sonic the Hedgehog. Maybe that's what you're named after. I don't know. Yes, this is a charity stream, and Gaff has gone to bed. I'm just taking over for a bit to keep the stream going. We're just doing some tasks that I need to do. So we just recorded a dialogue for a Mr. Handy robot. That's been done now. Kobus was very kind to help me with that. And I've got two other main tasks. One is to find player lines and save those. So we have the Twine file up here, and this is what we use when we design quests. You can see like that's the Mr. Handy. We have his intro line, and then we have the player lines. And these I've already sourced in advance, so I know exactly what the player's going to be saying. And we have the file name here. So I need to gather all these up because I don't think anyone else is doing that. And this is often the drudge work that no one likes doing, but it has to be done. And to find these lines, we use this thing. This is the voice tool. And as you can see, it has every line spoken by the player, all of them. And I think, let's see. Yeah, my nose does this, so I just do that and that.
Thanks.
There we go. We can hit play lines now.
Thanks for inviting me.
So when we're designing quests for either SS2 or for this charity thing, We use this tool to find player voice lines because otherwise it would be impossible, because we like to have a voiced protagonist. So I've already searched for the play lines. We have these up here. And at some point I will go through and extract these. But it depends when Gaff shows up. I think the more interesting thing for me to do first is another important task, which is face creation. We need some faces for our NPCs. Now, I have no idea what the current state of my Fallout game is, because I have been streaming a playthrough of SS2 and doing commentary, but then we had the big update and my game just was not happy. I've got kind of a weird setup just because I have development files that I don't want to get rid of just in case we need them. And so I have like a really old version of Fallout 4 that I just kind of keep throwing stuff onto. And I'm really reluctant to do a clean save, just like wipe everything, clean start rather. So wipe everything and just download everything and start from fresh. That's the smart thing to do, but I've not done that. I did try to use the downgrader. I'm not entirely sure it worked. But let's switch to default profile, which is hopefully absolutely nothing loaded. Okay, that looks great. And we switch to just using default launcher. So at some point we're going to launch Fallout 4, probably soon. I might get a drink first. I didn't get a drink during my break. Something I like to do. Pro tip, here's a life hack. I like drinking cola because, as discussed previously, I'm a 10-year-old and my tastes have not evolved very much. I like ice cold cola. And so my life hack is I will put a very large glass into my freezer and it chills it off beautifully. And that way, when I have my cola, it is like just 1 Celsius away from freezing. It's delicious. I love it. Phil says, the Wabberjack works great for you. The CPC Wabberjack. You mean like the... isn't that just the bunch of mod collections? Like I'm a bit stupid when it comes to modding. Like I used Vortex for the longest time, even though everyone said to use Mod Organizer. And finally, after switching to it, yeah, it definitely gives you more flexibility. Vortex is very easy. It's just drag and drop, or click and drop, or just click and it downloads, which makes it, easy to use. And so I just used that for a long time. But finally, I'm using Mod Organizer now. Hang on a minute. I think I missed a chat before. I think it might have been from you again, Oscar. I think you give me double eyes on Cyric, and so it doesn't actually at me. So I think I noticed that up top, but I didn't read it because I think I got distracted. So let me scroll up and see what that was. Boop, 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 boop. Or if you remember what it was, just send it to me again. Okay, I think I found it. You said, I'm currently broke, so please just, for the memes, use the robot voice and say the line. Okay, so I'm going to get Misty Handy. Greetings, Fisto is programmed to please. I am programmed for your pleasure. Please assume the position. There you go. That's Mr. Handy being Fisto. Kankan says, I sent you lines on Discord. Okay, there we go. I do have my Discord muted, so let's see. Donated a few times during the message box. Each one's a different donation. My apologies. I didn't realize we're doing it differently. Okay, so as wise. Okay, these are all as wise. I got to get into my wise voice now. So wise is me doing a very bad Stephen Blum impression. And if anyone isn't quite sure who that is or what character I might be referring to, if you've watched the anime Cowboy Bebop, he does Spike Spiegel. He does voices like Grunt in Mass Effect 2, although that's kind of him putting on a voice, so I don't think that one counts. But he definitely has a unique rasp to his voice, and he has, if he raises his voice, if he lowers his voice, he has some different tones to it. So wise is sort of a throaty rasp. So let's see if we can get rasp going. I'm wise. There we go. Wise voice. What are these lines? I must finish my task, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Oh, that's fancy. Nya. You know I like nya. Nani? 私は日本語が上手じゃありません. Wise has some Japanese ancestry, so he knows a little Japanese. He's not very fluent. He likes to think he is, but he really isn't. In Wise's voice, oh, well, whatever happens, happens. Are all Are all the employees here like you? You've got some pretty classy moves for a corporate girl. I like the kind of woman that can kick my ass. So those are Spike lines. Not read as Spike, read more as Wise, which, if you know Stephen Blum's voice, you can maybe see what I'm trying to do there. But it doesn't sound that much like him, which is great. That means it's a new voice. That's some advice I once heard from a voice actor, which is, if you try to do an impression of someone and it's a bad impression, that's just a new voice, because now you've just created something new. So if you're ever doing voice work and you want to try getting new voices, you can try doing impressions of people, and even if it's nowhere close, you've just created a new voice right there. So there you go. I just remembered that then. So even bad impressions have their place. I hope those were good for you, Can. If not, I'm happy to redo them. Thank you so much. Okay, I got to thank you. That must mean I did an okay job. Why does this take me a while to slip into? And I can accidentally fall out of it sometimes, because Wise is speaking more from the throat, and my default voice is kind of in between throat and in between chest, I think. I can do more chesty if I'm doing a more loud, sort of big character, and I can do more nasally throat voice if I'm doing something like Wise, like that. That's going up, that's speaking up from up here. And something I've noticed when I sing, I think I do more of a throaty voice, because it gives you a bit more control, maybe. I'm not sure. But I'm dead. So I used to do musical theatre, and my singing voice is not the same as my speaking voice. I think that's true of everyone, though. But I'm not well trained in singing, and I don't think I'm actually doing it right. So after one song, belting it out in my singing voice, God, my throat kills me. And I don't think that's normal. So I should probably learn to sing properly one day. Too Large says, I donated $100. Too Large, you are insane, but thank you. I donated that last night, but did not request a line because I want to hear how... I did not request a line because I want to hear how your various characters would pronounce the word soot, and how many of them are also wrong. Yeah, I say soot as in something is sooty. It's covered in soot from the fireplace. And apparently that's wrong. I'm not sure if that's a regional dialect. I don't know if that's the way I'm saying it, and I just say it wrong, which is possible. For the longest time, I used to say, oh, this is related, actually. So the thing, you have a fire in your house, and you have a fireplace, and the thing that takes the smoke away from that, I would call a chimney. Chimney? Yeah. So I'd call it the chimney for the longest time. Chimney. And it wasn't until I was in my early 20s that I said it, I think, to my best friend. And he's like, wait, what are you saying? The chimney. And then he said chimney. And I thought, that's a weird noise you just made. And he's like, no. That's how you say it. It's chimney. And I thought he was pulling my leg. I thought, chimney? That doesn't sound real. Apparently it is. Apparently for at least 2 decades of my life, I had no idea it was chimney. That must be how not often I said that word, that it had just never come up in conversation before. So I'd been reading it wrong for 20 years, and apparently the few times I've been saying it was wrong, and no one had corrected me until then. Everyone was just laughing and pointing and saying, look at that idiot. Ken says, say water. Water. There's no L in chimney. Well, there is, because I just said it. Chimney. It's just, that is such a weird word. And as we discussed previously, I'm an idiot when it comes to actually writing and reading and apparently speaking. I may know lots of words, but I don't know if they're right. They could all be wrong. Everything. Okay, this is a fun thing that people who read a lot, this sometimes happens to them. If they read a word they don't know, they may not know how to pronounce it. And so they just kind of figure it out and think, oh, this is how I say this word. And then they're going to use that word later on in conversation, and they're going to say it wrong. And people might make fun of them, but apparently this is a thing that only happens if you read a lot, and therefore you're exposed to new words via reading rather than just hearing them. So it's kind of a backhanded compliment. It means like clearly you read more than you just listen. And if you're a heavy reader, that's probably a good thing. You're probably broadening your horizons, reading cultural things, maybe technical things. Maybe it happens more often with technical things because you're learning new technical words that maybe you've not heard before. Apparently I say water fancy, water. I don't know how to not say water badly, if that's what you're referring to there. Can wants some water. Some water? Want some water? I know the feeling. I used to say turret instead of turret for the longest time. See, it's just, you get these things in your head, and that's how that word must go. Cyric, she is comparing you to me. I know, isn't that just an insult? Who'd want to be compared to me? Do you want some water, mate? Water? I do think that's actually how you're meant to say it locally where I live, like water. Water. I have no idea. I'm not great at accents. I can do them if I practice, but off the cuff, I tend to be bad. I need to listen to someone for about 10 minutes, and then I can normally mimic them decently. I had a friend who came from, I think, California or some crazy place like that. So he had one of those very distinct American accents. And if I tried to mimic him right now, it would sound awful. I can't even remember how to do it. But if I spoke to him for 10 minutes, I could pick it up, and we would do that. We just copy his accent back to him to make fun of him, which was mean, but he took it in good fun, and it was meant in good fun because we love that guy. He was great. But accents are funny. Okay, we're all making fun of water. It's water, by the way. You say it water, water. Although I will say I make more of an effort to speak plainly, like right now. If I'm not recording, or I'm not on stage, or I'm not giving like a presentation or something, I will be more lazy in my speech. I will slur more because I'm just lazy. I can't be bothered to correctly pronounce things. So I'm putting more stress on words than I'd usually do, because I want you guys to understand me, and also because I just did some recording and you need things to be nice and clear. But just speak to me like when I'm doing something random and get me ranting for an hour, and I'm sure you'll hear a rougher, less refined way of me speaking, but you'd probably be able to understand me less. So Oscar Fry says, oh, now I want to hear you try an American accent. Oh god. I mean, when I read we just did Wise. Wise is American-ish. But when I read characters for SS2, because I always read what I write whenever I write character dialogue to make sure it sounds good, so it flows nicely, but also it's something that the voice actors can replicate, because if I can't read it, how do I expect them to read it? We spoke before about George Lucas. He has this problem. When he writes dialogue, no person would talk the way he writes. And I think it's because he just writes it. He doesn't read it out. He doesn't imagine it. Apparently, from what I've read, from what I've seen, he's an awful director. Like, he really is. Like, he doesn't give direction. He just sits back. He sort of lets people do the things. He doesn't give the feedback that's needed. And so you're working with this dialogue that is not good, and you're not getting direction. So this is why things like the prequels get like they're meme status at this point, of just how bad some of the dialogue is and how clunky some of it is, and how like the actors are trying their best, but you can only work so hard on something. Like I have to find, you might be able to find this somewhere. There's I think it's Harrison Ford. He's doing a interview, and I think George Lucas is there, and he makes the comment of he had to stop George during the filming of one of the original films and just say to him, like, George, this isn't how people talk. I can read these lines, but it's just one run-on sentence. And he had actually memorized the line because it was on the script. Actually, no, this might have been Mark Hamill. It was one of them. It was Hamill or Harrison. And he just did like he read the most awful line. And this was meant to be in the Star Wars films, like the original films. And you can't imagine this line being in the film because it's so bad. But it was part of the original script, and they just had to remove it because it was just so unnatural. I can try doing an American accent. So let's bring up some SS2 quests. So I'm just going to move this over to my other screen because we do have a project we're working on at the moment, and I do have Twine files for that. So I'm not ready to share those with you guys yet. We are under NDA, which means we can't really reveal too many things. But let's find a good SS2 quest. Boom. Those are the Jake quests. Laying foundations. Okie dokie. So let's do. That was a nice block of Jake dialogue. Okay, let's do my Jake voice. So I got these recorded somewhere. I might be able to pull them up at some point, but I'm not going to search for that now. It might be on a different hard drive somewhere. But let's try and pretend I've just written some dialogue for Jake and I'm going to voice it. I hate doing this, by the way, so I hope you guys are enjoying it. Once you've placed down a sensor, your role in the construction is pretty much done. Just about anyone in the settlement can claim the area and start building for themselves. The directions that the ASIN provides are so easy to understand. Even a savage could do this with no problem. All right, just one more nail, and finished. There you go. There's my Jake. It's not amazing, it's not great, but it's kind of close to what Tom does. And actually, the first time I heard Tom do his read for Jake, I thought, oh, he's clearly listened to like my crappy version of Jake and done a better version of it. But he hadn't. I think either he wanted to go in blind or he just didn't have time to even listen to it. But he nailed all the mannerisms that I wanted Jake to have. And so when I read him, I would do these mannerisms. He didn't hear them. He just understood the character enough right away to just... Tom is Jake. He nailed it. And I was so happy. He just got Jake perfectly. So I'm going to move this back over here. I'm going to switch back to the charity twine. Because I will say it's stuff for the Bard's College expanded, which you're allowed to know about. That exists. We are working on that. But I probably shouldn't reveal like the quests and how many there are and their titles and so on. So you might also be able to hear my stomach grumbling. I only got a quick snack before streaming, so maybe at some point I will take a break to eat just so you don't hear my stomach rumbling the entire time. I'm hoping my mic's filtering that out. Probably isn't. That was awesome. To me, it doesn't sound awesome because I'm so used to Tom, so it just sounds like I'm doing a really crappy, really crappy impression. Let's go for the chat. Too large. Have you heard Surik's impression of Jake? It's really good. No, it isn't. It's awful. Chewing ASMR. Well, I don't think you've heard chewing yet, but I can hear my stomach grumbling, so I think you guys can probably hear it. So I think I didn't want to eat anything that was maybe too reactive before I did my recording. For that reason, I didn't want my stomach to grumble as it's making digestion noises. But also now I'm having the other issue of now it's making I'm hungry noises. So I'm glad those didn't kick in whilst we're recording. Adam Kareem, I have a quest idea. The return of old Paul. He's definitely law friendly. Oh yeah, definitely friendly. We can bring Paul back. I don't think there's any issues with that. He can come back and attend his own funeral. That works, right? No, we can't hear it. Okay, I'm wondering how that's working. Either it's just not enough for my mic to pick it up. Because usually on Discord you have the filter option, so it's going to filter out any background noise. But right now, I think it's just capturing my raw audio. I don't know if this software does any filtering or not. But shortly we are going to start doing faces for the characters. And hopefully I remember them all. I've not made a note of this. Maybe I should just do that over here, just so I've got it to hand. Where are my notes? Voice of Palooza, story outline. Oh, that reminded me. So, okay. So we've yet to name the quests. We have technically 4 quests for our charity mod. And something I was meant to be doing whilst everyone else was busy yesterday was coming up with the names for the quests. Generally speaking, this is one part of the process I don't like that much, because the name either comes to me right away or I've really got to think about what name works for this quest. So what I decided might be fun is I'm going to make maybe 5 names for a quest. And then we put it on a poll and let you guys vote for it. We can do it you can vote by donating, or it can just be a default poll. But we're going to save that to near the end. So when Gaff comes back and we're wrapping things up, we're going to do a vote to name the quest. So if you guys are still here by the end, your treat is you get to vote on the names of the quest. And maybe also, I'll have to run this by Gaff because he might say, let's not do that because we love you guys, but you like giving us silly things to say and do. But maybe we will let you name the quest as well. We have a work in progress name for the quest. something like shady morality or something, or shady intentions maybe. That's like our project name, but that's not the final name for the quest. So I might do the same. I might come up with, here are 5 names for the quest, and you guys get to pick it. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do. We'll have a poll, and these are 5 names for each quest, and 5 names maybe for the name of the mod, and you guys can vote on it. For example, shady crabs. You see, this is what you guys will do, and you know what? This is why I'm going to add this rule in. If anyone donates a certain amount, they can request a brand new title, and maybe that's what we'll have. So if anyone, so we'll have just a poll that you can vote on, and then if someone wants to donate, maybe we'll be like, if you donate, just for example, $50, that gets you 5 votes on that name. So immediately you're in the lead. That might be a bit too much. I don't know, but maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a terrible idea, because then maybe you call it something like Krabby Patty Deliciousness, Phil. Maybe that's what we call it if I let you guys do that. Maybe we'll have a rule, like nothing too silly, nothing too vulgar, something that we can put actually on the internet and won't get horribly censored. But we'll see. That's an idea I came up with that I thought might be really fun, because that's kind of how we've done things so far, with coming up with the outline of the story and the weapons and the armor and the companion and all that stuff. So, I mean, we're the ones maybe doing all this work, but you're the guys donating. So I think it's fair to say you get to name these things. You get to make the choices. This is your guys' mod. We're doing this because you guys are here supporting us. It wouldn't work otherwise. So I think it's maybe okay to give you a bit of the power. We can trust you with it, right? You wouldn't do anything wrong. Oscar Fry says the first quest should be named "Thou shall get sidetracked by bullshit every goddamn time." I wouldn't be against it. It kind of works. Crab clicking noises. Yep, that's the name of our quest. It's just crab clicking noises. Beautiful. Perfect. No explanation. That's the only thing I'd be mildly concerned about. If anyone comes in to play this thing and has no reference or no context to any of this stuff that's come previously, they're going to say, what the hell is this? This is so weird. This makes no sense. Now, to us, it's funny. But to those guys, they're not going to have a clue. That actually falls in line with a rule that we use when we make more serious stuff, which is you can put references in, you can put pop culture in, but if it's a reference, it needs to work if someone doesn't understand it's a reference. So if you were to add a reference into like I'm going to reference a film that I like, and it's just a really funny line in the film. It's Lord of the Rings. I'm going to reference a funny thing that Gollum says, and everyone will laugh because they'll understand the reference, and that makes it funny. But if someone's never seen Lord of the Rings, doesn't know what it is, doesn't know what a Gollum is, if they read that line and go like, I don't know what this is, but it's very clearly a reference to something, that's bad. We say you can't do that. That line needs to work on its own if someone doesn't understand the reference. So that's our general rule that we fly with. But for this, you know what? I think we can be a bit more flexible. But I'm going to try launching Fallout 4 now. I'm just wondering, should I... No, I'm not going to mute the sound. I don't think it really matters if we get a copyright strike on this. Because I do know the main theme music that has someone on YouTube is trolling, and they have claimed that music even though they don't own it. So anytime anyone streams and that music comes up, they can take the monetization from that stream. And that's really shady. And that's not Bethesda doing that. They've tried to stop it, but it's the YouTube system. It's a mess. YouTube. But let's try launching this, and please work. Okay, fantastic. It's filled my screen up. Step 1, success. Let's see if and it crashed. Step 2, failure. Why did it crash? I might have to reinstall Fallout 4. I don't want to. Let's try the launcher instead. No, that's going to be the actual game launcher. Maybe not. Okay, let's try launching it with the script extender. Maybe that will work. This is because I was messing with it, trying to downgrade it. Nope, out of date. I swear this worked. Like, yesterday when I tried it. Why is it not working now? Okay, Fallout 4. Maybe if I launch it through Steam instead. So let's move that over here because I have no idea. This is another thing. Streaming's difficult. Like, this is my work PC, but it's also my I do everything else PC. So I did have to go through, like, I cleaned up my documents folder. I'm like, okay, whilst I trust you guys, there's going to be 1 or 2 people out there who will be like, hey, that's your passport. That's a picture of your passport. You know what? I'm going to do something with that. And I literally had that in my documents. So I was like, okay, I need to go through and just make sure there's nothing there that can be used for bad things. And it's because this is my work and living PC. There's plenty of things like that all over, I think. So I've done my best to make sure there's nothing like that anywhere, but I'm also being super paranoid about it just in case. So I'm just going to move. I'm going to move my Steam over here. Like, I don't think there's anything in Steam that would cause any issues, but better to be safe than sorry. Let's try launching Fallout 4 through Steam. Okay. So 2 large says, ducked my head back into here, Cyric making crying noises. What happened? Fallout 4 won't launch. I tried rolling it back, and apparently that has broken everything. It worked previously. Like, I tried to roll it back, and it just didn't work properly, but the game would still launch. Now it's not even launching, so I don't know what happened there. Adam Cream says, have you checked for a corrupt file on the mod document? I have not. I mean, right now, nothing should be loaded through Mod Manager. I turned everything off, I think. But let's try it this way. Let's see if this works. If not, I might just do a... I mean, this might break everything, but I might just tell Steam to do a review of all the files to make sure everything's fine, because I think the downgrader did some funky stuff. It's funky stuff it was meant to do, but maybe it's sort of, as I said, I've got a weird installation, so maybe it just broke things. Yeah, I think that immediately just closed down. He's not working. Okay. Okay. Test. Clean save default. How did I get this working last time? Maybe. Maybe this will work. Let's actually load my Let's Play mods. Okay, so it's thinking about it. Let's see if it launches this way. I think maybe this is the way I launched it last time. Like, it's not running the script extender, which it first of all is out of date. Then it was too new because I rolled back, and then I tried installing the older version, and then that didn't work. So I gave up. But let's see if this works. It could be like a nope. Buffet loaded too late. That's because we need the script extender. So let's try that, and it's going to say no because it's out of date. Up to date latest version. Yeah, this isn't so much a Todd issue. This is a me having a really crappy installation that's held together by all of the duct tape and all of the glue. I think the fastest, easiest thing to do is I'm just going to, and this, I kind of regret doing it because it broke things more. I tried to roll back, and I don't think I did it properly. Have I tried turning it off and on again? Well, that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to tell Steam to verify my installation, but I'm just going to browse, look at documents. So this is my folder. I don't think Steam's going to delete things from here. I think it's just going to verify the files. I hope it doesn't delete things, because I think we're good. I don't think there's anything that I have that is needed, but you never know. Like, I don't think we're going to lose anything where Gaff's going to poke me in like a week and be like, hey, do you have this old version of this file we need to roll back for something? I'll be like, nope, I don't have it. That's not come up in like 2-3 years, so I'm probably fine. So let's Steam, manage. No, that's not right. Properties. How do I verify this? Verify integrity of game files. Okay. Steam is doing its thing. I'm really cold, by the way. I've got a heater in my office because it's not properly heated. So what I usually do is I put it on before I start doing something, and it heats up the room, and then I'll turn it on as and when. I had it on for about 10 minutes before I started and took over from Gaff, but apparently that was not enough time to heat my room, so I'm cold. But I'm going to suffer for you guys, so you don't have to hear my heater just blurting out next to my microphone. Okay, we're verifying the integrity and hopefully not breaking everything in the meantime. Oscar says, checking the files doesn't delete files. Okay, thank you. If only we had an ASAM. Those things just work. You just put it down. You don't have to think. You just follow what it tells you to do. Put it back on. Okay. I'm going to put it on for a few seconds. If this is like really annoying, you guys tell me. But at least I can heat myself up a tiny bit. So it's spinning up. Oh, it's so warm. You might have just deal with this for a little bit. Okay. Free files filed to validate will be reacquired. Okay. Thank you, Steam. Okay, Steam did something. I'm going to try launching Fallout 4 for Steam and see what happens. Play. Okay, detect my hardware. Ultra quality. And let's try playing. Nope. Okay. This might be an INI issue, so let's try this. I'm going to my games, Fallout 4. I'm just going to rename this folder that has like all your Fallout 4 data in it. Oh, I can't do it because Mod Manager is using that right now. So, bye, Mod Manager. Off you go. Let's bring this up so we've got something relevant to the stream. On so Fallout 4, we're going to rename that to Fallout 4 Old. And I think this now should get repopulated when we launch the game for the first time. So let's try that. Oscar Fire says, Sirik, you need warmth and do the American thing and drink coffee. Does that work? Does that really warm you up? I mean, it's going to give you energy, sure, but is it going to give you the nice toasties? I don't think so. Okay, ultra quality. Play. Why? Why is it not working? It's just crashing immediately. Oh, I'm going to have to do a full reinstall, aren't I? I mean, I'm going to have to do it at some point because I've got to do the faces unless we hand that task off to someone else. What could be causing? I swear this works. Like, just not long ago. I tested this a few days ago and it was fine. What could be causing it? Just for the heck of it, I'm gonna try again. Yeah, just by restarting the game, it did recreate the folder. That's good. It launches. It crashes. I think this might be because I used the downgrader, and I just didn't do it right. So, big things, big things. Okay, I can update it. I can install betas, control. I'm really reluctant to just uninstall, reinstall, but I think that is what I'm going to have to do. Oh, I know what I can do. I'm stupid. I can just open up my Fallout 4 and I can just rename it, and then Steam won't find it, and then I'll have to reinstall it again. And that way I've got my old files and stuff just in case, and then I can have a brand new install. But in the meantime, I guess I'll just have to regale you with stories while that re-downloads. Okay, browse my local files. Okay, we'll move that over here. Fallout 4, I'm going to change that to Fallout 4 Old. So now as far as Windows is concerned, Fallout 4 does not exist on my computer. So we're going to try launching it. Oh no, there's nothing here. Okay, I was hoping it would then say we need to then install it. Okay, downloading content. 0%. We're on our way. I'm also hoping this doesn't choke my bandwidth. So if the audio quality goes down or something happens, please at me in chat. And I don't know what I can do about it, but I'll have to figure it out. Getting advice. Go to your directory, into data, delete all the files that have the CC in it, Creation Club, and then verify the files and relaunch. Maybe that'll be the smart way to do. The Creation Club content likes to block the launching. So that's probably what it is. But right now we have, okay, this shouldn't take too long. We're already 5% in. My connection is not too bad in terms of speed. So we're gonna let that do its thing. I'm gonna get slowly warm over here. I do have I think you American guys would call it a robe. We'd call it a dressing gown. It's like a fluffy thing I just put on to keep me warm. It's hidden over there. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna put some slippers on because I do have some slippers in here. And then I'm gonna get myself a drink. So I'm wondering, can I stream music just to give you guys something in the background whilst I do this stuff? I'm wondering. I think you'll be able to hear it through my desktop, but I'm also wondering what the hell should I even stream? Let's see what we've got to hand. Music. Adam Cream says, I made the mistake of taking Preston with me to reclaim the settlement from the Gunners. He didn't like that I was taking back a settlement from the Gunners. Is that a conflict with the SS2 storyline where the Gunners start taking over territories? Because that's weird. That might be something we need to look into if Preston gets upset because he thinks we're... it could be because we tie into the Conqueror mechanics, and so technically you're conquering a settlement back from the Gunners, so that might make sense of why he's getting upset that you're doing that. I think just enough of us don't take Preston with us, so something royalty-free. I don't think I have anything royalty-free to hand. I do have soundtracks for things. I'm just looking through what I've got here. Like something that's going to be not too intrusive. Ken says, wait, what do you call robes? Like, robes is in what? You'll have to describe what a robe is, because if we think it's a different thing, then just saying robe makes me think of whatever I think robe is. So you need to describe what kind of robe you're talking about there. And we are... Okay, we're already 20% downloaded apparently for Fallout, so... And if this doesn't work after this, I'm gonna be very upset and cry a little bit, but then I guess we'll go on to extracting player audio instead. Adam says, the settlers that were there were originally there, turned into captives, they became hostile. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously, that is not what's meant to happen. Ooh. Okay, I'm wondering if this might be too intrusive, but let's see. I don't think there's any dialogue in any of this because it's a soundtrack for one of my favorite games. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Okay, is that a good volume? Can we hear the music? Can we hear me? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Just to have some stuff on in the background as I go about, hopefully making faces eventually. And also maybe as I just wait for this thing to be downloaded. I'm not sure if it's being picked up or not. Let's unmute and see if I can hear it. A bit too loud. Wait for this thing to be downloaded. Okay, I've turned it down a tiny bit. We're at 40% of the volume. And I'm going to turn my heater off. That's enough warmth for me. I can suffer now. I'm going to get myself a drink as well. So I think you guys can still hear me, even though I'm over here. Gotta say, you guys are... I was going to swear then. I was going to say a naughty F word, but not. You guys are freaking awesome. There we go. That's a better word. Like... You're watching me essentially do nothing but cry and pull my hair out. And that takes a special kind of support. So I appreciate it. Like doing this for I've had some sleep, not too much, but I have had some sleep. But even so, just doing this for this amount of time, without you guys supporting us, I don't think we'd be able to do this. So hoping my mic's picking me up from all the way over here. Okay, I've got my cola. My grown-up drink. Grown-ups drink tea and coffee. I drink cola. Because I'm not actually a grown-up. I am a child. A very large child. Adam says, Preston isn't giving me the usual Nuka-Cola bad ending dialogue where he hates you inevitably. Irrevocably? Word I can't say. Words gone. I can't do words. Oscar says, no stream challenge, donate to make Surik cuss. Okay. Again, as long as it's not like I can get arrested offensive, I will say any of the swear words, but you have to donate. And we're using the honor system. I will see that someone's donated, but then you've got to @ me. Oh God, that won't even work. You can't @ me the swear word you want me to say because YouTube will censor it. If you want, I will say whatever you want for money. I am literally prostituting myself, and I'm okay with that. I have a little rest. Yes, Kez. Rest is good. We're almost at 50% on Fallout 4, so thankfully it's not taking too long. YouTube censors it. Oh, you can approve. Okay, so I mean, I think that's a good way to do it. So if you guys want me to say a swear word, even a whole bunch of swear words, donate, and then just @SurikMe. Phil will uncensor it. But if it's too bad, he won't uncensor it, and we won't say it for obvious reasons. Because don't know if you guys know this about me, but I am a bit of an edgy boy. I grew up on the era of the internet that there were some sharp edges around there. And whilst I'd like to think I've matured a tiny bit, I will admit I still laugh at some of the stupid, edgy crap. It's so stupid, and that's why it makes me laugh. So I will laugh at the most stupid, what should technically be offensive things. As long as it's in good fun, that's always the thing. If it's not good fun, it's not funny. If it isn't good fun, then I will laugh at just awful things. That's something I need to keep a check on when I write stuff. Donate to get Surik cancelled. Exactly, like things you would say on the internet 20 odd years ago when I first started using the internet, because I was on there when I was young. Good gosh, you could not say those things today. And part of it is good, in a way. It means like people aren't going to see horrible things being said. But you know, I think this carried over to the early days of Xbox. You have the Xbox Live meme of like the screechy kids saying the most horrific things to each other in Xbox chat. You know, that evolved from that early time of the internet where that's just what you did. You said awful things to each other. I kind of like that we've matured out of it a tiny bit, but also I miss it because I'm just a child and I laugh at the things you shouldn't say are really funny to me. It wouldn't be funny if it was okay to say them, I think. I'm just digging myself into the biggest hole here. You guys are going to set me up for some awful stuff. I'm trying to find something to keep me warm. I think it's over here somewhere. There it is. Perfect. This should keep me a bit more toasty. And for those who might not know, we are currently listening to the Curse of Monkey Island soundtrack. I love the Monkey Island games. And by that, I of course mean I love the old Monkey Island games. Because I'm an old man, I hate anything that's new and different. Don't like it. I like the old stuff. Kiss says, I donated regale us with regale us with tales of your early internet days. Oh God, Kez. I mean, I'm even wondering how much I should go into that. I'll catch up with chat and then I'm going to think of what stories I should tell you. Yeah, the classic squeakers in the Call of Duty lobbies, exactly. See, thankfully I was just old enough to not be a squeaker at that point, so I managed to avoid that. But I could easily see myself, like, if I was, a few years younger, I might have fallen into that group and had some very bad influences. Thankfully, I'm not sure I should say thankfully. Okay, we'll get some regaling of the early internet days, as per your request, guys, because you did donate, and if you donate, I'm gonna do what you want, baby. So I probably got on the internet a little bit earlier than you should do. I'm 35 now. So I got onto the internet when I was maybe about 11, 12. That's probably a bit too soon for the internet, especially back then. People call it the Wild West of the internet back then, and it really was. It was the golden age in some ways, but things were rough, they were unrefined. And I started playing online games, and I got into cooperative shooters, team-based shooters. So things like Quake, Unreal Tournament, Star Trek Elite Force was one, strangely. Like, there was just a really good shooter game that also happened to be a Star Trek game. And the people who played those tended to be older. They were like in their 20s, and their 30s, and their 40s. So thankfully, the people I was playing with were older, because I think the bar for entry back then on those kind of games was a bit too high, because you had to like set things up, do like weird modem things and like connect to stuff. It was like, apparently I got it working, but I remember it being really confusing and me not really knowing what I was doing. But apparently I got it working enough that I could play these games with these people, and because there was that bar for entry, it tended to be older people, and therefore they were a bad influence, but also a good influence, because they were at least mature. So I avoided the whole Xbox squeaker group, because by the time that became a thing, I've been playing with the older guys for a while, so they were a good influence on me in terms of at least keeping me out of that group. Kinggath's going to wake up to PR hell. He sure is. Well, I think I got sidetracked. So when I'm writing, I'm often aware that if I do want to do something that's a bit, edgy, a character who's saying something, I got to figure out where is that line where, because edginess becomes cringe really easy. So if you want an edgy character, I think people go too far and you just get a cringe character, and we don't want that. So Aiden, he's a bit of an edgy boy. He was definitely more edgy boy when we first started writing him, as I was trying to, because I took over writing him, so I didn't quite have his voice yet. So I think he was definitely more default edgy. Thankfully, I think we found him as his voice as we went on, and also his character evolves, so that helps as well. So he becomes a less of an edgy boy, somewhat. But he's got his one-liners. He's got his snark. We love Aiden. He's great. There we see a donation from Kez. I'm not sure if that was a delayed one, or if you just donated something new, Kez, but either way, thank you very much. I think you're definitely one of the people who's donated the most, and we appreciate it. I'll also say, like, whilst we want you guys to donate what you can, even if it's a small amount, don't donate more than you can. Like, don't donate more than you should. Like, you guys need the money too. This is your money. Like, you need to live. You need to pay your bills. Like, only donate what you're able to. Like, we absolutely love everything that you're doing for us, and every penny you donate is appreciated. But at the same time, don't go crazy, guys. Like, you guys are amazing. You really are. But don't bankrupt yourself. I want to say that. I say that just because I've definitely seen Kez donate a whole lot of times throughout this. So please, Kez, only donate what you can. Still, it's so appreciated. Ring-a-ding-ding, baby. Back in my day. Oh, Fallout just launched. Okay. Should we give this a go? I'm going to catch up with chat, and then we're going to give Fallout a go. That did it by itself. That was kind of scary. Back in my day, the internet didn't exist yet. Oh. Well, you must be older than I am. I think the internet was around for all of my life. Like, it was a very, very early internet. I think by the 80s, the internet was a thing. Maybe the 70s? Like, it was a thing before you'd think it would be a thing, because it did just start out as being like a bunch of networked computers in like somewhere in America, and then they, I guess, went a bit global with it. But it was very, very locked off, very sort of academic circles, I think, very government circles, I think, originally. And then they sort of branched out, and it became a bit more like the average person could go on it, but it was still very huge bar for entry until like the mid-early 90s. And we just had a subscribe from T2. I have no idea how to say that, but thanks for subscribing. Donated again, said Kez. Tell me about how cringe and edgy Berman is. Oh, Berman's not cringe, and he's not edgy. Berman is honest. Berman speaks from the heart. He just says what he wants to say. He's not trying to be clever. He's not trying to be snarky. Berman is an honest, genuine, just precious little flower, and we must cherish him. If you want to know how you look when you're wearing something, ask Berman, because he'll tell you how you look. He will not sugarcoat it. Berman's dead to you, Phil. No, Berman is precious. But Berman is... I love writing Berman. I think that's why he's so easy. You just write honestly. Like, he has almost no subtext. Salvador's not edgy. How is Salvador edgy? He's deep. He's philosophical. Does that count as edgy? Maybe. Well, let's try launching Fallout. Everyone cross your fingers. Is it going to work? That didn't seem to work, did it? Why? Why? Is it because I'm streaming, maybe? Is that causing issues? This makes zero sense to me. We've just done a fresh install. This should be... I'm very upset right now. Yeah, browse local files. Yeah, as you see, like, we have... This is my old installation. This is the new installation. It's fresh. It's brand new. Okay, I'm going to try one thing that might work. Let's see. I'm going to delete my games folder because that was created previously. That wasn't created on this current installation. Okay, we're going to detect settings. That's absolutely fine. Module quality. And then we're going to try to launch the game again. Could it be blocked by what's connecting you to kinggath? I think it might be. I have no idea how or why, but that's the only thing that could be causing this. That's something that's new. I mean, we've seen Gaff streaming Fallout 4, but then he wasn't running this program thing, so... I was going to say, we've seen Gaff streaming Fallout 4, therefore we know you can stream Fallout 4. But that's hardly a revelation. What could be causing this? Do you have the updated VC redists? I'm not sure what a redist is. Redistribution? Right now we have a completely fresh install of Fallout 4. Like whatever it is right now, this should be as if we just downloaded it for the first time. We can switch to Twitch if you want to play. Wait, I have a better one. Edgy contestant Umro Nuno, Raphael. I'm going to say Raphael probably does have a bit of edge, but Raphael is a cynical character, and cynical like sarcastic characters. If you play any of her quests, so we have the Nightingales, we have the New Liberty Trading Company, and also somewhat of Cassandra. We have joint ownership of Cassandra. She wrote Cassandra originally, but the VA for Cassandra really struggled with how Cassandra was originally written. And so I kind of had to go rewrite Cassandra. And that was difficult. Not only because you're rewriting someone else's character, but trying to maintain what she was about, but change it enough that the VA could actually read the lines. That was tough. So Cassandra is a weird like abomination of Cynical's original writing, and then me trying to alter the character enough that it was readable for the VA. So there's still some of that sarcasm there. So any Cynical characters, they tend to be sarcastic. That is her writing style for sure. Sometimes we have to say like dial it back a little bit. Like maybe have this character not be sarcastic. I think that is something she's definitely gotten better at as time has gone on, because she's had to write more and more characters, and so you have to write more and more variety. So she's definitely had more varied characters. The sarcasticness goes down. I think also that's a feedback from Gaff. She gets a lot that's like a bit too sarcastic. But that's just her writing style. That's just how she is. So, like, however you write, that your characters are going to be like you, unless you're an amazing writer, in which case you can get that distance and write more variance to them. But like sarcasm. So not edge for Raphael, sarcasm surely. Take my drink. Phil says, from Twitch, recap, delete your ini files in your documents folder and try again. When did you fresh install? So I just did a fresh install right now, and I also wiped my documents files. So that's the stuff that's got the ini and where all the saves are. So everything was fresh. This should be as if I've just installed Fallout for the first time. But let's check Steam, see if didn't download something strangely, or am I... Okay, I'm not in any betas. Nope, it says none for betas. It's got all the DLC that's downloaded. Install files, let's check the integrity. I don't know why that would have been broken. We just did a fresh install of it. Hang on, that's checking that there. But if this doesn't work soon, I guess we'll just move on to the more boring task, which is finding and sourcing playlines. And I I won't be able to talk as much during that because we will have to listen to the play lines, and so I won't want to talk over them. Won't want to talk over them. I'll want to listen to them. Okay, for those who were paying attention earlier, I said if I don't concentrate and when I'm speaking, I'll start slurring and rambling, and I notice I'm starting to do that now. I speak quite quickly when I'm trying to convey ideas in my head, and so I will slow it down when I'm trying to actually have a conversation or when I'm trying to present something like I should be doing here. So I've just had to catch myself and slow myself down a small amount because I do start talking fast. I start slurring. I start not being able to get my ideas out fast enough because my brain and my mouth can't keep up with each other. So there we go. I just caught myself doing that. So this is why I tend to speak a bit more posh, because I'm trying to speak clearly. Okay, okay. All files are fine apparently according to Steam. Phil says delete your Fallout 4 folder after uninstalling mods. I did. So what I did was I just went and renamed the folder to something else. So as far as Windows was concerned, that folder did not exist. It downloaded a brand new Fallout 4, and nothing in there it shouldn't have any mod content, no CC content that's out of date. It should just be as if I just did a fresh install. What I might do is I might stop the stream to Gaff's stream for a moment and just see if that is the problem. Because if so, then we've done the troubleshooting and we know, okay, I just can't stream Fallout 4. But let's just do a test. Let's see if it launches now for some random reason. I've done absolutely nothing that would allow it to do that. But let's see. Nope, just crashing. Okay. We're going to go silent for just a minute or two. Briefly heard a slide of a bit of Northern. Probably. Okay, we're going to pause the stream. Well, I'm going to pause me streaming to Gaff for a moment. So the stream's going to keep going. But we're just going to be on Gaff's default page where we see Wes. I'm just going to be a few minutes. I'm going to see if I can launch Fallout 4 without this stream thing going on. And maybe that's the issue. So I will be back shortly. Test, test, test.
Hey you! I just got myself a bargain from Love Honey, and I'm going to tell you how. Click on the link below.
Test, test, test. Okay, fantastic. Apparently I'm not signed in though. Let's sign in. Oh, I can't remember what my password is. Okay, verify. Yes, that's me. Okay, getting more adverts on YouTube. Has there been a success? There was. I don't know why. I restarted. And then I launched the game and it didn't work. And then I thought, what if I try launching the game now through Mod Organizer? And it works. So we're going to see if we can replicate it, if it's going to launch again. I did want to not close the game, but after I alt-tabbed out, I went back in. It stretched out everything, and it looked awful. So I can't play like that. So we're going to see if we can launch again. So what we're going to do is we're going to start making faces for our new characters. Boop. Move that over there. So where is Fallout 4, my games? Because I'm going to have to rename these saves as I create them so we can keep track of them. And then we can import the faces using, I think it's the face ripper tool we use. But that is something I think I've tried to do it once and I didn't do it right. So I give up. Someone else does that and they do a much better job than I ever would. Okay, Fallout 4, saves. Okay, I know Mod Organizer likes to often save saves in some weird place, so let's see, is it in the settings? So from default. Okay, so it shouldn't be creating a new file for my saves. They should go to the default place. Okay, let's see if we can launch. Here we go. Okay, we're making more progress. We did. Yay! I don't know why it's working, but okay. New game, because we have no saves on this. God, I don't even know. Where is he? Where's Nate? Okay, you guys get to decide whose face are we going to make first.
War never changes.
We have Angelo,
tonight,
who is the main raider character who Wes voiced yesterday.
Now
And there's
get
3
ready.
versions of
Stop
Angelo.
hogging the mirror.
Right.
Ooh, actually, that's a point. I'm going to need... Oh, no, I can just edit a save. Okay, I was going to say I need the... is it the... There's an expansion tool type thing where you can save faces and then import faces, and it integrates it into this menu here, which I don't have installed right now. I normally use that, just keep track of faces, but what I can do is if I want to make an edit to Angelo's face, I can just load the save game of his face and then just use the show race menu or whatever it is in Fallout. I can't remember. Show SLM? No. Show... I'll figure it out. Okay, so we can do Angelo first. We can do Cabbage. We can do Confessor Campbell. That's her name, I think, Campbell. Or... Yeah, that's it, because the other characters we have are Mr. Handy Robot. And... Is that all the characters? And I guess a super mutant, so that's just default super mutants. We can't do anything to a mutant face. I did fix it, Can. I don't know how I fixed it, but I fixed it. Okay, Crabs. Okay, apparently I'm making Margaret, Thatcher, and Crabs. Those aren't characters in our quest mod. See, you guys are going to have to pick. Who do we do? Do we do Angelo? Do we do Cabbage? Or do we do Confessor Campbell? She is the Children of Atom half ghoul person. I'm hoping we can do this in post. I want to just create a default human and apply the ghoul texture to them. I think that's something you can do in the CK. But if we can't, then there is a way that we create ghoul characters, but it requires me to download a mod first. Start with cabbage. Okay, we got some cabbage love. So let's start with the body first. So cabbage, I think he's a little bit on the chubbier side. But how chubby do we go is the question. We don't have to be too chubby, because he is... I mean, we could go full chubby. He's based on George Costanza, who is short and chubby. So we could go full George. Crabbage! Maximum crabbage! You know what? Okay, maximum crabbage. That's what we're going with. He is maximum crabbage. Face extras. Let's start with the face. All right, yeah. So this is why I like using the mod I'm thinking of, because it gives you a menu here, and you can see like ears, mouth, eyes. I'd almost completely forgotten the vanilla system is just like this. You just move it over, and then you select the thing. So, well, I guess we're going to do it this way. Maximum crabbage. So, first of all, crabbage is of a darker complexion. I like deep brown.
As
We're going to go deep
handsome
brown.
as the day we met.
And nice brown eyes, I think. Do we have... Oh, is that part of a mod? Okay, we have blue hazy. I'm going to use those later. So, there's a trick we did in Bard's College Expanded that I'm going to be stealing from here. I'm not going to say any more from that, but
Not bad.
if you happen to play
Not
Bard's
bad.
College Expanded in the future, you may notice some of the things I'm going to do here, which is using assets that exist to kind of do something with the character. That's as much as I'm going to say with that. Yeah, I tend to like to start with a character's hair and facial hair when I'm doing facial construction. So we're going to start with
Did you get a
that
haircut
first.
yesterday?
And we're going to move from there. I think cabbage might be balding. So let's see what hairstyles we got that are balding. Okay, we just got completely shaved. We've got balding, that's not balding. That's fully bald at that point. With the midlifer. I think that's Kellogg's hairstyle. Oh, I think that's the Hombre. Okay, same but with a bit more hair. The tough enough. That's just shaved. The comb over. We could go comb over. We have the creeper. This is the Ron's hairstyle without his wig on. Because the Ron... I don't know if I don't know if I should tell you guys this. He wears a wig. I'm sorry to say. I know that's not very cool of him, but... Oh, I kind of like this one. The trailer smash. That might be what we go with. Got the slick back and sleazy. The math teacher. Yeah, I think those are all the bald. They put all the bald stuff up top. Just go through these options. Okay, I think we're going to go with either this one or maybe the math teacher. Full bald. We're either going to go full bald with some nice curly textured hair there, or the trailer smash with some comb over. What's funnier, comb over or full bald? You guys can decide. Crab. Well, apparently crab is the answer. I'm not sure which one crab is though. Is this more crab, or is this more crab, or is one of these more crab? I kind of like this one. I like this one as well. It's I think comb over is funnier, so we're gonna go with this.
This new haircut's really working for me.
It's not really a comb over; he's just sleeking it back. But and I think cabbage has facial hair, but I don't know how much facial hair. The comb over, yep. Everyone's in the comb over. Comb overs are funnier. Crab's clearly the answer. I'm sorry, it clearly is. I like this. It's just Nate right now, but we've just put him on a suntan bed for a long, long time and just like shaved the top of his head off because that still looks like Nate. Okay, how beard do we want to go? Got full beard. That seems a bit too much. Short beard. Honest. Oh. Ooh. We might have found cabbage. This feels very cabbagey. I'm kind of liking this. Okay, we got a little chin thing. We got the old Paul classic, but without the mustache. That's a bit more old Pauly. I think old Paul has custom facial hair. That's a combination of two vanilla ones. These are a bit too cool for cabbage, I think. I think we've already found it. I think we're going to go with the, is it the Lincoln, the Abraham, whatever that one's called? Nah, even though it's a similar one, that's too cool. Cabbage is a silly man. Okay, I think, yeah, we're going to go with... There we go.
Beard.
That is a guy with style. Look at that. That is maximum crabbage. Beautiful. Okay, ears. Got high ears, we got low ears. High looks funnier. Poor cabbage. Oh, we're just making we're just making fun of him. How silly can we make cabbage? Got some tilting of the ears going on. We can tilt them back. I think he does stick out just a tiny bit. I'll see it. Mouse wheel goes up and down. Dumbo ears. We don't want to go full Dumbo. That's the thing. We want to. So like Berman is a very exaggerated face, and obviously you can go quite exaggerated in the face generation here, and obviously it looks silly. But I want it to be as silly as it can, but it still be believable. So that's what we're aiming for here. Scale them up a bit, just a bit. There, those are believable ears. Okay, I think I'm happy with those ears.
Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
Well, okay, let's start with the forehead. Let's go down if we can. So before we can go up, we can go down. Amazing. I think we're going to go up because that makes him a bit more bold. We're going to back a little bit, and we're going to widen a little bit because he's smart. Perfect.
My handsome husband.
Okay, the eyebrows. Ooh, let's change the type of eyebrow first. Oh no, those are the eyes. We want.
I clean up
eyebrow.
Pretty nice.
Bushy. That does look a bit sad. The lower down eyebrows tend to make him a bit more sad. We've got intense.
That's my handsome.
Intense is winning so far for me. Thick light. I think we're going to go with the intense. Where are those?
If I do say
I can't
so
find them now.
myself.
Arched intense? I think it's those ones. Okay. Okay. Oh, apparently we've got the temples. What looks funnier? There we go. The question for most of these is going to be what
Very striking.
looks the funniest. He's so cool. He is cool. Look at Cabbage. He's coming along nicely, I think. Okay, so like that's a more gruff. Look at that. Look at that low brow. Look at that beautiful, handsome man. But I don't think Cabbage has that low of a brow. I think he's got more of a. He's shocked. He is surprised at the situations he keeps finding himself in. So there we go. And I can just hear my dogs barking, so they've just woken up. So apologies if in 5 minutes you hear them coming outside and barking. Scroll in, scroll out. Okay, I want to do so that's the eyebrows
Hello,
inner.
handsome.
Eyebrows top. Now is he sleepy? No, I think he's wide awake. He is wide awake all the time. He needs some wide open eyes.
Sean totally has your eyes.
But I want the eyebrows. Tip right over. There we go. Outer eyebrows. There we go. He's a little bit shocked all the time. Things are shocking. There we go.
Yeah,
Looks about right.
Not bad.
Okay, the nose. Oh, let's change the type of nose first. Let's see what we've got to play with. Right now we have handsome nose. We can't have that.
Such a cute nose.
Cabbage is not handsome. He's Roman. Or he is chiseled.
Hun,
Or narrow.
you think my nose is too big?
Wide. Pug. Oh, we're not going to be cruel and give him a pug nose. I wonder if anyone's actually made their character and said, you know what? This is the nose for my character. This is...
You have such strong cheekbones.
That's a nice compliment. Thank you, my wife. She's watching me morph my face into just this you know, he's maximum cabbage. But you know, I don't think he'd be winning any beauty contests. But she gives us the compliment of, you know what, those cheekbones of yours, spot on. Thank you.
Yeah, not bad.
Let's go with. Well, I kind of like that one. Let's go with that one, and let's shape this into something a bit more reasonable. Okay. Doop-a-doop-doop.
So handsome.
Get that tip down a little bit. Boo-boo-boo. Get those nostrils back.
Not bad.
Okay, that's looking a bit like a more human nose, I think. What's the... Can we do full... There you go. Scale of nose, that's what I want to do. So we can push it back from the face a little bit. Put it down.
So handsome.
There we go. Okay. Cheekbones. And we got a compliment from our cheekbones before, so clearly they are the most powerful of cheekbones. See, this is what you always do when you create your silly, just so handsome. Yeah, but we're trying to be a bit more reasonable, so let's scale this back just a tiny bit. Bring them back. And... Okay, that looks reasonable.
I clean up pretty nice.
Okay, jowls. We're gonna add a bit of weight to Cabbage. He's been around for a while. Age has caught up with him. He's got a stressful life. Look at that ridiculousness. Like, I want these to be a bit more jolly, but I don't want that. I don't want these like orangutan flaps going on. It's cool you can do these things with the faces, but you can also just morph it into just a shape that humans do not have. Humans do not look like this. Based on his name, his hair should be green. Can you create green hair? I think you can do it in the CK. I don't think we can do it right now without mods, and we have no mods installed.
I was looking.
Let's bring this forward a little
Sean
bit
has your smile.
to try and hide the weird jowlness here. Is it possible? Nope.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
I still see Nate. I think it's maybe the eyes. Let's change the mouth types. We have prominent, average. I want something that looks a bit sad. I think I want it to have a sad
I
mouth.
do love those lips.
Downturned, pouty,
Well, hello, handsome.
rounded, grin. Nah, he can't have a grin or a smirk. Firm, thick, full.
Such a great smile.
Full pursed maybe. I'll have to fix that. But okay, let's go with.
Looking good, if I do say so myself.
Let's go with that. It looks a bit more. Like he's got a bit more age on him. It's a little dark though. What's a little dark, Anya? You're scaring me now. What can I do to make these? I can do the mouth corners. That's
You have great lips.
downturn. There we go. That's a little pensive. His hair situation makes me uncomfortable. What do you mean? That is beautiful. That is the hair of a champion. Okay, we'll have to fix this thing going on here. Like, here's the annoying thing in the face creator. You create something that looks decent, and then you turn it to the side, and you've got like these random lines sticking out. We can't have that. Let's see if we can fix that.
Looking good, if I do say so myself.
You have great lips. You know that?
See, I want the jowls, but if I bring them out, we get these weird pointy bits on them. I don't like that. Okay, we might just get as much as we can without it getting too weird and pointy. Okay, that might do it.
Well, hello, handsome.
Okay, cheeks. Let's get some weight on those cheeks. It just looks like he's blowing. He's in that thing where you go, blow your cheeks up. We know that. We just want a bit of weight.
Oh, that's the face I fell in love with.
Yeah, have extra weight on that face to match the body. We can have it up. We can have it down. Looks funnier. Up, down. Okay, down looks funnier.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
I do hate how, I mean, it's a nice little touch that they keep talking with each other, but when you're trying to create your face, you don't want them talking, you don't want them looking over there. Recently I've made a bunch of faces in Skyrim, and that's definitely easier in terms of keeping things nice and stable. Like your character's not just looking off randomly and talking to someone over there, they're staring at the screen and you're making their face. That's all you need to do. Okay, I kind of like that. Let's try it that way. Nope, let's do it that way.
There's something different. What is it?
There we go, get some extra weight. He's a chunky boy. Okay, I think mostly we've done... Ooh, lost weight, gain weight, lost weight, gain weight.
I clean up pretty
Okay, I think
nice.
we've... Okay, eyes. Let's do something about these eyes. Okay, he's tired. And then we'll go change some of these textures, and then we'll go to the extras, and then I think we might have our cabbage.
Your eyes. That's the reason I said yes when you asked me out.
Rested eyes, we can't have those. Tired. Kind of like tired so far. Prominent.
Not bad.
Looks kind of shocked.
Not bad.
Small. Looks like he's judging me. Narrow, maybe. Angled. Piercing.
Your eyes. They're one of my favorite things about you.
He's definitely not shifty. He doesn't have shifty eyes. Those are too wide. Those are Lupe eyes. We don't want those.
Yeah, not bad.
Maybe shrewd. Okay, we're going to go for either shrewd or tired.
Such pretty eyes.
I think we might go tired. He's got that sort of borderline worried look all the time. That's kind of what I want of him.
Not bad. Not bad.
Okay. We've almost got our cabbage, I think. Smooth.
Different about you.
Textured. Serious. Lined. Wrinkled. I don't think I want too wrinkled. I think we're going to go with lined.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
I don't think he's that old, so let's go with... Creasy. He's got
There's
creasy.
my strapping husband.
Let's see what we've got for the ears.
Yeah, not bad.
So we're on long right now. Lobeless. Oh, okay, so speaking of things I didn't know for a long time, I didn't know, because I used to try to draw when I was younger. I can do like really rubbish sketches, but right now we have like real artists who work with us, and they're amazing, and I am not one of those. But I fancied myself maybe someone who could draw when I was young. And so I practice and draw faces and so on. And again, it wasn't until someone pointed out to me, like, why do you always draw your characters like that? And I had to say, what do you mean? And they said, you always attach their ears to the side of their head. And I'd say, what do you mean I always attach ears to the side of the head? Ears are always attached to the side of your head. It's like, no, the lower part, the lobe. You always attach the lobes to the ears. And I'm like, yeah, lobes are attached to ears. What do you mean? And then they pointed out, like, not everyone has those. Some people have their earlobes, like, are free. They dangle. They're not attached to the ear. And that blew my mind that I'd never noticed that in my life. And it was true. And it's because my lobes are attached, and I was probably using myself as reference to see what a head looks like. And yeah, sometimes ears are attached to the head more so than other ones. Where the hell else do they go, says Can? The lobes, the lower part. Some people, they don't have it attached. Blew my mind. Never noticed that in my entire life.
Oh.
I guess I just
good.
wasn't looking at people's ears enough. Has he got a poor malformed ear? Yeah, okay, let's maybe give him a malformed ear.
If I do say so
That might
myself.
be interesting. Or maybe we'll save that for a confessor character because she's half ghoul. I'm going to save it for her. I like it. It's an interesting thing.
I
but...
love that face.
Okay, we might go wide for his ears. I hate the textures on these ears in Fallout 4. They're always just so shiny. And every time I cycle through them, like, there's only one that looks decentish. The rest are like, bleh. They're so greasy. What's wrong with these ears? So greasy.
You look as good as the day we met.
Okay, I think that might be our cabbage. Okay. Accept.
I clean up pretty nice.
And let's go to the extras. Shut up, Nora. Okay, let's remove all the extras and see what we play with. Okay, we got some moles. Okay, I'm going to turn all the extras off,
You
actually.
have such a
Let's
strong chin.
clean this character up. Boop, boop. Okie
Looking
dokie.
good. If I do
He's
say
got
so
no
myself.
scars. He's a pretty boy. Okay, we've got a nice, smooth cabbage. Now we can add those extra textures onto the face. Let's start with markings. Oh, he's got to have some freckles. They look lovely. Have lower down freckles. Okay, I think we've got to have the freckles on the forehead because we need the attention up there. He needs something to fill out their head with those receding hairs up there. This might be a bit too much. I think we're going to go full freckles. Maybe I'll just turn them down just a little bit. There we go. Do we want any lower freckles? Maybe just a tiny amount. Can't even see them. Beautiful.
You have such strong cheekbones.
Blemishes. I always like to start at the bottom of these things because otherwise I'll do a bunch at the top and then by the time I get down here it's like I shouldn't use any of these. Like I've got too much stuff on the face going on already. Okay, I think I'll save some of these sort of marks for later on. Bright red nose. Let's turn it down just a little bit. And he's been out in the sun, but not that much. Just a little redness. Eyes gone. How tired is he? I don't want to look too tired. I think I prefer him without. Yeah, I prefer him without. Okay. Creasy cheeks. I'll add a tiny bit. Let's add a tiny bit of that as well. So for Fallout 4 and SS2, Vault Girl usually does our faces, and she does a wonderful job. I probably did about a quarter of the faces in SS2, maybe. But I did the first pass of Jake like 5-6 years ago when we were just prototyping the character, and we had that face for the longest time as we were testing things. And then we asked Vault Girl, like, hey, can you do a good version of this? And it is night and day between my potato Jake and the Jake she came up with. So she seems to be able to make things better. So we have a few characters like that where I made a face for them and I'm just not happy with it. And so I'll be like, okay, here's the face I made. And here's maybe some of the references I use. Like, can you do this but better? And usually she just does fantastic. But on EEE and BCE, I do all the faces. Hopefully I've gotten better at them. So the only faces you guys have seen so far would be Shakar and Corin, and some of the side characters in East Empire Expansion. Oh, Potato Jake looks like the fake Preston that you meet. Like he looks like Jake, but like that's not Jake. Like he's There's just something off about him and something a bit too simple. Like he's been smoothed over. Yeah, I don't think I want pockmark. Maybe slight pock neck just to give us a bit of texture down there. Yeah, go just a little bit. Okay, now we've been in the wastes, so we're probably going to have some blemishes because there's a lot of radiation out there. It's not good for the skin. Oof, those ones look sore. I don't like those. They scare me. Okay, cheek marks. Okay, kind of like those ones. Let's style it back a bit though. Okay, we've got to get some on the forehead. What complements that lovely hairstyle? Let's turn this one down, see what that looks like. Okay, I think I'm over that. Rough face, lip color. What colors do we have to play with? I want a bit of color, but not too much. Okay, I like that. And then eye shades. How tight do we want those eyes? I think I like it without. Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Now, does he have any damage? That is the question. So we've got scars. Scars are cool, so we've got to be careful of scars. We don't want to make Cabbage too cool. So look at that. Look at that. That's a cool scar right there. But when we meet him, he has been beaten up. So maybe we can give him a bit of a bruise. Like, here's the bruise we use on Jake after he's been kidnapped by the gunners and they've smacked him on the nose. That cheeky Burman. But I want something that's just subtle enough that you don't really notice it. We don't want burns. We'll save those for our ghoul character, I think. Okay, let's see if we can turn down the black eye just a bit, because we don't want it too prominent, because eventually he won't be beaten up anymore, but just a hint might be nice. Okay, I kind of like that. And it can also just be, you know, dirt on the face or whatever. Oh, that's another thing that really annoys me during character creation. You can't add dirt to the character's face until you leave character creation and go out into the world. Same with tattoos. So when we're doing character design, we either have to leave this intro area or just add it in the CK later. I think we're just going to add it in the CK. Oscar Fry says, "Oh my god, yes! We need to add a fake Jake Evans random encounter where John Evans, voiced by you, tries to sell us fake ASAMs." You know what? We do have future content planned for most of our characters, including a small amount for Jake. So we do want to get Tom back. There's maybe something fun we can do there. If I voice fake Jake and maybe Tom voices real Jake. You know what? I'm not going to say yes, just because you never know what quests you can make with the player dialogue you have to hand. Because I've had to scrap quest ideas just because I can't do it and have the player be an active part in it, and that's always our goal, to have the player feel like they're the driving force. Because I'm sure some of you guys have played some mods where, because the player lines are so limited, it's very easy to fall into the trap of just having very generic player responses of like, yes, okay, I see. Like, they're not really commenting on what's going on. I'm sure we did that a lot with this quest mod, because it's the fastest, easiest way to do it. But the downside is you're not really having player interaction. They're not really a driving force in things. They're not like the ones contributing ideas. Like, we try to do this in SS2 where, like, okay, Slick, we got to do a thing. What's the plan we should come up with? And then the player should be able to say, like, let's hit them from behind. And then you go, oh, that is something we can do because you can attack them from behind. I like assaulting the Gunners Plaza. Let's go through the front door. That's like a player line. Or let's hit them somewhere else to go with Aiden's plan. I forget what the line is, but like, we'll put that effort in to try to get lines that sound like you're actually having a conversation more than just, you know, reusing lines, which is literally what we're doing. I forget what I was telling this story. I'll do that. I'll start going off on a ramble and forget. Oh yeah. So because of that, what I will sometimes do if I have a quest idea is see what player lines we have to play with first, and I'll try to source some that will work. Okay, we mentioned a robot here, and this quest has a lot of robots in it. This robot line will be great. Here I mentioned flying in the sky, and I really want us to fly in the sky at a certain point, so I can do that in this quest. So I won't say yes just because the play lines often dictate what we can and cannot do, but I do like the idea of us having a fake Jake encounter, so we will see. We will see. Yeah, I think I want a small scar somewhere as a memento from being beaten up by the children of Atom. But you can't be too cool. Okay, we've got some burns, we've got super cool Salvador scar. Forehead, maybe a little cut on his eyebrow there, but that's kind of cool too. See, scars are cool. There you go, maybe he's just got a little gouge on his nose. Gouges aren't cool.
What's different about you?
I can't see Nate. I should have switched to one of the default preset faces and then built off of that, because the eyes, I don't know why, they just look like Nate eyes to me. I'm tempted to start again. I just see Nate face. Is anyone else seeing Nate face, or is that just me? Sirik, read up for Erica's message. I don't want to alt-tab out of game right now, just because it will cause issues. Can you copy-paste it for me, please, Phil? I shall take a sip of my drink. My stomach seems to have stopped rambling. Rambling? No, my stomach has stopped rumbling. I'm continuing to ramble. I managed to just throw some snacks down my throat as I was trying to get for working, and that seems to have done the task. Oscar Fry, Sonic Phil. Okay, that's not for me. I'm just waiting for the copy paste of the comments, and I shall respond on it. Okay, there we go. That's Cabbage. Damn it! I was told he looked like Newman from Seinfeld. Now the icon doesn't make sense. I drew him with the hair and no beard. Okay. Well, you know what? Nate does look. God, Cabbage looks like Nate. So I might redo it, but I'm gonna keep the hair and the beard, Erica. So work that into design. Hair, beard, dark complexion, looking kind of worried, balding. That's our Cabbage. It just looks like Nate, doesn't it? What do you say? Do we keep this Cabbage, or do we start again and cycle through some of the presets to find something that's a bit more Cabbage-like to build off of the template? Yeah, we got too Natey, not Cabbage enough. It's the eyes. I don't know why he's got Nate eyes, even though I've tweaked things. Change the eyebrows and other features. Well, that's the thing. We've changed every feature on the face. Like, none of this is default Nate at this point. But something I've noticed in Skyrim is if you cycle through the presets, it does seem to change the bone structure. I could be imagining it. So if you were to just always use like the default like Nord appearance, your Nord's going to look a lot more similar all the time. But if you cycle through some of the presets, again, I could be wrong. I could be imagining it. It seems to change the bone structure, so you can get a slightly different looking face. Yeah, it's definitely the eyes. Something about his eyes. It's just Nate eyes. Okay, we're going to redo Cabbage. I'm not happy with that Cabbage. It's too Natey. I didn't do the thing I usually do of cycling for a preset that's closer to what I want. So let's do that. I'm sorry, Cabbage. How do I go through the presets again? I've forgotten. It's not. Okay, nope. Go away. Go away. Oh, there we go. It's down there. We're going to lose our preset. Bye, Cabbage. Okay. Ooh, what a handsome Cabbage he is now. Perfect. This is Cabbage, right? Right? That's not Cabbage. See, like cycling through, whenever I tend to make my default character, I think this is the face I tend to build off of to make something that looks a little bit like me. I just need a good face shape to work off of. That's a very Mansfield-looking guy right there. Here we have Discount Salvador. And the Nord from that game. He's looking a bit sad. Maybe that's a cabbage face. He's too friendly. He's too gruff. Too old. Although he's got sad eyes. That might be something to work off of. Like, there needs to be... Well, back to Nate. Okay. So we can't have Nate. From Twitch. I don't like... It looks like Nate's. Yeah. It's the shirt, though. Yeah, the shirt definitely doesn't help. Okay, we need to find just a nice template to work off of. I like this one, but it's just too handsome. I don't want Cabbage to be handsome. This guy's head is huge. You go from this head to bam, huge head. Where was that guy with the sad eyes? I lost him. Where was he? Was it this guy? No. That guy's got kind of... Oh, maybe it's this guy. He's got kind of sleep. Okay, we're gonna work off this for our Cabbage. Okay, so I think this time I'm gonna go extras. I'm gonna turn... Oh, nope. I want to turn all these off, make sure there's nothing there. So we've got a nice blank face.
So handsome.
Okay. Okay, this is our starting point for Cabbage now, this time. So let's start with the easy stuff. So face. I want a darker complexion, please.
I clean up pretty nice.
And we want the coolest hairstyle of all. There it is. Beautiful. And we want the best beard. Shut up, Nora, says Phil. I could disable her, but I'm not sure if we'd break anything.
Ooh, mustache. Very cool.
Okay, let's get that hair a bit darker. Oh, that's not their hair. Like, Jesus, what's happening to you, Cabbage? Hair, there we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maximum Cabbage. Look at that. He bleaches that. He is just, that is fashionable. That is trendy. I like it. But maybe a bit too silly. Want some nice, more dark natural hair. Boop, 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 boop.
Hello, handsome.
Okay. I think these might be the eyebrows I had last time. Nope. I wanted these ones. There we go. Maximum Cabbage. Alright. This is a good template to work off of. And it doesn't look like Nate. This does not look like Nate. Perfect. Okay. Got to start with ears. We've got to get those cabbage ears.
There's something different. What is it?
Can we bring the ears down a little bit? Bring them up. There we go. Those are some nice ears. Bit bigger, maybe?
Not bad. Not bad.
There we go. Okay, nose. Okay, I think we want the wide ones, but let's find a texture that works.
You look as good as the day we met.
We don't want it too wrinkly. Between these two, I think.
What do you think, huh?
You know what? I'm going to go with what it is
Handsome or
already.
handsome?
I like the lines it adds over here, so let's go with that. Forehead.
As handsome as the day we met.
Some worry lines, because he's a worry guy. Cheeks.
I clean up pretty nice.
Mouth type. What did we go with? I like to fit full pursed, okay.
I do love those lips.
Is it going to be 3 or 1?
Yeah,
One.
not bad.
We even go for a nice smooth, because that makes the beard look funnier. Or 3, because it kind of blends the beard in.
I was looking. Yeah, Sean has your smile.
Yeah, I'll go with 3. And let's change the eyes. I think we
Good,
had
if I do say so myself.
tired eyes. Okie dokie. That's slim cabbage right now. We want maximum cabbage. There we go. That's a weird camera thing. What is that even focusing on? We're seeing more Nora than him right now. Chat's arguing. 1, 3. I think I went with 3. Okay, let's add a bit of weight to the face, and then it's pretty cabbagey. A bit more weight. Yeah.
Oh, looking good.
You can make some ridiculous faces in this thing. Okay, long or short? Long or short? Let's go a little bit short.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, this guy's looking very cabbagey.
Oh, very strapping.
What are you thinking? I might, after I've done cabbage, I'm going to save, because I don't want this to crash if I alt tab out. Are we enjoying the Fallout 4 noises, or shall I mute Fallout 4 and we'll put some of the Monkey Island back on? Have some just nice background music, instead of listening to the radio that might get us a copyright strike. I think it's quiet enough that it's not going to cause any problems. But I wouldn't be shocked either if we got a strike from that.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
Stop talking. I just want to see what your face does. Okay, let's bring those lips out just a little bit. And I'll lower them down just a tiny bit. There we go. Fallout 4 is good. Okie dokie.
Such a great smile.
There we go. Slightly more worried.
Well, hello, handsome.
Ba-ba-ba.
You have great lips. You know that?
Okay, I like these gels, but it always makes things look weird when you mess around with those too much. Oscar Fry says, you can turn off the Fallout 4 radio in the settings. Oh, that's true. Although I'm not sure I can bring up the settings right now. I think if I did that, I just cancel out of character creation. But if I do that, then there's 0 background noise. And maybe that's even more boring. I don't know. Because right now, you're just watching me make funny face shapes. Maybe that's enough. Who knows?
Not bad. Not bad.
Let's bring the entire mouth region back, and then bring the lips forward.
I was looking.
There we go. That's
Yeah,
better.
Sean has your smile.
Okay. Oh, we don't want another one that goes down.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
In those nostrils just a tiny bit. That is one broken nose.
You have such a strong chin.
Ooh, I like that. Okay, we got like those worried eyebrows. Yeah, Sonic probably is sleep deprived. I think we all are a little bit. Who's still streaming? So we've got our main stream going on here, which is Gaff stream, but I'm taking over while Gaff gets some well-deserved rest. I think Niho's still going, right? Who else is going? Because you guys should definitely go see what those guys are up to. They're going to be doing more interesting stuff than making vanilla faces or working in a vanilla game to make faces. They're making we got armor, we have weapons, we have a custom house. We have Erica and Green Foxel. So Erica is making our quest icons, and Foxel is doing, I think, the shopping mall area, and maybe also the area in which you meet Angelo for the first time. I always want to call him Algernon. That's not his name. His name is Angelo. Very different name.
Well, hello, handsome.
Raise his eyebrows up.
There's my strapping husband.
Okay, I think we've almost got Cabbage. I think he's almost there. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Looking good.
Thank you, Phil, for posting links to the other streams there. God, I thought I had enough sleep. Apparently not. I'm glad we did the recording for the Mr. Handy early when I still had some energy. I normally drink sugar-free cola, just because the amount I drink, it's not good if I drink full sugar stuff. But I have a single bottle of full sugar cola. I might drink that next just to get some energy in me again. Because the caffeine alone is not doing it apparently anymore. I mean, it's not exactly much caffeine, but like, I'm getting tired.
That's my handsome guy.
I'm hoping Gaff wakes up fully refreshed and he can just like take over and be full energy. Okay, how are we looking? Do we think this is cabbage enough? Any suggestions? Anything we should change?
Your eyes. They're one of my favorite things about you.
I think Mansfield has that. He has the lower eyes higher up, upper eyes higher up, so he's always sort of looking slightly pensive. We need to move around more. Okay, so we looking to the left, looking down, looking to the right. Up it goes. Ba-ba-ba. Mystic Rogue says, I like a unique eye color. Well, how unique do you want to go? Like, should he have pink eyes? Should he have purple eyes? I don't think we can do those.
Yeah, not bad.
Like, I'm saving which eyes are this? Ones I just saw. I'm saving these eyes for something else later on. So that means a certain character is going to have blue eyes. And you'll see why that is later on. Gray eyes, okay. Let's see. Nice. We have steel. Those make him look a bit too intense, though. Those are steely eyes. Got some nice color there with the ambers. Some green. Cabbage green. Those are awesome. Those are too striking. Look at that. Ooh. Look at that. That's the opposite of cabbage. We can't have that. They're green, but like that gives them quite a striking look. Amber's cool. Okay, I think amber might be good with. Let's see. So for light brown, normal brown, amber. I kind of like amber.
Totally has your eyes.
Amber's got a warmness to it, so it's a bit not intense, but like you could look in those eyes. Those are nice eyes. Crab eyes. I don't think we have crab eyes available. We do in Skyrim. We have the pure black, I think, for the orcs and the elves. They get a pure black eye. I never know. Is that... Okay, we may have more... people who are more savvy in, like, Elder Scrolls lore. But this might be something that doesn't even have an answer to it. Because this is something I looked into once for D&D. And the answer there is like, shrug, do what you want. So, if you have like the elves, are there any race of the mer who have pitch black eyes? And is that just a common trait, or is that like something reserved for like very special types of elves, or is that just an eye that's there to be used if like a character's been taken over in the game by some sort of demonic force or something, but they just allow the player to use it anyway because why not? Like, I don't know. I think I purposely avoided using pure black eyes because I was like, I don't know if any other race uses. Maybe the orcs. I think I've maybe seen some orcs in the game with maybe pure black eyes. But off the top of my head, and I couldn't find anything online that would give me a clear answer of like, orcs will never have these eyes and will always have these eyes, for example. I couldn't find anything like that, so I just had to make guesses of what seemed correct when creating our characters, because we've got a whole plethora of basically every race in Skyrim and multiple versions of each, and you'll see why when you play the Bard's College Expanded. And so I had to basically come up with some rules for the designs of the characters, like, okay, if you're Imperial, you have like this range of skin color, and you have these eye colors you can pick from, and they'll generally have these kind of hairstyles and these kind of hair colors, and they'll have like neater facial hair, and so on. So I did that with all the races, and then tried to follow that as a template, so you could look at a character and be like, oh, that's probably an Imperial. Oh, that's probably a Nord. But for the elves, I just had to guess. Like I know you have obviously the skin tone, so like the Altmer have the yellow and the white hair, but like, can they have red hair? I think they can. Can they have pure black hair? I'm not sure. Yogi says, apparently full black eyes is a sign of being born under the sign of the serpent, but anyone can get it. Okay. Interesting. Because those are crab eyes. Those pure black eyes, those are the eyes of the crab. You are blessed if you have those eyes. But we do not have those in Fallout, so this is cabbage. Elves are harder unless you go with token lore. This is true. So, small side tangent here. I like Baldur's Gate. Anyone who's listened to me rant about anything has at some point heard me say I love that game, and I might be playing it later today if I run out of tasks and Gaff doesn't appear. But I don't think I'm going to run out of tasks before Gaff comes back. This is taking enough time. But something I've been working on, which is a small side project, which is a mod for Baldur's Gate, is adding portraits to all of the NPCs. And there's thousands of NPCs in that game. So this is something I've been doing over years. Whenever I'm bored or I need a break from something, I'll just go start working on that project. I've finished most of Baldur's Gate 1, so I can go play that with portraits for all the NPCs. And I've started on Baldur's Gate 2, and I'm like maybe 1/8 of the way through. Like, if I focused on it, I could probably get it done in a few months, but I've always got more work to do. And, like, I want the portraits to be spot on. So, like, I come up with... First of all, they all need to be great. But I need those rules for, like, the races. So, like, for D&D, elves do not have facial hair, which is a Tolkien thing. Elves do not have facial hair. Now, I've seen some people break that occasionally, and it depends on what setting you're in. And obviously, with D&D, you can create your own settings. But Baldur's Gate's in the Forgotten Realms, therefore it's Forgotten Realms lore. And unless they radically change something, elves do not have facial hair. Half-elves can. Full elves, never. Halflings, like, they don't have beards, but they might have sideburns. Dwarves pretty much always have beards. Even if they shave it, they are always capable of growing full, beautiful beards. I'm not sure about orcs. I think orcs tend to not have facial hair unless they're a half-orc. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, I tried looking up all these things for D&D, and even there, like, there's nothing that's really nailed down. There's some that are easy to find, like elves don't have facial hair. I think that's quite standard. If you're a drow elf, you've always got the dark skin, the white hair, and the red eyes. They've tried to loosen that up in more modern versions of D&D, I think. I don't like it. I kind of like that. I like that look of the drow. I love the drow. They're so evil. And they're trying to make drow not evil as well. I hate that. I like my evil drow. They're so fun. They're just almost cartoon villains. I love the drow. Oscar Fry says, Sirik, wait, you aren't working on the story for the SDS1, Sim Dungeons Settlements 1 for Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know. If the rest of the team at some point wanted to move on to modding Baldur's Gate 3, they might be able to convince me. Another side rant. I never like to rant too hard about things that I don't like or that annoy me, because it's so subjective, and often the reasons for me not liking something are something no one else would really care about. I don't like Baldur's Gate 3. I'm just going to put that out there. Because I'm a huge fan of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is actually a great game. I really do. I think Larian they created something special there. But what it isn't, it is not a good Baldur's Gate game. You should call it something else, and it would be fantastic. It can be based in the Forgotten Realms. It can have callbacks to Baldur's Gate, but there's too many things that are different. The tone, the themes, the characters, the writing, the music, the way you play the game. Like there's not enough there to call it a Baldur's Gate game, in my opinion. I forgot. So I don't know if you could convince me to work on that, because I'm not in love with the game, because I love the older games. Maybe I've not been able to make it past chapter 1 playing it. I played it, but I need some mods to kind of fix things, in quotations, because, for example, the narrator voice, I can't stand the narrator. I don't like ASMR, and that is such an ASMR voice. Like, she's behind me, she's whispering in my ear. It triggers my fight or flight response. If someone's behind me whispering in my ear, I need to turn around and smack them. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it. And she's there, whispering into your ear in the most seductive ways, and she's always so sexual. I don't like that. I don't want that in my D&D game. That takes me. I want I just want a DM voice. I just want someone describing the thing that's going on. That's okay, but it's too intimate. And I get what they're going for. I think either at some point, because they did do a lot of overhauling in the story, I know, and I don't know if this is. I don't think it can be, because the narrator's there throughout the whole game. But I think at some point, minor spoilers for those who don't know, the narrator is meant to be the voice of the tadpole in your head, of the illithid little tadpole. And I think that's meant to be added in. That's why it sounds so intimate. I think that was an idea that was there in the beginning, and then they realized, oh, you can get rid of that, and then we don't have a narrator. So I think they kind of scrapped that idea, but they kept the way that those lines are given. But I just hate it. I just can't stand it. So I need a mod that either mutes the narrator, which you can't do. You couldn't do it at launch. Maybe you can do it now in the settings. So it just mutes it, and you just got text on the screen to describe what's going on. Or someone just revoices the whole thing. Or at the very least goes in and removes 80% of the descriptions to just something where she's describing something that you can't see on screen. Because another thing is, like, the narrator describes things that you can see going on. So I saw a clip of someone playing the Dark Urge character, and it's like there's a squirrel, and like it's on pain in the floor, and it's like the squirrel walks up to you and does a somersault, and then you clap. And like, I've literally seen the squirrel just walked up to me, it literally did a somersault, and my character literally clapped. And that's not what happens in it, but like, that's it. Like, the thing happens, and she's describing the things as I'm watching. Like, you don't need to do this. It's annoying me. So that's my side rant about that. It's too much. I need to go mod those things out, and then maybe I can play Baldur's Gate 3 all the way through. So I guarantee it really is a good game. Like, I did enjoy some of the tactical gameplay. I like those kind of games. They just needed to call it something else, a different Forgotten Realms game. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I'm done with my rants about that. Sonic Phil says, oh no, Cyric just refuses to answer me anymore. Oh, sorry, if you're asking a question, ask again. I can't scroll back up in chat, so I might miss things. I have my headphones on, and that was crazy. Yeah, it's not nice, is it, having someone that close to your head? Who the hell brought up Baldur's Gate? Who did that? I think it was me. I think that was my fault. I did it to myself. Now there's some good alternative voice narrator mods. I have seen a few of those. I need to investigate those and see if any of them feel good. Because I just want, like, I like the classic narrator voice, but it's what's his name? I love this guy. He's got such an amazing voice. I want to say something Keith Richards. I always forget his name. He does the voice of Serevok in the game, and he does the voice of the narration. So, like, you must gather your party before entering forth. He does that bit. And he also reads the epilogues when you have, like, dream sequences and so on. And he's got such a good narrator voice. And it just sounds like someone reading you a book. That's what I want from that. So if there's any mods that do that, I want that. He's doing his Baldur's Gate rant. He's in his element. It's true. I love those games so much. So I could talk about Baldur's Gate all day. They're not... Okay, I'm just going to put this out there. They're not the best games in the world. They're definitely not. If you were trying to play them for the first time, I can see why a lot of people just couldn't get into them, or like they're too old, these things are too antiquated, or this game just doesn't speak to me. But for the time it came out, it did everything I needed a game to, and it taught me many things about how you create a game world. And I've taken a lot of those lessons, and then a lot of the stuff I make for like SS2 and the kinggath creation stuff, a good chunk of it is what I learned from Baldur's Gate and later BioWare games. BioWare were just, they were the guys who made those games that really drew you into them. I like immersive stuff. I feel like I'm in those worlds when I play those games, and that's what I want to try to create. So you guys can feel that immersion, feel like I'm here. Jake's a real person. I want you guys to experience that because I love that so much. Oscar Fry says, Cirque, I'm going to pay to make Fallout 4 that adds a narrator voice just so it messes with you. Go ahead. If you donate $1,000, don't do this, but if you donate $1,000, I will personally narrate in an ASMR voice everything that the player does in the main story of Fallout 4 and release that as a mod. Don't do it, because I don't want to do it, and I don't want you to waste $1,000 on such a stupid thing. But I would. Okay, let's save Cabbage. I think Cabbage is done. We've had my rant. We're good. I think let's just do a once over before we save them. Welcome to the Baldur's Gate Charity Mod Weekend. Okay, he's looking pretty cabbagey to me. I think we're done. We can save this and see if alt-tabbing out the game crashes it. Here we gotta save. Let's alt-tab out, see what happens. Okay, I don't think it crashed. And we have our save. Is it sorted by date modified? Yes, so this is Cabbage. We have our first face. It's Cabbage. Oh, I need a drink after that rant. That was, strangely enough, I think we gained viewership whilst I'm just going off on one of my trademark rants about a game that's 20 years old. Quick, everyone send 1K, don't you dare. Whilst I would absolutely love if someone just has $1,000 lying around that they absolutely wouldn't mind donating, that's a lot of money. Please don't do that. Oh, we are at 9 a.m. my time. Let's see. For Gaff, that is 3:18, so he's probably going to be asleep for at least another 2 hours. That's okay. We have much to do. We have Angelo to do. We actually have 3 versions of Angelo to do, so maybe we leave him to last. So I think next we're going to do Confessor Cabot. No, that's not a name. Cabot's the character from the Cabot questline. Campbell. That's who we're doing next. I was going to test something, but I can't remember what that is right now, so I guess we're not doing that. Oh, let's move this out of the way. You guys don't want to see that. That's up there now. I'm just going to stand. I'm going to have a stretch. Oh, this is crazy. I wonder how many who are doing this have not even gotten out of their chair for just hours at a time. Like, I'm pretty lazy. I just laze about in my computer chair most days when I'm working. But I get up occasionally. But I've got a microphone here. I need to stay near the microphone. Okay. That was good. Boulder Cabgate. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh, look at people playing those games. Okay, I'm going to turn that off just so I'm not accidentally doxing anyone. I say that as I open up my friends list. Okay, we're going offline on friends. Okay, there we go. Sorry, everyone in my friends list, you've just been doxed. See, this is what I was talking about before. Like, because this is my work and just everything computer, there's going to be private stuff around. Like, I highly doubt anyone's going to go look up any of those names and bother them on Steam, but like, you never know. So I definitely understand why some people have like, this is just my streaming computer. Like, there is nothing on here. Everything is automatically locked down. There's no names of anything. There's no links to anything. No one can like go bother my friends or whatever. Because like, if you've got thousands of people watching you, you're going to get some crazy people there. Now, I don't think any of you are crazy people. Well, you are, but like good crazy. But I still think it's good to get into the practice of good privacy etiquettes, I guess. Okay, let's start a new game. Oh. It did the thing that it did before, which means we have to restart. Let me see if it looks like that on the stream. Yeah, that's not right. So, We'll just have to restart Fallout 4 every time we make a new face and alt tab out. So we don't crash now. See, Fallout 4 has never done this before. I'm trying to think what's causing that. I mean, at least the game's launching now, so we have that. Yeah, it's mushed. Maybe it's I don't know. I have no idea what's causing that. It just works. It just works. So let's see. Okay, we have one face. We have cabbage. We have the cabbage. Face number 2. We're going with Confessor Campbell. Can't you just save through the console over the name? You can. I think you just type save something .save. I can't remember. But I'm doing it the stupid way because at least I know it works. Okay, we'll start a brand new game because it's just the easiest thing to do. Yeah, Gaff always does that. He when he's doing his little playthroughs, when he has a bug report, he'll type the save command and type the thing. Save, blah, 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 blah. Okay. We'll try that maybe, and then that might save us having to alt-tab and rename. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. That's very useful. No dots. So just save and then name. Okay.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
Maybe you should hog the mirror.
Hey, my turn, big guy.
Alrighty. Let's get a good template for someone who... So we won't be able to apply the texture here, but I'm hoping we can do it in the CK, where we can get the ghoul texture over the human face. I think that's doable in the CK. I think. I kind of like that face as a structure. We'll come back to that if another doesn't take my fancy. I like how some of these characters like it's discount Dr. Amari, it's discount Curie. Just because the face, the faces are so limited, you're always going to have characters that look the same unless you create something very radically different. Like, even though we changed basically everything on Cabbage's original face, it still looked like Nate's, just because I guess it started close enough to Nate. But like, also, many of these characters just look the same. Like the hairstyle often really makes the character. Like the face shapes are often, they're so minute. I kind of like that face. Ooh, I think we might go with this face. I like the ageness that's already there. We can use that. Okay, we're gonna use this face as our template now. I like the ghoul hair where we can't use it in character creation, but I like the ghoul hair where it's like I think they added it with the Far Harbor expansion, I want to say, where you actually have sort of ghouls who are bald but they have like a few strands of hair left. I'd like us to use that, but I don't think we can. Because we're only parenting to the Automaton DLC. I have to refill my drink soon. Oh, and I see a question from Mystic Rogue. What would you say is a good tip for creating depth of character in this game when it's a short interaction with an NPC you're going to kill? So I guess you're talking about Professor Campbell. Well, I wouldn't say anything I've written in this charity mod is going to be a good example of how to do writing well, because I wrote all of this in like 3 days in total, and I didn't even do a second draft. So I wouldn't take anything here as like, this is how you do writing. But how would you create an in-depth character for you're going to have... I guess, would the short interaction be with, like, you meet them, have the short interaction, and then have to kill them, and it has to be memorable in some way? Or is it a character who you meet at the beginning, and then you don't see for a long time, and then maybe you hear a lot about them, and then you finally meet them and have a short interaction? Because that's easier to do. You have a setup, then you don't see them for a long time, but you can give the player lots of information about them, lots of world building and lore, and other characters can talk about them. And then you finally meet them again, and now you have all this more context for them. And then you only need a short interaction with them because you've learned everything you need to know. And then you can have to fight and kill them. And then maybe that feels more impactful than just, hey, I've just met you. Interaction, killing you. Now you're dead. Okay, next person, I guess. I'm going to read that one more time to see if I can actually give some advice. I don't think I gave any there. What would you say is a good tip for creating depth of character in this game when it's a short interaction with an NPC that you're going to kill? I'd say have it be plot relevant. Have it be something where the player has to make a choice where it's not an easy choice. So if you're killing them, why are you killing them? Is there both positives and negatives to killing them and leaving them alive? Is it something that maybe the player doesn't want to do but has to do? Because then the conflict's going to be more player. I mean, the conflict is always player driven in a way because it's your audience that you want to react to these things. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the story and the character and all that, but you can probably do that by creating a situation that the player wouldn't want to do, but has to do. But again, that's tough as well, because some players are like, yeah, I want to kill them. Well, then you failed. Like, you failed in doing what you want to do there, because you were trying to create a situation where the player maybe has a bit of gut-wrenching going on, but like, no, that player just wanted to kill them and they enjoyed it. So like, whatever you were setting up just didn't land with that particular player. So, you know, you're not always going to get it, but generally speaking, you can aim for the, you know, most people are not monsters deep down, so you can assume your player will have some compassion and play off that maybe. It really depends. It's quite situation specific, really. There's many ways to do it. It just depends on story, the character, the setup, all those things. Hopefully there was something useful there for you. But let's get to this face. Hairstyle. Okay, we might go... I wish we had that balding hairstyle, but we don't. Because I want to have the... like a half ghoul texture over this character, where she's not fully ghoul yet, but she's long enough... she's far enough long, like, I wish... Okay, so, small rant. I like the ghouls in Fallout 3 way better than I like the ghouls in Fallout 4. They looked like ghouls. You can tell why people are terrified of them, and are scared of them, and call them horrible names, and want to ostracize them. Because they look like monsters. They look like scary zombie monsters. In Fallout 4, they just, you know, they're not pretty to look at, but they're not that bad. So I wish the games had sort of different levels of ghoulification that you could see. So you could have someone who's just starting to ghoulify, so, you know, they've got the skin going on, or sort of small legions happening, but you'd be like, that's still human. They just, you know, they got burnt, or something happened to them. And then you get like medium ghoul, and then you get like full-on ghoul, like all the skin's gone. Because you have ghouls where there's just like a few tiny patches of skin left, and it's just muscle. You must love the ghoul in the Fallout 4 TV show. Oh yeah, I love the TV show. You want me to get me ranting about the TV show? Don't get me wrong, it's good, people enjoy it, but there are things that annoy me in it. But we're not going to rant about that right now. Maybe later. Yeah. Fallout 4 ghouls look too blobby. Blobby. Gob's a good example. Gob's quite, from what I recall, quite horrific to look at. And that you can do fun stuff with, in terms of story and character. So yeah, I miss the ugly ghouls. Bring back the ugly ghouls. They're my favorite. They're too pretty now. We've got pretty ghouls. No one likes those. It's kind of messy. Too much hair, but it's kind of messy. I could just be lazy and just go with, like... There we got the Lamont look. The ladies, they have one bald hairstyle, and it's just enlisted. That's it. Oh no, we have two. We have two. So we have enlisted and fury. One is seemingly low texture, and one is seemingly slightly higher texture. So this is the easy thing to go with if we're going to have a somewhat ghoulified person. I might go with this. Maybe we'll change it back later.
Blonde, brunette, purple. It all looks good on you.
I think, yeah, we can get rid of eyebrows in the CK, so that might... Maybe I give her the bushiest eyebrows, just so we remember to remove those.
That looks nice.
I think that might be what we do. And also, I love those giant eyebrows. I don't know why they're so big. Those are the biggest eyebrows ever. Oh, we can give us side eyebrows. Oh. Okay, I'm going to go with these. Those are the mightiest eyebrows. Perfect. Okay. With the eyes. I wonder if we can switch out ghoul eyes as well in the CK. Probably not. I think that would be something you'd need to create. I mean, we could do it, but we probably just don't have enough time. I think you'd have to create a mod for that. It might be doable. I don't think so, though. Kang says, I was just talking about how I wish they had gone with the Hancock's concept art. It was really good in my opinion. They did Ghoul Eyes dirty. Oh, they did Ghouls dirty in Fallout 4. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they had a reason for it. But it's going back, because everything always goes back, to Baldur's Gate. Same runtime flat. Like, they don't do anything necessarily wrong. They just do everything the opposite of the way I'd want it, in terms of like storytelling, characters, all that stuff. Like, okay, it's Baldur's Gate runtime. Round 2. I hate the opening to Baldur's Gate 3. It is, to me at least, and again, this is purely just what I like. So if someone likes this, you're not wrong. You just like something different than me. Although you are wrong, because you disagree with me. I hate that the intro, and minor spoilers for people who want to play it, but I think you probably know this even if you've not played it yet. I described this to someone the other day as in, you start the game, you're in a spaceship flying through hell. That's the opening of Baldur's Gate 3. That is being chased by people on dragons. What? How do you top that? You've literally started, like, I mean, they do try to top it at the end of the game, and fair enough, but like, to me, that's not storytelling. And again, it's just a different way of doing it, and it can work for some people, it just doesn't work for me. I like, you have to, if you're coming into D&D or Baldur's Gate brand new, as far as you know, as a new person watching this, this is default. This happens all the time. This isn't out of the ordinary. There's always random skyships. They go to hell every other day. That's just what you do there. It's not weird to meet random hell creatures and have to fight your way of hell. That is an everyday occurrence. But it isn't. In the Forgotten Realms setting, even in 5th edition, which is much more lax with these things, don't get me ranting on 5th edition. Again, I'm a crotchety old man. I like my old stuff. But like, to start a story with that craziness going on, and then you kind of like, oh, now you're just on a beach. And it's like, what was all that other stuff? That was crazy. Hell, ship, tadpoles in my head. What? And then like, okay, back to normal. So your sense of what's normal is all that stuff in the beginning. And then suddenly it's like you're on a chart and you're all the way top, and then you just drop all the way down. Like, you just lose all this energy by immediately dropping down. And that to me just feels very anticlimactic. I don't like that in storytelling. It feels very bad to me. I did not like that as an opening. I think you do the reverse in a fantasy adventure. You start off, you establish the world, you establish the normal. This is the base thing. This is what normal everyday looks like. People just going about their lives. You're just an ordinary person. You know, you're a farmer or a peasant or just someone doing their normal everyday job. And then the fantastical thing happens and you go, oh my God, spaceships flying through hell. This is out of the ordinary because I just experienced the ordinary. So I don't like that. And why did I go on that rant? Someone help me. I go on my rant and I forget exactly why I started. There was a reason for that. I was trying to highlight something in either something I said or a comment that was said. Please help me. I've forgotten what my point was. I got to rant, which is great, but there was a point to it. This is the danger when I rant. I forget what the important thing is. Can I eat the popcorn? Enjoy. just laughing at me. I was like, we don't even know what your point was. There was a point there. Somewhere. Back to these eyes. Okay, so I like these eyes, but someone help me. What was I talking about? There was a reason I went off on that rant number 2. And for the love of me, I cannot remember what it was. Okay, I like these eyes, but I'm going to use them later on in Angelo. So I don't want to use them twice. They work for someone who's like half ghoulified. But I'm maybe hoping we can use the ghoul eyes instead. What the hell was I ranting for? Was it? No, can't remember. Okay, can you like rants? I'm not sure the rest of the audience likes rants. That's the thing. Hopefully they're entertaining. It was something about like, I don't like it, but it's just a difference of taste. That's what started it. It started with the depth of character and then it went off the rails. It always goes off the rails. Don't get me ranting. Maybe I'll go with the steel gray eyes, maybe. Yeah, nice cold eyes. You were talking about the drawing you were doing in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 during your delta. That was during the first run. This was rant number 2, and there was a reason about like story story or world building or like the way people do things and like their preferences for things, and it was going to be tied into something, and I just don't remember what it was. It's a mystery. We'll never know. I'm just going to quickly check my Discord, see if someone pinged me like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're ranting about. You started for these reasons." Please more rants, and I like your rant because I agree. Everyone likes a rant that they agree with. Everyone, including me. Okay, no. I have messages, but no one telling me what the hell I was just talking about. By the way, feel free to ask me my opinion on anything. I'm sure I have an opinion on it, and I'm sure I'm more than willing to share it. Okay, let's get back to this face. Okay, Kat says, I mentioned Hancock's concept art, but I don't know what happened after that. There's something in that area, in that mystery, foggy grayness, and that was the catalyst for all this, but I have no idea what it is. Okay, I don't know if there's much we can do with this forehead. Narrow it in a bit, make it a bit less egg. There we go.
Beautiful wife.
Okay, I'm going to widen. Oh no, I'm not going to do that. I like that you can do this, but I can't imagine why you'd ever really want to do this to someone's face. But we don't want to do that. I just wanted to make things a bit wider to try and hide some of this egg shape going on.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay, where's the jaw? Maybe that's just made it more egg. I don't know. A bit chunky than I wanted, maybe. What's your opinion on Shrek 2? Is it on DVD or is it on VHS? I mean, that's really going to affect my opinion on it, so... can we go back to the Fallout 4 TV Ghoul, though? We definitely can. What do you want to know about them? Shrek 2 is a masterpiece. Should toast have one? No butter, no jam, butter free. What? Okay, I'm having a stroke trying to read your thing there, Fry. Should toast? Okay, you're asking a question. Should have toast. Number 1, no butter, no jam. 2, butter only. 3, jam only. 4, butter and jam. In my opinion, it should have butter only. Jam is for bread. Butter is for toast. Mr. Rose says, I asked how you like the show. Yeah, see, there's a connection there. It's okay. Okay. Let's see if we can retrace my steps. You asked if I like the show, and I said I didn't like it, but there's good things about it. And maybe that's what got me ranting about Baldur's Gate. Like, I don't like Baldur's Gate 3, but I recognize it's good, and there are good things about it. But there are things. So I'll try and bring it back to the Fallout TV show and just see if I can figure out what the hell my point was. There's too many things that bugged me in the show that are things that are important to me. So, writing. I've not seen anyone yet say, oh my god, the dialogue was so good. Because I don't think it is. I think the dialogue was very bad. And again, this is so... You can just completely ignore everything I'm saying because I'm up my own arse on this because I'm a writer. So, like, of course I'm going to be super critical of it. And I'm not even going to say I could do better. I'm just going to say I didn't like it and I wasn't impressed by the dialogue the characters spoke. It was too clunky. Too much exposition here and there. They were being too cryptic and trying to set things up, and to me it was too obvious of what they're doing, and I just hate that because I like to be immersed in things, and if I can see exactly what you're doing, and to me I'm like, that's clunky, you could have done that way better. There were setups for things they didn't pay off. For example, the one that annoyed me the most and kind of got me just upset. I was somewhat neutral in episode 1. I enjoyed it well enough. There were things that I criticized, but things I liked. I gave it a 4 out of 10. I think I gave it 5 out of 10, maybe. So it was like average. It was just right in the middle. Episode 2, I hated. It did so many things I hated, and it immediately went to a 3 out of 10. That episode almost made me want to stop watching the show. And this wasn't the thing that made me want to stop watching, but it definitely didn't help. When Lucy leaves the vault, and technically this is the first Wastelander she's bumped into, because I think she's bumped into the scientist guy. Here's another thing I hated about the show. Everyone just bumps into each other all the time. Why? Like, are they making a point about, like, that's how the games work because they have to? But even then, you can be clever about it. And I think it was just laziness in the writing. All characters just happen to be near to where they are, keep bumping into each other. It's like, this wasteland is really small, and I hate that. But anyway, so Lucy's met the scientist, but we're going to hand wave that he's not a real wastelander because he's from the Enclave. She meets the first wastelander, and it's the guy struggling with water. And I thought what they were going to do here was have a character moment. So we established in episode 1, Lucy can do plumbing. And we've already seen she's somewhat out of her element after leaving the vault. And I thought, oh, this is a great chance here where she needs to know where the town is. And this guy's like, well, I don't want to help you. And he mentions his water pump isn't working. Oh, Lucy can probably fix that. She can now use some of her skills from her world in this new world and show that even though she's out of her element, even though she doesn't know what's going on and she's overwhelmed, there's things she can fall back on, the skills she has that these people don't. This is what makes her special. And in doing this, in helping this person fix the water pump, he's like, hey, you just helped me and you didn't even ask for something. Oh, we're giving some character there. She just helped him. She didn't ask for anything because that's just what they do in the vault. So you show her character by, you show, don't tell. The show does a bit too much telling for my legs. But there you just show she's useful, she has skills, you're showing these things. You're showing that she's helping without really asking for anything in return. And then the guy could be like, well, I need to do something for you. And she can just say, oh, I just need to know where town is. He's like, really? That's all you want in exchange? And she's like, yep. And he's like, oh, well, just over there. There you go. There's a great, we've shown a character. We now like the character more. We've shown that she is nice and she does good things. And the setup was so perfect for it. And they didn't do it. They just did a weird joke and then moved on. And you could have just removed that scene and it could have been replaced by, she just sees a sign saying town this way. That's all that scene served. Every scene in everything must serve a purpose in some way. As Phil says, boy, you totally misread that whole exchange. I mean, if you can give me your view on what you think they were doing there, but as a writery person, to me, that's what you do there. You can probably still do some of the other stuff they did there. It was just to show that Wastelanders are a bit dumb and she's not. It did that, but like the scene went on far too long as far as I was concerned if it's to do that. But yeah, please, like, give me your perspective because that is useful to me. Like, that was my view in watching that, and that was my takeaway from it. And I didn't get what I wanted from that scene, but you may have got something from it, and it's something I didn't spot, which means either it's something I didn't see or it's something I'm not giving value to. And if you got something from that scene, that's something that's useful to me because if I'm writing something in the future, it's like, oh, I know for certain people these things are good. This gives them something they want. That's very valuable as a someone who's trying to make things for people to consume and enjoy. So I'll catch up and chat after my mini rant. Yo, this character is Mrs. Clean. Yeah, we've not done enough work on this character yet. I got on one of my rants again. It's look stat at work. Random look. I don't get it though. Like, I think you can show these things. Again, when it's doing these things to me, it's a bit too blunt about them. Mystic Rogue's on my side. Clearly that's the right opinion. I totally agree with that. I expected her to help him too. Yeah, it's just to me that was the setup. Like, it was a perfect setup for that, if that's what you're going to do with that scene. And again, this is purely from someone who, when you make these things, they had to make that water pump prop. The camera starts off focused on it, which means this is a point of interest. This thing here, we're looking at this for a reason. And not only do they do that with the camera, they had to make that prop, but then they don't do anything with it. Phil, he said he put sand in the water filter but only got sand. She asked if he tried water, but she also at that point was very focused on finding her father. Yeah, that scene was just for a joke. That's what I didn't like about it. It wasn't. It could have had that joke and more. They could have done more of it, and it was like a few minutes for just one joke that to me wasn't that very funny. And it wasn't funny to me because I was already annoyed that I was like, wait a minute, are they not going to do this thing that was actually quite well set up there? And to me, it was just like a missed opportunity. I was like, you could have had your cake and eaten it too. You could do all those things. And they just didn't. And that upset me. Again, these are things that bother me as someone who cares about these kind of stuff. Like, someone may not care about these things at all. And they're like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, it was funny. There was a joke. And there was. But to me, like, the jokes are secondary. You need this other stuff first. Phil says, I can't help you. I just can't help you. Again, if that was a really funny joke to someone, then that scene is valuable enough to them. So, again, that is useful information to me. Like, if there is something that is just a single thing that is valuable to someone, a scene can be salvaged for someone. For me, it wasn't there. And I think you can do all the things. You can do multiple things. Like, I don't think I'm anywhere near this level, but I hope to one day be. Like, a masterful storyteller will be doing 10 things at once in one scene. And if you watch some of the greatest films or TV shows of all time, they're doing this in every scene. There's character growth, motivation, subtext. You're doing storytelling of themes in just a shot and how things are positioned in it. Like, there's so much you can do in the medium, and there are just some true masters at this that I am blown away by even half the stuff that I recognize. And then when people point out, like, oh, actually they're doing this, and this as well. Like, my God, there are just some super talented people out there. And I'm probably holding people to standards that's like, yeah, most people can't do that. Those are like the pinnacle of storytelling people, and they're very rare because it takes such talent to do it. But like, that's what I want. Things I've got very high standards, it seems, but that's what I want to try and emulate in things. And so when I watch stuff, I have that mindset because I need to be critical of things, because anything I make, I need to hold to the same standards. And even though I don't think I'll reach those standards, I at least need to be critical of my stuff to try and catch myself if I'm making any mistakes. So I'll warn you now, I'm hell to watch a TV show or a film with or anything, because I will pick it apart. And again, it can be stuff that no one cares about. Oh my gosh, we just got a donation, $50. I didn't catch who gave that. Thank you very much. If you have something you want, if you want me to shut up and just go on and make the faces, at in the chat, and I will do that. If you want me to rant more about the silly things, you go right ahead, and I will do whatever you want. For $50, I will do the things. Just catch your chat. Mystic Rogue says, yeah, I think missed opportunity happened a few times, but I love this show anyway. That's the thing. There's good elements and there's bad elements. I'm upset because I think it could have been even better. When something's bad, it's like, it's just bad. But when something could be better, then I'm really upset. Because I'm like, oh, you missed opportunities. Like, if you just did these extra things, it'd be even better. I'm like, that's what bugs me the most. It's not, you can watch bad stuff all the time and be like, oh, that was just bad. But it's when you watch something and you can think, oh, if they just want the extra, and sometimes it's a time issue. Like, I guarantee some of the things that bugged me was like they just ran out of time, like they just didn't have the budget that day. I think it was mentioned somewhere that it was like there's rewrites on scripts at certain points, and that's going to change things. Like they may have had to reshoot stuff, and then after everything's shot, it's like, well, oh, we need this new scene, but we can't bring these people back, so we just got to work with the footage we got. So there's always reasons for these things. Like we experienced this in SS2, but we're lucky in that often we can go back and put in the things we messed up or missed out on. You can't do that with a TV show. Once it's out, it's out. So it's definitely a tougher thing to do because it's a final product. It's out and you're done. Gotta love the people who agree with Zurich. You got good taste, people. Ask right. Okay. And now for something completely different at Zurich. Okay, I have to ask, what is it with you Brits and calling a fruit bread pudding spotted dick? I don't know. That's just its name. I can't tell you what the reason is. That's just what it's called. You're gonna have to look that up. I honestly don't know why it's called that. We just know it's funny and we laugh at it when we're young, and then everyone kind of just gets used to it and you stop laughing at it. But yeah, it's called spotted dick, and you're gonna eat it and it's gonna be yummy. Critical guy. They could have still had the joke play out even if she helps. Yeah, that's again, it's that little rant I went on. Like you can do many things at once in a scene, but it does take a lot of skill and it takes a lot of effort and attention. And for me personally, I don't think the writers were up to the task. Again, this is such like, I don't want to rip something apart because it's so tough to make anything. It's really easy to be a critic in things. It's so difficult to make something. So as much as I'm bashing anything, Fallout 4 TV show, Baldur's Gate, I'll bash Baldur's Gate 1. I love Baldur's Gate 1. There's loads of things it does wrong, like that but again, it's like they didn't know to do that, or they ran out of time, or there were complications. There always is. So please, no one think like I'm saying these things are bad and you're not allowed to like them. Absolutely not. I'm just super critical of things in general. And it's because I kind of have to be, because I have to make things, so I have to be very critical about them. But yeah, it's for me, the writers of the show, I think they should have either had longer to do what they needed to do, needed more help, or just different writers. And again, it be subjective taste. It could just be I just didn't like their writing style, because there's loads of different writing styles. Catching up with chat. Lamau, they pay for the rant to end. Hey, if they did, I'm happy to end it just and we can move on. If you want to continue, at me and we can keep ranting. Although, again, I don't want to hit on things too much because even like Baldur's Gate 3, some of my friends love that game and they've never played Baldur's Gate before. And they're never going to go back and play those old games. But I did have messages to me like, oh, wow, I see what you mean. Yeah, I love this Baldur's Gate game. And I'm just like, no, you're loving the wrong Baldur's Gate game. I think it's just taste. Like, I think Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 3, very different games. It just comes down to what you like. Did we miss you? Of course we missed you, Kez. We always miss you. I hope you got a nap or something. Oscar Fry, Cirque, remember that $50 is part of the 100k needed for you to do the Fallout 4 narrator mod voice. Okay, so I guess if we get to 6,000, I guess I'm doing that. I'm not sure we're gonna get there. I'm not sure I agree to your terms, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm glad that people are liking the rants of just staring at our wonderful egg character here while I just go. I can't do two things at once. I can rant, or I can make the faces. I cannot do two things. Okay, she's a bit too chubby. I don't think if you're
You are so beautiful.
getting ghoulified, you're going to be chubby. So let's see how gaunt we can make her, and it not look silly. This is I don't like the top of the shape of the female head here. Like it's too bulbous. And so, no matter what I do, she's going to have egg shape. I don't think I can really solve that. Okay. Now, is that too much? Because we're going to have the ghoul texture over this, so... Like, I kind of like the prominent cheekbones there. I think that might work with the ghoul texture. We'll see. I can go like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Mr. Grow said the spots are from currants or raisins. Those are different things, I think, technically, but I'm not sure those Americans will know what currants is. I don't know. The dick is, in Spotted Dick, seems to come from the shortened Old English names for pudding. Pod dog or pudrick. English is so silly. In Scotland, it's often called spotted dog pudding. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Kez says, "Holy shit, Solus from Dragon Age." Oh yeah, the bald elf. That's it. I think she's looking a little less Solus-like now. Oscar Fry, my headcanon for starting at her in Character Creator is that you are the voice in her head, and she's just ranting to herself about things she hates. Yep. And her husband's just like, dear darling, I need to go to my Veteran Day thing. Can you please just stop using the mirror? And she's like, no. You will listen to my rant about Baldur's Gate 3 and that TV show that is okay, but there's things about it that annoy me. I kind of like this. I think she's almost there, even with the eyebrows. Let's see. We're going to give her thin lips. You need thin lips if you're ghoulifying. Let's bring those back.
You have such a cute chin.
Okay, we need to get the mouth as far back as we can. I'm wondering at what point is Gaff going to come back and he's not going to tell me and he's just going to listen to me ranting for like an hour about something complete. Oh, wow. Should we go with this? Does that work? That's good, right? Would that look good if we have the ghoul texture over it? I suspect no. But it's funny. I think it's a bit too much. I like, see, if we elongate the lips, or the mouth rather, it makes the lips thinner, which I like.
Sean has your smile, you know.
That's the most we can. Oh, bloop. Okay. We can have blip, or we can have bloop. Let's do sync in the middle. There we go. Yes. I just see in chat, yeah. We have oof and yes. I dialed it back just a tiny bit. Guess says, what with I put in his DMs, you never know when he wakes up. Oh yeah. He's gone. He's gone from the world.
I still got it.
Blip. Okay, let's change the nose type. This is a long nose. I don't think ghouls should have that long a nose, so let's change the type and then let's try and make it a bit shorter.
Such a cute nose.
No, I kind of like that straightness. It's a bit skeletal. That kind of works for a ghoul. I'm liking this face shape. This is coming along. I'm liking this.
Sweetie, you like my nose, right?
Right. You like my nose. Okay, we're gonna some crinkles there because she's older. Both her and Angelo are probably like in their 40s, 50s, but I don't know when she's been ghoulified. So, but either way, she's gonna have that raspy ghoul voice. If you didn't hear the lines being recorded for her, they were so good. I'm not sure Twitch keeps a stream of like you can go back and watch things. If they do, I really hope that we can make like a supercut of everyone doing their recording for the characters because that was really fun to watch. I'm just gonna get up, do a stretch. Oh, that's better. Okay, back down we go. Okay, I'm liking this face. I think I'm gonna make the nostrils smaller. Oh, we're onto jowls apparently.
I think
like
Sean has your nose.
Poor Sean. Yeah, that's scary. I'm not sure I like those nostrils. Kobe's screen was recorded. Wonderful. I think that'll be. I'm not sure if he has a YouTube channel, but that might be where if he doesn't and he doesn't want to make one, I think it'll be fun if we do a cut of the recording of some of the characters. It can either be like the full stuff or just their best bits because that was so fun to watch. Yeah, I think lower down makes it more skeletal than higher up. So let's do about there.
Yeah, I like that.
She likes that. Okay, where's the nose for? I want to make it a bit shorter, I think.
Every time I see that face, I fall in love with you all over again.
You sure about that, buddy? Because, I don't know. I mean, whatever. So fun, yours too. Oh, the recording. Well, thank you. I hope you enjoyed the Mr. Handy. By the way, if anyone wants to donate and make me say silly things and silly voices from some of the characters from SS2 or East Empire. I mean, I only voiced one character in East Empire, but please feel free. And I might even do it for free if you're very nice and ask very nicely. Okay, we need some narrow eyes. She's judging you.
I still got it.
Ooh. Super judging you. That's maybe a bit too much. Ooh, let's yeah, but definitely add that so we can get the
Such pretty eyes.
get those eyes back in those sockets. There we go. See, this is why I like the mod, and I wish I could remember the name of it. Is it Lux menu, maybe? Where it has a menu up on the right here, and it has all of the parts of the face listed. Because when I make faces like this, I'll often forget about facial features. For like Cabbage, I forgot like you can sink the eyes back in two. And it's just because when you move your cursor over here, you don't always see everything that you can actually play with. And so like there might be things you miss. For this, I don't think it matters too much. I think we got Cabbage as close to Cabbage as he needed to be. But if you're trying to make, you know, your perfect character for something, either you're doing a playthrough or you're like designing an NPC here, it's good to have all those sliders over there to know exactly what it is you get to play with. Okay, I don't want sad eyes. Slightly angry eyes, maybe.
That looks nice.
Ooh, okay. I just remembered I want to have a malformed ear. There is a very tiny anyway.
You're beautiful, you know that?
Okay, get those ears. Okay, we want tiny ears very close to the head because that's what happens when you get Googlified. Your ears fall off.
That works.
Very close to her head. Sculpt. Okay, where's the full ear?
Huh?
There we go. I want to make those tiny, tiny little ears. Look how tiny those ears are. When you become a ghoul, your ears shrink. Oh my gosh, another donation for $50. Those disappear too quickly. I just see the amount and then it's gone. Thank you so much for that. Now is that just the donation? That's all of us streaming, right? So it's not just this stream. That is everyone who's part of the charity mod, right? Like we have a shared thing. I think that's how it works. The move away from the sliders in game menus kills me. Well, I think we got it back in Starfield, didn't we? So it definitely makes a reappearance. Okay, let's bring them up. I don't want it to be too. Okay,
Not bad.
I might make those ears tiny bit bigger. I
Not
made it
bad at all.
a bit too small, I think. There we go. Yeah, I sent it via the main donation page. Ah, okay, cool. So everyone gets to see it. So, well, thank you very much for donating. I'm glad you're in this chat, so I can say thank you. But I'm probably going to say thank you every time, even if it's someone in someone else's chat. Do you have any requests? You can get me ranting about something. You can have me say something in a character's voice. Whatever you like. You've earned it. Kind of like this face. I don't think there's too much more I want to do to it. Let's see what we can do with the forehead.
As beautiful as the day we met.
Let's maybe make these a bit more pronounced so the eyes look a bit more sulken. Sulken? Sunken.
I still got it.
Okay, I think that's... Applied a ghoul texture on top of that, and I think she's going to look like she's ghoulifying a little bit. So let's change...
Such a great smile.
Some... Oh, okay. Let's go with even thinner lips. Ooh. Okay, I like that. 1, 2, 3...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that works.
Okay, so I might have to make the mouth, I guess, a little bit smaller.
Hon, you have such great cheekbones.
Let's think it back a bit. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Okay, you've seen the show. Thoughts on how Moldova, that's how you say it, right? Survived the bombs and is still 200 years in the future. No idea. So, like, the setup in the TV show was like probably she was meant to get frozen as well. I mean, that would make sense. It's kind of lazy though, because you've already had the reveal of these people. Okay, we're sorry for anyone who's not seen the TV show. We're definitely doing spoilers here. So I'll try and keep things spoiler free. So certain people survived by freezing themselves, and you get to do a reveal like that once. As soon as you say, and this is just storytelling stuff and writing in general. If you say, and these guys did it too, well, that's not really interesting now. Like, you've already done that. What else you got? See, so you need a different way that she got into the future. And I've seen a few people throw out ideas like she's a clone or she's a robot. And it's like, okay, those could be things, but like, so far there's nothing in the story to indicate these things. That's another criticism I got in the show. So I watched this with someone who was not familiar with Fallout at all. I mean, they were vaguely familiar. They knew what Fallout was. Hang on a second. I'm recording! Okay. I've got someone be like, hey, I need your attention. I'm like, nope, no attention. Okay, so, what the hell was I just talking about? Fallout 4 TV show. Sync you set up. Oh, yeah, storytelling stuff. So I was watching the show with someone who only vaguely knew, like, they knew of Fallout 4, but they didn't know any of the lore or any stuff. They were so confused watching it, because the show does a really bad job explaining. Now, you don't have to explain everything, and I think explaining everything is a mistake, and you shouldn't do that. But you need certain things that are relevant either to the plot or the characters. You need something to show, something to explain, certain things, motivations, what's the Enclave about? No idea what that is. It's not explained in the show, really. Like, we know what it is, because we know what Fallout is. And there was a lot of that in the show where any form of... And again, these are just rules in general. You can always break these rules. That's the fun thing about telling stories. Especially if you're very skilled, you can break all the rules and do something amazing. And if someone else tries to do it, they'll fail miserably because like they just didn't do it the right way. But generally speaking, most writing has rules to it. And you should follow the rules unless you know what you're doing and you're very skilled. I only vaguely know what I'm doing, and I'm not that skilled, so I followed the rules as best I can because they definitely help. So you don't have things in a story. I'm trying to remember what it was I was trying to say there. Oh god. By explaining the thing, I've forgotten the other thing. Geez, it's really hard to rant when you're tired. Okay, so they didn't explain stuff in the game or in the TV. Okay, I remember what it was now. So any media must always be able to stand on its own. So criticism I heard of the new Star Wars films is there's stuff in it that isn't really explained, that they sort of hand wave. Like there's a line like, "That's a good." Someone asked a question of like, "Wait a minute, how do you have Luke?" I think it's Luke's lightsaber. I think is the question, and the character's like, "That's a good question for another time," and then they never answer it. So that's something called hanging your lantern. I think that would be the correct term, where the writer makes it clear to you, the audience, that they're aware of this thing as well, and then they can kind of not explain it because like the people in the universe are aware of this thing, and therefore it's on purpose that you either don't have the information or something isn't explained, and that can be a very useful tool, but it shouldn't be used too much, and it should definitely not be abused. That was like a good question there, where it's like, this is something the audience kind of needs to know, because there's like a logical step of how these things happened. Like, did you know Luke? Did he come here at a certain point? Like, these are relevant things to the story. And they just sort of hand wave it, because the reason they have this lightsaber there is because it's cool. And you can do that. Rule of cool is definitely a way to go. But there still needs to be consistency to things and a logic to it. And they just hand wave that completely. And there was and so therefore, any media by itself needs to stand on its own. That film didn't do it because I'm sure I read somewhere that someone said like, oh, that's explained in the book that accompanies it. Like someone wrote a book later that's like a novel, and they explain one of these things, or it may not have been that particular thing, but they explained something else that had a similar issue. To me, that's bad. No franchise, no medium should ever do that. Everything should stand on its own. You can get away with something if it's like a film trilogy, because you're meant to watch all of them. But even then, filmmakers, or if it's a book, they'll always recap things in the beginning. Because you need the audience to have these references and have these things, otherwise they're going to watch it and be confused and not know what's going on. And that can be hard to do, because again, that's exposition. And exposition can almost always be heavy-handed. That's often one of the hardest things to do. How do you naturally give exposition to especially in games? Because they're not linear. So I got to look up and refresh my brain of why it was I was going on that rant. Looks menu, sliders, donations. Okay, thoughts on the TV show How Moldaver Survived. Okay, see, that's what started it. So Moldava, I forget how to say her name. You needed a setup there within that first season. That first season is somewhat contained. You just needed a clue or a hook. You can add hooks into storytelling and never revisit them, because often you'll do that when you're writing a story, especially if it's something that you don't know the ending of yet. So it's like you've only done season 1 of a TV show, but you can add a hook into something. So season 2, we can come back and say, well, how did Moldaver survive? Well, here's the hook we added. Now, I didn't spot any hooks in season 1, but I wasn't looking too hard, to be honest. So maybe there is one there. And then season 2, they'll say, she survived for this reason. And then you remember in season 1, they did mention that, or you at least saw that somewhere. And you can definitely do that. But I didn't spot anything in season 1, so I don't have a clue. And I think anything they do add is likely going to be, because I don't think they know, to be honest. I'm not sure they know, and maybe they just never revisit it. Maybe you just don't have to know, because she's dead now. Like, her story arc is done in season 1, unless they revisit it in flashbacks, which they might do. But I suspect no. I think they're going to move on in season 2. So everything you need to know about her should be in that first season, and they didn't do it. So I have no idea why she survived. I don't think you're meant to know. It's a good question for another time. There we go. Back to the face. Again, I hope this is interesting and useful. It's me. I always feel very self-conscious when I go on these rants, because I think most people can't possibly be interested in these weird things that I'm just going to talk about for 10-20 minutes. Thanks. Okay, you got a thanks.
Not bad at all.
Wrinkled. Okay, I think we're gonna stay with wrinkled for that. Okay, I think I'm mostly you enjoyed the diversion. Well, I think we got a good face here. I think this is once we get the ghoul texture over this, it's gonna be good. So let's go to body and then no, I'm not done yet. I want to do body and then extras. Critical Guy. I'd like to think she had her consciousness uploaded into a computer and then transferred to a Gen 3 synth, kind of like Nick Valentine, which you can do. But there was nothing in season 1 to hint at even any of those things. As I said, individual medium must stand on itself. Someone who has no idea of Fallout, they don't know about Gen 3 Sims. They don't know about Nick. They don't know that people did download their brain into like discs, and you can do stuff with that in the future. Yeah. How thin should we make her? I want some muscle on her. Again, a lot of what I complain about in things in general can be very nitpicky. So definitely, if you enjoyed the show or you enjoyed like something like Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3 is a very popular game, and there's a good reason for it. But the things that annoy me, like the narrator voice, that's very nitpicky, but it's enough to bring me out of it. But like for writing and so on, I kind of have to be nitpicky because that's what I do. Sci-Fi says, I think she had her own vault or something. She may have. Mystic Rogue, we know she knew Cooper's wife. We know she founded... She founded Shady Sands? I know she lived there. I don't think she founded it. Unless the TV show retconned that. We know she created advanced tech, but that's about all. Yeah, so the show says, she was a scientist. That's another thing. There's so many silly things in the show that, again, it depends on the tone. If the show went full silly, I think it could have gotten away with a lot more, but it tried to be serious some of the time, which is where it lost me. If you're going to be serious, then you need to take things seriously. You still have comedy, but you just need to give the serious stuff the gravity it requires. So, like, she created that technology for Vault-Tec, the was it fusion technology, cold fusion, was it she invented? But she was unable to unlock the technology she created because Vault-Tec created some sort of code thing. It's like it was coded, but it's like, couldn't you just recreate the technology? Like, you did it. Like, they just bought it from you. I get that we don't have the advanced technology now after the world's over, but like, I know that was a bit of a stretch for me. If she didn't create it, then that made more sense of like, she just doesn't know how to activate it, but she knows enough to make it work. But it's like, no, you made that. Do it again, or at least give us a good reason why you can't do it again. And again, the reason I just created in my head is, well, she can't do it because the technology's gone. But that's also bad. You should never have your audience be the ones that have to supply the answers to things. If an audience is going to ask something, you need to explain that in the show. And it can just be a throwaway line. It can just be a really small thing, but you need to explain these things. Again, this is nitpicky stuff. This is just things. If someone handed this into me as a writing, I'd be like, oh, you need to explain this. So I think you need to do that and you do that. And again, all opinion. You can disagree with all this and do things in completely different ways. It all comes down to what style of writing works for you. I think... Oh, I want to do extras, and then I think we're done. Okay, she shouldn't have any makeup. She's ghoulified.
Hon, you look as good as the day we met.
We can add some makeup after we're done cleaning her up. Let's just get rid of all these blemishes and stuff first.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, okay, another theory. I think she stumbled upon Shady Sands and became... Oh, no. I think that's not a theory. I think that's what happened in the show. Okay, she stumbled upon Shady Sands and became the leader. See, was she the leader? I know she was there. I don't think the show said anything about her being... Like, she was obviously some important-ish person. Everyone's getting their headcanon out now. Mystic Road. That confuses me because the implication is that post-war it was flourishing with crops and such. And Kaz says, I read it as she was missing the last piece to get it working, and Vault-Tec gave her that last piece bit, which is what she stole. Could be. As far as I'd have to go back and watch again. Like, I watched it first of all, just watching it, and it could be all these things were explained in the show. I just missed them. Oh, I kind of like that. It gives her scary ghoul eyes. I think I'm going to go with that. Can we lessen the color? No, but we can bright pink. Ooh. Ah, damn it, we can't have makeup on male characters. I was just thinking that'll be useful for Angelo later on. When we're going to make him look more super mutant-y. Okay, we can have that. I want it just a bit darker, not too much though. Okay, I like that paleness. That kind of works. Ooh. Okay, I'm liking that. Upper shadow. She's putting on makeup to make herself more ghouly. Works for me. I don't think she'd have lipstick, but maybe... Yeah, let's make her lips look more dry. That kind of works. Can we give her lips a fun color to look a bit ghouly? It kind of works. Slightly orange tint to it. Okay, I don't think we should have any blush. Okay,
Absolutely lovely.
We're gonna have that. What What skin color is she right now? She as pale as she can go. Should we make it a bit darker? Okay, she can be a bit paler. Ghouls don't really go pale unless they're going albino, though. Maybe a bit more tan. I'm just wondering what will work well with the ghoul texture. Okay. Yeah, maybe pale is the way to go. Except it look very sickly. Okay, let's try pale. We can always change it to CK later. Back to the extras. Okay, markings. Yeah, we can have a mole there. It's like a little blemish.
You look lovely.
Everyone's having a debate now about the Fallout 4 TV show. Okay, I'll tell you one thing that I think almost everyone might agree with me. I hate the retcon to ghouls that they're like zombies now who can just like go to sleep underground. I hated that scene of what's his name? Goggins' character. He's just called the Ghoul, I think, in the show. I'm not sure they ever. Oh no, they say his name. Because he's the actor fella. Can't remember off the top of my head. I hated that reveal of him where he's been buried and he's like a zombie rising from the grave. It's silly and goofy, and again, you can go with that, but like they weren't going for silly or goofy in that scene. It was too much clashing stuff going on. That was such a weird scene to me. It was so weird. Yeah, it's like Billy trapped in the refrigerator. Like, yeah, everyone, I hate that. Well, that's the thing. They're so inconsistent. Do ghouls need to eat? As far as I'm concerned, yeah, ghouls need to eat and drink because in Fallout 1, you take their water chip and they all, what's that word for when you become super thirsty? Dehydrate to death. Parched to death. Words difficult. They die from dehydration because like you take their water chip and they can't make more water. So like they clearly need to sustain themselves. So at least we know they need water. So yeah, Billy should be dead. Billy's dead. Even if Billy survived for 200 years, he'd be a vegetable. He'd be a mess. Imagine being trapped 200 years in a refrigerator. It's just I don't think anyone likes that Billy quest unless you just love it because it's so silly, which it really is. It's so silly. But it's going back to what do you want from something? I need to feel immersed in something, so if something fails to do that, then it takes me out of it and I don't like it. But maybe you just want to be something that's super goofy and silly, in which case that is so goofy and silly. Billy in the fridge was stupid. Even the devs admitted it was a mistake. Again, it's one of those things you throw it as an idea and it's funny. So you go, that is a silly, funny idea. But then you should go, that's too silly. It just doesn't make any sense in the universe. Like, you're starting to ignore logic of the world for a joke. I don't think you should ever do that. Unless that is the point. You can have things that are just way wacky off the wall and there is no consistency to things. But that's a rabbit hole to go down. And you have to really commit to it. Man, we can just give her like all the things to make her look kind of ghoulish, even if we don't give her the ghoul texture. Oh, that's a bit too much. I don't want that level. So yeah, I'll do. Nora's starting to look like me before I have my energy drink. Well, Nate seems to think she looks just lovely, so clearly there's nothing wrong with this. This is peak healthy human, no ghoulification going on at all. Do we have a chance to sleep with a ghoul in Fallout 4? I don't think we do we? Unless you romance Hancock. Okay, yeah, we do. I was about to say, because in Fallout 3, I'm fairly sure you could. In New Vegas, you definitely could. So yeah, maybe Nate's just into that. Don't judge him. Okay, I don't think I want to give her like spots. I'll give her some of those blemishes though. I like those ones. Just dial it down a bit. Like I want her to look passably human if you saw her, but then also passably ghoulish. Like I want just that perfect mix in the middle. So it might be that when we apply the ghoul texture to it, it's a bit too much. So we might have to dial it back. Okay, like that on the nose there. So let's... There we go. No sexy times allowed in Fallout 3. What would your dad think? Can you have sexy times in Fallout 3? I can't actually remember. Do you romance anyone? It's been so long since I played it. Sure, they definitely have romances, right? In Fallout 3? I'm trying not to give her all the blemishes because that's just gonna be too much. It's looking pretty good so far. No, I don't think so. Yeah, you definitely have companions in Fallout 3, but I don't think... I think Fallout 4 was the first Bethesda one to do romances with characters. And the romance is, I love you now. Now we sleep in the same bed and then feel great in the morning, but that's it. You can, but no sexy scenes. In Fallout 3? Who can you romance in Fallout 3? I only vaguely remember some of the companion characters. I always took that big ghoul guy with me. And then you have Forks as well. I always took Forks because I like super mutants. And I think we may have had Forks on stream a few hours ago. I don't know. I vaguely remember saying about that. Okay, let's lighten up just a little bit. I don't like... There we go. Lip color. Oh, she's looking very ghouly. The chick at what's his name? Moriarty? I remember the bar in Megaton, if that's what you mean. You can flirt with Mr. Burke if you're a girl, and sleep with Nora if you're a guy, and that's it. Huh. Well, I don't think Bethesda had really done romances before then, had they? Okay, she just needs sunk in the forehead a bit more, because that's a smooth skin forehead if ever I've seen one. Maybe those will do. Don't want it to be too much though. See, I like all the things, but now maybe it's a bit too much. Let's see.
That looks nice.
That looks lovely. Okay, I think it depends on the lighting, maybe. I might need to bring in these lips a little bit there, the jowls. Let's see what damage we can add, and then we'll go fix it up, and then I think we're done with this character. And then probably run to the toughest one, run to Angelo. And Angelo has 3 different appearances, which we'll have to go over. We have when we first meet him. We have after you meet him, after he's just transformed back from being his super mutant form. And then we have him halfway in between him and super mutants. So that's going to be fun. Okay, maybe that one. I'm going to style it back a bit, because that kind of looks like a bit of peely skin. I like that. I like that one too. Poor gal. She's seen some things. Okay, I like that one, but it looks too much like a scar, so... maybe we'll use one of the burn scars somewhere. Lip gouges. Like, I don't... Whatever I add here, I don't want it to look like scars. I want it to look like sort of peeling skin. Okay, I like this chin one. Let's add that. Let's turn it down a bit. Like a skin starting to crack and peel away. That's what I want.
Looking good, huh?
Okay, I think that's just enough. I think with hopefully the lighting in the area, that's gonna... It's not gonna be too much in terms of all these marks and stuff on the skin. But let's see if we can fix this jowl issue over here. Face lower, maybe?
Not bad. Not bad
Jaw
at
middle.
all.
Jowls. Okay, it's only certain angles you get to see them. Okay, no, that's not going to fix it. That's something else completely. Oh, no. Okay, that does fix it, so we just got to... bring those up, maybe? So that's the issue there. It's got this, like, weird... I guess it's not... Okay, there it is. That's why I don't like this bit here. So we just need to get... pull that in a bit. Okay, that kind of adds a more skull-like shape, so I guess that works. Okay, I think...
You know that?
Unless anyone has any other suggestions, I think this is what we're going to go with for Confessor Campbell. I think that's her title, Confessor. She's stunning, lovely, not bad. Well, Nate seems happy. And if Nate's happy, then I'm happy. So we say, okay, so we do... Let's see if I do this right. Console. So it's just save, and this is... I'm just going to call it CC. I'm very tempted just to check to make sure it did say... I mean, oh, Jesus. You see Cosworth there? He's like, vroom. I gotta make the coffee, he said. Vroom. Okay, I just saw him on the catch-up of the stream, just zooming past. I'm tempted just to alt-tab out to make sure it did save. Of course it is going to save, but like, if it didn't, okay. What I'll do is I just save here, and then I've got a backup just in case. There we go. Just in case. I think ghouls with small mouths make sense because they need to eat less due to lower metabolism. Makes perfect sense. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'm just going to put my glass in my freezer to chill it off. And I am back, although starting to realize after I stand up, I might need to take a toilet break soon. Things are sloshing around inside there. So actually, I might take a break here, but before that, anything in chat? Any questions you want to ask? Please feel free. I'm just going to check up on Discord, make sure no one's been pinging me. Doesn't seem to be. Ew. Why are we ewing? Because I got to pee? Or because things are sloshing around inside? Either way, how dare you? Okay, I think we're fine. No one's been sending me messages screaming, "Stop, stop! You're doing everything wrong." I think her eyebrows are a bit thick for ghouls, so that's on purpose. That's so we remember to remove them in the CK. So if I gave her thin eyebrows, we might forget. But I gave her big, thick eyebrows, so every time we see them, I go, oh, we gotta remove those. What software is kinggath going to use to merge everything? I can't remember what it's called, but there is a particular tool that you use. That'll be a gaff question, I'm afraid. Technical stuff has always been somewhat above my head. I know roughly what's going on, but I can never give specifics about things. So recently, a bunch of us in the Kinggath Creations group and other creators as well were invited to Bethesda. That was lovely. So we went there and we met some of the folks, and they showed us some of the stuff with the new CK for Starfield. And God, I've already forgotten why I was telling this story. Oh, right. And when we're there, everyone's doing like very technical things because the CK is a technical thing, and it's all this crazy new stuff, and they're showing all these cool new things. And I can only do like the most basic things in the CK. Like I can do the dialogue, I can do now some basic sort of scripting to get stuff going. But I forget it all because I don't have to do it every day. I just do it very occasionally and very rarely. And when I do it, it's so slow. Like you should just get someone else who knows what they're doing, and they'll do it 10 times faster, guaranteed. Because I have to remember how to do things, and then I have to look up tutorials to remind myself. So anytime anything technical comes up, and I'm going to have to ask someone not to make noise outside, maybe. Anytime stuff comes up that's technical, I always have to say, go ask someone else. I can describe the color of it to you, but I don't think that's the information you're looking for right now. Okay, I'm going to find something fun to point this camera at as I go take a short break.
Ah, good morning, Mum.
No. We're going to go watch. There you go. We're going to watch the television. And hopefully we're going to mute myself, so you won't hear me yelling at things. I will be back in a few minutes.
someone made a statement. I shall attend to young Sean.
I know we were nervous at first, but I'm glad we got Codsworth.
But then we're looking at a cold front coming down from Canada, making it crisp and dry for next week's Halloween festivities. Looking in on next week's forecast, we have a high of 52 on Monday. It also appears our troops stationed overseas are experiencing some unusual weather as well. On the island of Mamba Chao, the nights are cold, unseasonably so for Southeast Asia. But for the 5th Infantry, that's as comfortable as an autumn jamboree. All the easier for our mechanized Hellcats to drive any screaming commune.
It's that salesman again. I don't know why he keeps bothering you.
And now look at sports. Something that is unquestionably, inescapably American. I am referring, of course, to our great national pastime, baseball. This afternoon, right here in the city, Boston's swatting Sultans will swing for the fences. Boston hopes to defeat Texas.
He's persistent. I'll give him that.
Series victory since 1918. Turning to economic news of the day, Voltec stock continues to rise as tensions with China reach an all-time high. With the world poised on the brink of war, Voltec is reporting a record number of reservations in vaults around the country. Voltec announced a continuation of their popular Welcome Home promotion. They report openings are still available in area vaults 81, 111.
Maybe if we ignore him, he'll go away.
Since debuting Vault 76 last year in honor of America's tercentenary, Voltec continues to expand with plans for well over 100 vaults around the country. And now our exclusive coverage of the continuing volatile situation with Communist China. Chinese forces may have finally been driven from Anchorage, but the conflict has transitioned into a frighteningly tense stalemate. With diplomacy,
He's still there. I'm kind of impressed.
toll on both sides, many have wondered if the good old US of A hasn't finally entered into a fight it just can't win. And now for a brief look at the local weather. This weekend, unseasonably warm temperatures continue with a high of 56. But then we're looking at a cold front coming down from Canada.
Well, now I just want to know who's going to give up first. Us or him?
Looking in on next week's forecast, we have a high of 52 on Monday. It also appears our troops stationed overseas are experiencing some unusual weather as well. On the island of Mamba Chao, the nights are cold, unseasonably so for Southeast Asia. But for the 5th Infantry, that's as comfortable as an autumn jamboree. All the easier for our mechanized Hellcats to drive.
Well, now I just want to know who's going to give up first. Us or him?
And now look at sports. Something that is unquestionably, inescapably American. I am referring, of course, to our great national pastime, baseball. This afternoon, right here in the city, Boston's swatting Sultans will swing for the fences. Led by star pitcher Matt the Missile Murtaugh, Boston hopes to defeat Texas and deliver their first World Series victory.
He's persistent. I'll give him that.
Turning to economic news of the day.
Is someone going to answer that door?
To rise as tensions with China reach an all-time
Well, I'm not going to do it.
with the world poised on the brink of war.
I'm going to bed. There we go. Oh god, music.
He's still there.
Phew.
I'm kind of
Okay, quick test. Can we hear me? Did my microphone unmute properly? Finally.
impressed.
I'll just wait for confirmation that you can hear me before I start tinkering with things, because I don't want the game to do weird stuff again. You are heard. Okay, fantastic. Great. Oh no, I'm never answering that door. Okay, now we do the fun one. Now we're going to do Angelo. So this is Wes's character that he voiced yesterday for us. I think he should look exactly like Nate, but with a big beard.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hon.
You know, I have a feeling that war might never change.
Absolutely. Now get ready
Don't
and
know why, though.
stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
He should look like Wes. I'm not even going to try to replicate Wes's face, but we'll see. What's a good template to go off of? So he needs to look kind of raidery. I kind of like this guy. Oh, Big Nordman. We can go with Big Nordman here. We are. Okay, this is Cabbage, obviously, so we can't use him. I kind of like that little smoke this guy's got going on. That might be a fun face to use as a base. This guy's a bit too gruff, maybe. But maybe we can soften it up a tiny bit. That guy just looks worried. Okay, I think it's either going to be maybe this face or... Okay, it's going to be these two, I think, is the base. What do you think? Smiley guy or angry guy? How do you import characters presets into CK? So there is a tool that can be used. I think it is... could be wrong. I think it's called Face Ripper. And you can use that to export. There's a way to do it in Skyrim. There's a command you can use to actually export your face, and then there's an import function in Skyrim. And it exists in Fallout, but I don't think we've tried it or got it working. So I think for now we're just doing the way we know, which is using that tool. Preset 13. So I think, okay, we've had some for our Berman-esque guy. I think 13 might be winning. Smile, smile, smile. 13. Yes, Erica says it's Face Ripper. not as violent as it sounds. I think so. We got 2 for this guy, and we got 3 for this guy. Someone can either make the tie or make the decision. Because if we get one more vote for this guy, he wins. If we get a vote for this guy, then I guess it just keeps going. Bloop. Bloop. Oh, too far. Bloop. You know what? If no one's going to go... There. Let's try that again. If no one's going to vote, then I will. I vote for this guy. This is what we're going to go with. So first of all, let's start with the body. He needs to be a bit muscular. He's a raider guy. We don't want to go crazy muscular. He's got a bit of weight. He's getting on the news. Let's there you go. I think that will suit the voice. Okay, now we got to west him up a tiny bit, but not too much. So I always like to start with the hair. So let's... Yeah, that's a pretty good hair to start with. I'll actually go with that one. We want something that's like a bit... we don't want it something that's too raidery. We want it to be a bit sophisticated. Like, this is a raider who's trying to put that behind him. Okay, there we go. Pompadour, perfect. That's the exact hairstyle we're going to go with. We got the Nate. We got the Jammer. We got the Jake. Although Jake is a combination of 2 hairs, this one and a different one. But that's the base of the Jake hair. We got the Magnuson. Yeah, I kind of like the Dapper. Might end up going with that. The Professor's pretty good as well. It's kind of the same one, just a different side. Professor makes him maybe look a bit older because it's a bit more receded. So that might work. We got the Berman. We got the Preston. We got the higher Preston. We got the military Preston. They're all Preston. I'm trying to... There it is. There's the classic. The cabbage. We love the cabbage. We got the Ron. There's the Ron. And then we're into the Kellogg's. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with... Was it that one I saw? That? No, it was the Dapper and then the Professor.
Hey, did you get a haircut yesterday?
There you go. I think it looks.
Cute.
And I think we need a goatee because all good bad guys have a goatee. And he's not really a bad guy. Okay, so we have big beard. Yeah, it's a bit too close to the cabbage, so I don't think we should go with that. That's a bit maybe too mustache twirling. Speaking of cabbage, will he have glasses or has it been changed? Still will have glasses as far as I'm concerned, unless something changes later, but I think you're safe for glasses on Cabbage Erica. See, I like this beard because it looks like a biker beard and it's even called the Full Throttle. And minor spoilers for SS2. We do have a character, hopefully, who will come out sometime who has this facial hair. So to me, this is that guy's facial hair. Okay, we just got the goatee by itself. This might be winning so far. I kind of like the longer one, but let's see if we've got something shorter that works. That's the beard of that guy who sells stuff in Diamond City. Angelo? No. That's the name of the character we're making right now. Occhiro? What's his name? The guy who sells guns in Diamond City. That's the Magnuson beard. Maybe kind of like the Broken Razor one. Kind of like a slightly shaggy full beard. Maybe this one works. Sideburns and a short goatee. Or nice mutton chops there. Nice shorts. Occhiro. Okay. It was similar. My brain made a connection for a reason. I had fun in Skyrim. There's a lot of facial hairstyles that have sort of this thing going on, the small mustache and the small beard. I figured bards would have facial hair that's like this. They'd have these little shapes going on. So we have lots of bard characters who have these little mustachy bits that normally I don't think you'd ever see on Skyrim characters because they're a bit too refined. And generally you don't have that on your guy who's rampaging across all of Tamriel, destroying everything in his path. Or her path. Okay, so I'm tempted to go. I like the sideburns. So I think I'm going to go with this one.
What do you think, hon? Beard or no beard?
I think that is going to be what we have. So something I wanted to say for this character is because we have him turn into a super mutant towards the end, we're only going to use one model for that. And we're going to use a human model because super mutants don't have things like facial expressions. And they also have limited animations. So it's just easier to go over human. And also, we don't have to like make alternate outfits and all that stuff. But we need to make a human that looks... You know what? Actually, I'm going to make his... I'm going to turn down his body size a little bit because we need to make him look as mutant-y as we can towards the end. So we're going to have to do clever things for that. And one of the things I want to do is when he's in his final form and you meet him and he's being all halfway between a super mutant and a human, I want to give him... Where are they? I want to give him these eyes. Ooh, the hazy blue. Because he's halfway between human and mutant. So that means normally he's going to need...
Eyes. They're one of my favorite things about you.
Oh yeah, those are lovely eyes. So we need to find... Ooh, I don't want skin color right now. I want eye color. So we need to find a blue that matches that. And looks like it could be him shifting between those eyes and... Okay, those are quite blue, pale blue. Green eyes are a nice look on him, but unfortunately can't use those because I want to use the blue haze. So we need something that's sort of bluish to begin with. So I might go with the light blue. I think pale blue. So we can do a quick test. So that's his normal eyes. And that's his super mutant eyes. I think that kind of works. I'm just watching the playback to watch again. Normal eyes. Pale eyes. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to go. If we're going to have the lightest blue we can that are normal. And that way when he shifts, it can feel like it's his actual eyes clouding over because he's becoming mutancy. Also, those are kind of intense, so that kind of works for a Raider character who's, you know what, that would be good right there. I think we picked a good base for this guy. He's a pretty boy. I might grey his hair a little bit, I think. There we go.
Did you get a haircut yesterday?
He's on the older side. He's not a young duckling anymore. Let's see. Kind of like the colour we got there, but let's see what else we got. We got tanned, sun-kissed, rosy pale. I kind of like this colour.
Hello, handsome.
I clicked on it by accident, but I like it now. Okay, extras. Let's get rid of any markings he's got for now. So as we're making his face, they're not going to distract us and make us make a face that actually doesn't work.
What's different about you?
Okie dokie. Let's shape that face. Look at that. See, he looks smug. Look how smug he looks. That's perfect. He has a smugness about him. I'd almost be happy there, but let's see what else we can do. Okay, let's first of all create the types of forehead.
Not bad.
Okay, do we want him to have a bit of age on his face? What do we say? Decent amount of age or just
There's
light
my
bit of
strapping
age?
husband.
Because we can either go with serious or wrinkled, I think.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
What are we thinking? The light. Okay, light it is. Oh, okay, they do use the pug nose. Look at that. That's a pug nose that actually looks good. Kind of like it. Kez says, don't know why you're so good at making hot guys. I don't know. It's just a gift, I guess. Okay, we might stick with the pug
Such a
nose
cute
because
nose.
they've clearly shaped a nose that works with that shape. And, like, it works for the face. Or we can have a nice bumpy nose.
Hon, you think my nose is too
That is
big?
one Roman nose. That is the most Roman nose I have ever seen.
My handsome husband.
You know, let's go with the pug, because I never see characters with that nose. Probably because it's often so hard to shape it into something that looks good. So let's find...
Not bad. Not bad.
That kind of works. It gives him a bit more of a crease there, so he's a bit more scowly. Let's go with that one. Yes, Sirik. Why are you so good at making hot guys? What's the deal? I don't know. Maybe I just like hot guys.
So handsome.
Okay, again, I don't want to go too old here, so we're not going to go full wrinkly. So we have smooth, ruddy, crease. We're not going to go... Oh no, weathered might be good.
Pretty nice.
Look at that. That's ridiculous. Weathered looks smoother than smooth. That is ridiculous. I don't like that. So...
You look as good as the day we met.
I think ruddy, because ruddy puts a bit more emphasis on these upper cheeky bits up here. So we're going to go with that. And let's do his ears and neck, and then we'll go into refining the face shape.
I clean up pretty nice.
The long ears. Let's go lobeless. That's not lobeless,
So
though that is. Because we had our discussion before of how I didn't realize ears sometimes have these dangly bits here. What is going on there? What is that? Madness.
Not bad.
Absolute madness. We're going to make them the most lobeless ears to have ever not lobed. Beautiful. Perfect.
Oh, very strapping.
Okay, I'm going to add a bit more to the tip of the nose there. I will say this, I always like characters that have big noses, and maybe it's because my nose is kind of big. I think it's big. People say it's just the shape of my face and it matches all that. I think I've got a big nose. I don't know. So maybe that's why I like big noses. Bigger! Okay, that's the biggest we can make it. That kind of works, right?
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome?
I like a good strong
or
nose.
roguish?
I always think they look nice. Unlobe those ears immediately. No. Not unless you donate an obscene amount. Or a small amount. I'd accept that as well. See, look at that. Look at that. Look at this guy. You'd work for him, right? He's trustworthy. Yeah. Let's see. I think I like the... Big noses are beautiful, says Kez.
Such a great smile.
Okay, I think I like the lips he's got already, but let's see. Okay, see. I think the lips are nice, but if you go thinner, they look a bit more like, you know, a bit more calculating. So maybe we go with thinner for the lips.
You have great lips.
Nora likes them.
You know that?
Okay, I think we might go with the firm, maybe. I think I liked one of these.
If I do say so myself.
Okay, let's cancel out and see what happens. Boop. Yeah, I think the firm, it takes a bit more of the weight from his face, so...
I was looking... Yeah, Sean has your smile.
So pick for firm. I think I might go firm number 4.
Hello, handsome.
Yep, I think that's a good base for the lips there. Okay, do we want to plump them out a little bit? Bring them in a little bit? Kez says, if you followed all my advice, you would just get a slightly older Berman. Well, Berman is a very striking individual. He's actually... I'll see if I can find the reference from. I think he's based off of a rugby player or like a football player. Who, like, I was just like looking for images of this, like, the hardest, roughest face you can, and there's just this guy, and I was like, that's such a good face. I want to use that as the template for Berman. I'll look in one of my folders later and see if I can find it for you. Because, hey, if you like Berman, maybe you like that guy. And he's an actual guy who exists. Although I can't remember how much of that face I used as inspiration. So maybe it was a lot. Maybe it was only a small amount. I guess you'll see when I find that image. Okay, I think the corner's in just a little bit. And maybe just a little in that upper lip.
Well, hello, handsome.
Okay, I'm almost hesitant to touch the lower jaws here. Because I think already it's spot on.
Oh, looking good.
Oh, that's a... What neck texture do we go? Smooth, oily...
Not bad.
Rashed.
Not bad.
Let's do it. This thing I didn't know for a while, and I always forget about this. You can just turn down the texture on something.
Oh, that's the face I
But I don't think it works, though. So even though you can turn this, the transparency, that's the word I was looking for, not texture, you can change that up and down. It doesn't make any difference. I don't know if that's a bug or just something that wasn't implemented. Because that would be really cool if that worked. And I swear it works in the CK. Maybe it only applies after like you load in a fresh save. I don't know.
Looking good, if I do say so.
I'm gonna go
myself.
with Rashed, I think. Can says, I don't know if I've asked this already at some point or if it's been discussed before, but who are Wise's looks based on? I don't know. After I'm done with the faces, I'll go check my... I've got a very old folder somewhere of all the SS2 stuff, and way back when, I used to collect reference images for some of the characters, because originally I wasn't going to make any of the faces, so I'd write a rough description of this is how I want them to look at, and here's some either people who I found who kind of match it, or some pre-existing characters who kind of have the features I like, and this was going to be inspiration. I've just noticed we've got this weird clipping thing going on with the hair. I hope that disappears. Maybe it's something we've got to do with the forehead. Let's see. We can make it worse. We can make it better. Huh. I don't think it's showing up on stream. It's a bit difficult to tell. I think it's blurred out. There's like a small crease here where it looks like there's some clipping going on, maybe with the hair texture. I don't know. Well, this guy's going to be wearing a bowl hat, so maybe that'll cover it up. Nope. Doesn't seem to make much of a difference if I move things around. He's got this beautiful swoop here above his. Maybe got to make the ears bigger just to cover that up. Doesn't really help though. Yeah, it doesn't really hide that giant crease we've got there. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. That hides that little gap there. No, we can't have that. That's silly. Oh my gosh, I got a thumbs up from Bethesda. I've no idea if that's just someone called Bethesda or it's the Bethesda. In which case, hey, kinggath here. No, I'm not. I'm Surik. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And that's if you are Bethesda or you're just someone called Bethesda. Either way, welcome. I think this is what we're going to do with Angel. Unless we have any more input of the face, I think this is a good face for Angel. Maybe I'll bring this jaw forward just a little.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
It's looking pretty good. What do you say? Anything before we move on and say this is what he looks like? Personally, I think he's just spot on. He's lovely. Maybe a bit off the forehead.
There's something different.
He's got smolder. He does. That's what. Oh, you know what? I've not changed the eyebrows in terms of their type. We're probably going to go. So we're on average dark right now. I think we're going to stay with those because
nice.
Those work quite well. Can we have thinner? Like, let's go for one at a time. So we have.
You have such a strong chin.
Downward straight, maybe. Average dark. So average dark or downward straight.
Yeah.
They're very similar. Average straight. What was the other one? Downward straight? What was it? Yeah, that one. Or that one.
As handsome as the day we met.
And they're very similar shapes. That one's got more of a... on the sides there. Kind of like both of them.
Bad. Not bad.
I think I'm going to go with the downward straights. Because we don't have that that little sweep there. Gives him slightly more angry eyes, slightly more piercing. Which works for his character, I think. Here's the important questions. Bethesda, what is your official stance on crab? I think that's too much of a hot button issue. They're not going to touch that. All right, I think we got Angelo. Oh no, we need to do the extras first. Almost non-extra. We need at least a scar somewhere. This guy's been in some fights and has a broken nose. So what we're going to do once we finish this face is we're going to load up the save, and we're going to create a face where he looks kind of messed up. And this is going to be the version of him we see after he's just come out of a transformation. And then we're going to create a version of him that looks like he's halfway to becoming a super mutant. That's going to be tough, but we'll see what we can do. Oh, he's got the cool scar. I think Berman's got that scar. It's the Berman scar. I've never seen anyone have the forced smile scar who isn't just being like, I'm the Joker. Like, can anyone seriously use that without it just being a silly meme type thing? Are there any characters in the game who have it? I don't think so. I can't think of any prominent character who has the forced smile scar. I've always liked this scar on the nose, like you've been bashed by like a gun, knocked down. Tells a little story. I like that scar. Okay, I like this little cool scar. We're gonna probably have that one. Let's think about eyebrow scars. It's probably the only one we're gonna have, but let's see. I think we're gonna save the burns for when he's becoming super mutancy, because I think that's kind of like, we could maybe say like that's the skin undergoing a transformation or something. So I'm gonna save that for that. And maybe lip gouges. Let's see, let's turn that down, see how low we can get it. Okay, that might be subtle enough, I think. Isn't that Jake's scar on the eyebrow? I think so. I think Jake has an eyebrow scar. That's the problem. After you've made so many characters, eventually you're going to have to start reusing parts. Like, you should always try to like keep things unique. Like, only this character has this hairstyle, and only this character has this particular facial hair if it's very distinctive. Like, only this character has a giant scar over this eye. That was something that kind of I had. So I had the design for Salvador years and years and years and years ago. He was originally part of. Excuse me. He was originally part of my first draft of the story for SS2. Him and some other characters. But after we got to chapter 3, we needed someone to come in and do the military. And that ended up being Salvador. And I'd always had it that Salvador had a prosthetic eye. And therefore he needed a big scar over his eye. But then I suddenly realized, oh, wait a minute, we have Aiden. And Aiden is also someone who has lost an eye and has a big scar over their eye. It's like, that's no good. So I had to decide, do I lose this cool thing about him, or do I just bite the bullet and say, okay, we've just got two guys who are missing their eyes, but in slightly different ways. And that's what I went with. And I don't know if it's in yet, but I suspect it is, especially if Cal is being Cal. There is a line between Salvador and Aiden where both are making fun of each other's eyes. And that was me hanging a lantern on that, because I was like, yep, I don't like that we have two characters who are missing their eyes, but you know what? I'm going to have them both comment on it, and then everyone knows it's on purpose, and that's fine. They can bond over their missing eyes. They can. And I think they do. They both make a joke about their missing eyes because they're trying to kind of mock each other. And then they both kind of shrug and be like, yeah, fair enough, okay. Like, you're missing an eye, I'm missing an eye, fair point. Yeah, I'm going to go with those lip gouges. Ooh. Dark eyes. They can kiss and make it better, yes. Yeah, I'm going to save most of the blemishes I can, because I want to see what I can use for making it look like he's becoming super mutancy. So give a little bit of red on his nose, just a tiny bit. Like, I'm going to save this eye gaunt, so that's going to be when he's had a transformation and he meets you and he's looking kind of tired. So I'm going to save that. I think we can get a bit of cheek gaunt in there though. Let's see. Yeah, just a smidgen. Ooh, or maybe I just want these creases instead. Let's see. Let's turn these down. Yeah, I think I like those. Canon, you heard it. You heard it here first. Canon confirmed. Okay, we need at least, I think, like a mark like this somewhere, but very, very low transparency on it. Maybe that'll do. Let's see. See how far down we can get that and have it still work. Yep, that works. It's not too distracting. Something on the forehead, maybe. He's got a big spot right in the middle of his forehead. Turn it down a little bit more.
I clean up pretty nice.
There we go. A bit of texture to his face. I think that's looking pretty good. That is our Angela. I might just do something with the neck here. Let's see. Face. That's another thing. I need to make his body just a tiny bit gaunter. So I'm just going to raise that up a tiny bit. I'm going to go to his body. I'm going to make him a little less muscular for now, I think. Because that way when he's a super mutant, he goes, bro! And he's huge. So we need to see that change. So I think just about there seems like I want to get it as low as we can without him looking too skinny. So I'm going to go there. And that way we can have more of a difference when he super mutants up. All right. Confirm character. Save. Angelo. And we'll make a I can't remember. Why did they change which keys activate the console? I always get mixed up between Skyrim and Fallout 4. I make a save here, just in case. Now, normally what I do is when I have to edit a character post, I guess I could just free camera it, but I've also got to get the lighting just right. And there's a corner in one of these rooms where you get just enough lighting, because they put a lot of lighting here. I guess I could disable Nora. I guess that doesn't really matter. And then I can steal the lighting from the window. The mirror. Okay, we're gonna destroy Nora. Bam, she's gone. She never existed. Okay, and that should be good for the light. And toggle free camera. Nope, toggle free camera. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, what? I turn around? Wait a minute. Does toggle free camera let you sandbox, or is that just because Oh, it's because I've still got my keys bound. I can't move my camera without moving myself. Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to get it facing the right way and then turn it on. Oh no, that's going to make me move. Or not. Okay. Maybe it's because I just turned my mouse. Okay, I need to get just right. I know there's a command to turn down how much you move with the camera. Oh my. I don't like that. Okay, just go free camera 1. Those are my options, either super close or super far away. Okay, perfect. There we go. And now we want to... was it show? That's not show race menu, that is Skyrim. It is... something... SLM? No, what is that? No, that's to export the face. Help me out here. What is the command to bring up the looks menu? It's something 14, because 14 is the character... default character player thing. But what's the first bit? I'm guessing what you just posted there, Kez, that's for the camera movements, I think. That looks familiar. Thankfully, we've got it just right. We got lucky. But now I'm looking for the show... SLM. No, it is SLM. Show looks menu. And then it'll be 14. There we go. Thank you, Erica. I got that before you typed it. I win. You don't win. It was me. I'm smart. But thank you. Okay, so now we're going with... so we just did the body, so he stops moving around. There we go. Oh, it's doing it in a weird way. I shouldn't have done the body first, maybe. Because now I can't change the way he's looking. Okay. Oh, I think it's because we still have that on. Well, that was a mistake. I regret everything. Okay. Let's try again. And I think because I messed with the body thing, it meant I couldn't change the way the face was looking. So let's not do that this time and just deal with Makeshi looking around. No, I can't change the way he's looking. I swear I should be able to do that. Maybe not. Okay, we can still change the face up, so let's try again. So body, you get the T-pose. Okay, I can do it this way. I could be smarter about this, but I'm not going to do that. So all we need to do is... Actually, no. I'm going to line him up a bit more with the camera, because all we need to do is add some textures to his face to make him look tired. So let's be a tiny bit smart, but not too much. Okay, facing the right way. Nice light source. We're going to move the camera roughly where we need to be. Toggle free camera. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, you bastard. Why did you move like that? Stop it! Stop it! Move back. There we go. Move back. Look at him. Look at him mocking us. I forgot something. So I would always get my guy in the corner to do the thing, but also I have, or had, a mod that would center the camera, so we're not doing this stuff. So it would work just by doing that. But now we're having to do it a bit differently. Yeah. Oh! Why did you do that? I didn't tell you to do that. Does he do it randomly? How is that remotely helpful? I swear that's got to be random. Why does he do that randomly when I turn free camera on? Okay, I'm just going to move forward. That can't possibly make him want to turn around. Oh! I think I might know what it is. When I'm toggling free camera, am I becoming like an entity and I'm bumping into him, which is telling his script to move out the way? Their eyes darting to look at you is always freaking me out. TFC1. What does that do, Kez, before I type it in? That's an important question. It's when I move my camera. So is it because I'm looking around and he thinks I'm looking? Okay, that's good enough. We just need him there. As long as he doesn't move, we're good. Shulk's menu. And then we can shoot with FOV 70. Okay, no, I think we need to edit something somewhere to... Oh no, it already was 70, so let's bring it in. 40! That's all we need. Alright, we just need to make him look a bit disheveled. That's the word I'm looking for. So there's no markings that will help there. Blemishes. Or moving him. See, I think it might be moving my mouse side. That seems to make sense. Okay, we're going to go with this. He's got full-on bags under his eyes. But what else can we do? Down, down, down we go. So we need to make him look like he... Okay, we're going with that one. Definitely eyes gaunt. Full gaunt. He's just had a super mutant transformation. And it was very taxing. And now he's come to catch up with the player. So we just need to make him look very tired. To me, it's crazy that you have to create an entirely different like model to just change like one thing on the face. Something I wanted us to do in SS2, which we did do, but we had to do it by switching the model out, was when Jake gets kidnapped, I wanted him to be beaten. So he has like a broken nose and his eyes look a bit more sad. But you can't just change a pre-existing model. You have to have like an entirely new character. That always seems crazy to me. I get why, just because of the way the CK works. But that means like you can't change a character's hairstyle throughout the game without creating an entirely new character for them, and that comes with like a whole list of other problems you got to deal with. So again, for the run, when you meet him and he has his hair knocked off, that's like an alternative run. Like that version of him disappears after that. It's not just our run with his hair off. That's an entirely new character, just because of the wacky ways that the CK likes to do stuff. And that seems crazy to me. Like, you should be able to have characters who, like, their hair changes over time. Their beards grow out. I don't like that you can't do that. Fake Ron. He is Fake Ron. Okay, he's looking a bit rough there. Don't think there's any damage we can add to give him the appearance of being a bit... Maybe we can make his eyes look a bit more droopy. We can narrow his eyes a bit like he's sleepy or something. Don't think any of these bruises will help. What we could do, but this might be too much work, is we can create a version of his hair that is... This is super easy to do. We do this all the time in SS2. Let me just cycle for these, make sure there's nothing that works. No, okay. So what we like to do when we have a unique character, like Jake, as we've discovered, hair often makes the character for NPCs. So we can't move his head right now, but you have the style, and you can create a... You can merge two of the meshes together for the hair. So you have like this style of hair and this style of hair at the same time, and then you kind of mix and match to make something that looks a bit more unique. It's a real easy, quick, messy way to create more unique hairs. There's a bunch of mods that do this with like the facial hair, where they combine like a... this one has stubble, but it also has a big mustache on it. We did that again for Magnuson. He's got... what facial hair does he have? He Do. It's not letting me scroll through these options the same way. So he has the Outdoorsman for his base, and then he has... I don't think it's that one. And then there you go. He has this, the Beast. So Magnuson has the Beast, and this. And that's what creates him. And just by combining those two things, no other NPC in the game has that combination of facial hair, so it makes him look a bit more unique. Although, you never actually meet physical Magnuson in the game, I don't think. Not yet. Oh, no. I think he might be in now. Correct me if I'm wrong. He might not be in. I'm not sure. At some point, you're going to see Magnuson in the game in SS2. Like an actual physical representation of him. I'm not going to say what that is, but you get to meet him. We'll see. I might have just blown a whole bunch of people's minds if we don't have that in yet. Like, wait a minute, Magnuson's back? Oh, yeah. Magnuson's back, baby. He never left. Yet. We meet a certain version of Magnuson. Again, not going to ruin it for anyone who's not got to the end of SS2. But obviously that's not the Magnuson we got to know. Too Large is like, no, shut up, don't ruin things. I think I've said this before, like we're going to have Magnuson in at a certain point, but that is the facial hair that Magnuson has. He might also have this hairstyle. Maybe. I can't quite remember. But no, we want this for Angelo. But what we might do for him to look a bit more disheveled is find a hair that kind of can clip together. So he'd have this as the base, the professor. And then if he's got something like a few strands down, like we got the default Nate here, like if this would merge well with the professor, I don't think it would, but that would be good. I don't think we have anything that would work, unfortunately, because anything we add is going to give him a lower hairline, and so it's going to look like a completely different haircut rather than the hairstyle he already has with like some mess to it, because he's you know, like this would be good if it looked anything like his normal hairstyle. But I don't think we've got anything that'll work for that. I think that's Magnuson's hairstyle, the 9 to 5. Yeah, that's Magnuson. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything we can do with the hair. But we can, at the very least, if I can grab him, raise up his eyes a little bit so he looks a bit more tired. There you go. So he just looks a bit more tired. Some players may not notice this very subtle change. I'm not sure what else we can do. Maybe we can make his... We can turn the corners of his mouth down a little more. He's a little more... There we go. His default appearance is a bit more... Can we lower his eyebrows a bit, maybe? He's like, no, you don't touch my eyebrows. Eyebrows full. No, they're as low as they can go. I can raise them. Oh, he's shocked. But we don't want that. Maybe the lower edges? There we go. Okay, we can lower those a tiny bit. Just to maybe make him look a bit more tired, a bit more droopy. There we go. I think that works. It's a subtle change, but this is similar to what we did with Jake. We just added a bruise on his nose and a scar on his nose, so it looks like it's been split open, which is what happens when Berman walks over and smacks him. And then we added a black eye, I think, as well. And then we also narrowed his eyes a bit, so he looks like he's in a bit of pain or he's a bit tired. And then we just turned his mouth down just a little bit. So you're used to seeing Jake with such a happy and cheerful, chirper face, and it's like just a small tweak, and he looks a bit miserable. And there we go. I think Angela looks a bit miserable there. I think that'll do. So we can save and confirm. And okay, we got all these commands. So we've got to save and G low 2. There we go. And again, just as a backup in case that doesn't work, make a physical save. Okay, this is the fun one. Now we get to make him be a super mutant, and I've not fully decided what we're going to do for this. So we might lose all the hair. We might go full bald because we got a super mutant. Oh no! I moved my mouse. Okay, come back. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Don't move the mouse. Okay, we gotta go show looks menu 14. Oop. Okay, he's back. Okay, so first thing we do. Oh, great. I hope he comes back. Nope. I think we're a bit too close. But we needed to do that anyway. We needed to alter his body, so. What the? What? toggle free camera. Okay, I have no idea why we just disappeared into the nothingness there. Okay, let's see if we can get him facing the way he's meant to be facing. He's not doing something indecent to the sink. Okay, let's see. Toggle free cam. He's going to spin around. We know he's going to spin around. Okay, so we think it's when I move my mouse, but I'm going to have to move it to at least do that. Okay. No. Oh, okay, I need to get up here, but that means I got to change. Oh. Maybe I do it from this angle to make him more super mutant-y. Okay, let's give this a go. Maybe this is like a method thing we can do. So we want show looks menu, and that should hopefully not cause any issues. And we can pull back a little bit as well because we've got the field of view kind of big there. There we go, that helps. But we're going to scale him up as well. I think so far the scale is 1.1. That might be a bit too much, but we can always change that. It's easy to do. So extras. I'm thinking we want to keep the bags on his eyes. But okay, first thing we're going to give him a haircut. I'm going to get rid of that hair. It can either just be fully gone. But then we should keep the facial hair, because I think that's quite a distinctive part of his face. Let's see what we got. We can go balding. You can have cabbage hair. There we go, full-on cabbage. Ah, I kind of wish maybe we didn't give that to cabbage now, because we can use it to show that he's transforming into a super mutant, and therefore he's losing some of his hair. So we need that style to either recede. Is that a bit too messy to go with the... Yeah, it's too long. See, the professor isn't that long, so it doesn't really work. Maybe the comb over. What do you think? Comb over? I'm going to go with it for now. Maybe I'll change my mind about that. So super mutants have tiny ears, but it's only because like their heads are so big, but we can use that to sort of pretend that's what's happening here. Yeah, it's a bit too tiny maybe. If we can make his head look bigger by making his ears smaller. God, these idle animations. Stop moving, dude. Okay, because of our low down perspective, I think it's giving us quite a warped view of the face, so I'm gonna change this. Okay, so we need to zoom up and then try to spin him around to viewers again. Okay, that'll be good. If I can just get him to smoosh over a little bit. Come on. There we go. Oh. Now you're just mocking me. Come on. Come on. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Just a bit. Just a bit. Okay, avoid. Avoid. Oh, I'm looking the other way. Why would he do that? Okay. Oh. Okay, that's perfect, but now we're not lined up. Boop. Oh, that's so almost. Okay, that might... No, it's still... I need to be just a tiny bit higher. And then he moved. We'll get there. We just need to get the height right, and then we can adjust him to face the right way. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Now face the right way. Okay, that'll do, I think. Show looks menu 14. I really wish I could still control it. Normally, maybe that was part of the looks menu mod, where if you did open this up, usually what I do is I do the body, and that snaps it to a T-pose, and then after I broke out of that, you could move the head around again, I swear. But this should be good enough for now. So he does look tight, I like that. I think we might lose the eyebrow. Let's see if we can get some thinning eyebrows, and that way, because I want to keep the facial hair, because that's quite like a distinct trait about him. So if he's going to keep if he's going to keep the facial hair, he should probably keep the eyebrows. So let's see if we've got some nice thin ones. So it's like, he's just thinning. He's not fully lost him yet. It's easy to turn them off, but we've already done that trick with the Child of Atom priestess. So maybe just something thinner. Maybe switch these, the arched thin. Let's see. Is the average, is that thinner than what he had before? I want it to look like his eyebrows are balding. Okay, maybe that works a little bit. They look a bit more sparse, maybe. Sai said, I send you a small sample of Crunch for chat. I will play it as soon as we're done on this. I don't want to tab out of the game because crazy stuff happens, so we'll finish this face, and then we shall listen to some Crunch, and I think you guys should be able to hear it. Okay, I'm going to go with arched. So I think the next thing to do will be make like his jaw stronger, more powerful, because he's becoming full mutant. And then we'll probably make his lips thinner as well. Okay, I want face lower if you stay still. We're just turning him into the Chad meme. We'll give him blonde hair as well. Okay, yeah, look at that. Look at that Chad jaw. My gosh. What do you think, Kez? Beautiful? Or was he better before? And this will be a bit difficult because I can't angle him, but I want to give him like that. Like super mutants have those, like, well, earlier ones have no lips and those weird belts. I never quite understood. They're from the original game. They're like little belty things in their mouths. Never quite understood what those were. But some have like very pronounced teeth, super mutants, so like their jaw gets, their lips get jutted out a little bit, and like things get just. That's why they talk like that. Their mouths are open. Better before Big Jaw makes his nose look small. Oh, we'll increase the size of that nose. Although super mutants have tiny noses, I want to say. I'm going to bring up a reference on my phone. I don't dare. I don't dare alt tab out. Okay, I don't want to watch the stream. So. I'm hearing someone subscribe in the past on my phone. Thank you, person who subscribed in the past. I appreciate it. Okay, super mutant. Okay, no, they got kind of stub noses a little bit, so maybe we want to make the nose smaller. Because there's only one mutant face in Fallout 4. If I had like a proper setup, I would make it so you guys can see the super mutant image. But if you want to see what I'm seeing, just Google the super mutants from Fallout 4, and I'm just looking at a picture of default mutant from the wiki. A little snarly guy. Okay. That definitely helps. Kez, the belt is there because sometimes the skin grows more than the bones for the mutants and the lips. Oh! Now, is that really like the official lore? Have you made it up? Because if you've made it up, that's clever. And if that's the official lore, that's also clever. I like that. That makes sense. Okay, so we need to maybe... We don't want the mouth. I want... If I can grab it, I want this little middle jaw. There we go. Okay, and we want the nose to be smaller and stubbier. Nose full. Okay, we're gonna... Scaly. So I don't want it to be too different than the nose we know, because we want it to still be recognizable. So we just want to stub it up just a tiny bit. Right, let's do the eyes. The eyes might help paint the picture. So we're going to switch to the... Where are they? I've lost them. There they are. The blue haze. Okay, and they have tiny, funny little ears. So let's stay still, buddy. There we go. So we're going to raise it a tiny bit. We're going to make them smaller, but then we're going to make the top sort of like that. Cal can hear the music. I think it might be quiet enough that we don't get the copyright strike. I would hope so, anyway. And you know what? If we get a copyright strike, that's kind of impressive. I don't think it really matters for this. I think any money we make from all this stuff is just going to be people who are downloading the mod on Nexus, because as Gaff said, it's going to have its own separate page. So you can earn money on the Nexus, I believe, if people download your mods. And so any money that the mod makes is going to go right back into the charity. But I don't think we're really going to make anything from people watching this too much on YouTube, so I think it's okay if we get a copyright strike. Let's see, so we have more squinty eyes. Squinty eyes. If I can just grab that upper eyelid. Okay, they're already quite squinty. Let's see if we can make the brow bigger. Eyebrow full. Forehead. Like, I hope he's still recognizable as the character. Like, I want him to be as close to a mutant as he can be, but he still look like half human is the goal here, and still be recognizable as the character we've been interacting with all this time. Okay, there's a bit of gauntness to the lower bit of the face, so I'll be on, I think, the jowls maybe. No, not the jowls. Is it the cheeks? It doesn't really do it. Face lower? Nope. We did it before in the on our half ghoul. Like made things look a bit more sulken. Cheekbones, maybe? We can probably bring those out a little bit. The submutants have very pronounced cheekbones. And can we sync those eyes better a bit more? I can. Says, I have to leave now. It's been fun, guys. Keep up the great work. Well, hopefully, I'll be stopping the great work soon. We got all the character faces done. And I suspect, I could be wrong, I think Gaff might be appearing in about half an hour. And he will be taking over, and hopefully he'll be refreshed. Yeah. Don't want to do that with the eyes. Okay, yeah, supermutants have small eyes. We're going to make the eyes a bit smaller. Because the illusion's going to be in him scaling up, so technically his eyes will remain the same size. It's everything else has grown. I'm maybe going to move them up a little bit. Nose is still a bit too much, maybe. Schedule said he'll be up in about 1.5 hours, I think. Okay, so I've got an extra hour than I anticipated, unless he wakes up early, which he might do. Okay, don't do that with your head. I need to watch your nostrils. I need to see. Okay, they're already quite small, so I don't think I can really make them any smaller. Maybe I can raise the tip of this nose just a bit. Just a tiny bit. No, I don't like that. Okay, I think that's looking quite mutancy compared to how it was before. We can always change it, like, once we get the voice lines in, if things feel not good. I will tweak it just a tiny bit more, just so things match, because it just needs to match with the voice, is the thing. And I think for this, we would have no effects over the super mutant voice, whilst before we're going to hear the super mutant voice with the full effects on, which is what Sai was doing before. But let's see what other extra things we can do to make him look a bit more mutant-y. But I think that's going to be the extent without going too overboard, maybe. Okay, that's good. We can have the rough face. We had that on the ghoul character, but we can use that here as well. Okay, let's see. Okay, I like the blemishes on the neck. Turn it down a little bit though. Full on super mutant red. Perfect. It's a shame we can't make that green. I'll add a bit of red. I'm not sure if that'll help. Okay, I don't think these are going to help all that much to sell the image of the mutant. It'd be great if we could retexture those to be green. The blemish marks there. Yeah, I don't think any of those are going to work, so I think that's going to be that, and maybe there's some damage stuff we can add. Obviously no scars, because why would him turning into a mutant make him scarred? But maybe... how hard would a face tattoo be to implement? Depends. Probably not too hard, I don't think. But don't quote me on that. So it says, we will have a blend of both human mutant and mutant mutant. Okay. So right now it would be human mutant, so I think we can get away with a slightly more human appearance, hopefully. That's the goal, at least. I'm going to add the lip scar there. Like, his lips are receding, or he's been chewing on them because he's becoming a mutant. We turn that burn down a little bit, make it just seem like skin's doing something crazy. Okay, these burns are good. Burns will help sell the image, I think. Okay, I think that's kind of mutancy. I think I'm gonna say that's done, but we'll save and then have a quick look at him walking around and see if that's good. Toggle free camera. Oop. And that's FOV back to sync reasonable 70. It looks quarter way mutancy, like he's in the early stages of mutancy. But the thing is, if we go too extreme, it might just look very silly. Like I already think we're pushing the limits there of what can seem reasonable. Because again, we want it to be recognizable as Angelo, but also that he's becoming a mutant. So this might be one I revisit. This might be one I have to tweak later.
Ah, good morning, sir. Your coffee.
But let's save his face.
107.
We're going to save Angelo 3.
3.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Brewed to perfection.
And that, I think, is all the faces. We've got Cabbage, Codsworth. Shush, we're talking. And we all know I'm the real Mr. Handy here. So we've got Cabbage. We've got Confessor Campbell. We have Angelo 1, 2, and 3. Outside of that, we've got a super mutant. We don't make faces for those. And we have a Mr. Handy robot. Which I think we're probably just going to use the base robot, even though we have Automaton. So I might check in and see if we're maybe going to do something interesting there. We can make him seem scrappy, maybe. I'm not sure if we're going to go to the effort to put a postman's hat on him. That might be a bit too much. And very close to what we did with Trunks. I think Gaff figured out how to do that, but it was more effort than it was worth. Okay, music's too much. We're done with the faces, so we're going to close out the game now. But we got it working at least. I was worried we would just not be able to do any of that. So, very good. Let's see what Sai sent me. Okay, let's see if you guys can hear this. I think you should be able to.
Nice wet with super mutant stinky.
I'm just going to see if I heard that on stream. Okay, let's see if you guys can hear this. I think you should be able to.
Nice wet with super mutant stinky.
Yep, fantastic. That's so cool. Feel free to send any more of those, any cool lines you've made, Si. Those are fun to hear. I'm going to stand, I'm going to stretch. Oh, and we might take a short break, and then I think it's going to be on to... I think it might be more interesting. I need to find player dialogue and extract those. But there's also a few lines of player dialogue that are going to need some audio edits. And those might be more interesting, although I'll have to talk less because I'll be listening. Because I'm doing audio work, so I have to listen and pay attention to that. But let's take a short break for a bit. By that I mean I'm just going to sit here and talk about stuff, and you can ask questions, and hopefully we're going to hear more random sound files from Sai if he finds any he wants us to hear. I'd also say, don't forget, we do have other people who are streaming, so go check them out. And if you're just joining us, we are raising money. This is Voiceapalooza. We are making a mod. This is the first time I'm doing this, by the way, in like 4 hours. So we're making a mod to help fight Alzheimer's. So any money you donate is going towards that. You can see our donation at the top. We have already hit our main goal, and we've gone over that, which is absolutely fantastic. It'll be awesome if we make it to 7,500, but you know what? What you guys have donated already has been absolutely awesome. I think, I could be wrong, I think out of all the groups who are participating in the event, I think we've raised the most. That's technically not us, that's technically you guys. So thank you so much. You are making us look good, and that makes me happy. So if that's the only reason you vote, I think that's only reason you vote, only reason you donate, then I'm happy. I'm thinking of our previous stream that we did. New host, what's your name? I'm Surik. I am the lead writer for SS2 and Kinggath Creations. I've taken over for Gaff. He is sleeping right now. And so we recorded some lines for the Mr. Handy character. We did that when I woke up. Then we've just been making some faces in Fallout 4 for our NPCs. I've probably ranted for about an hour on completely unrelated topics, but chat seems to be amused by me when I go on my rants, so yay. And yeah, we're raising money for Alzheimer's, so because it says reach the first goal and reach the second. Yep. If we reach that third goal, that's insane. Like, we reached past our halfway point on the stream where we were voting for what we want what we want weapons to be, what we want armor to be, what we want the themes of the story to be. And that was just one night, and we got past halfway, and that was just so cool. Like, again, I don't want to gush and sound like we're kind of well, the expression that came to mind then was a bit vulgar, so I won't say that one. I don't want it to sound like we're patting you guys on the back a little bit too hard. But really, it's heartwarming. That's the word, right? It feels good. It's fucking awesome to see you guys do that. So thank you so much. Like, we wouldn't be doing this if you weren't here supporting us, supporting this charity. So I appreciate it. I think everyone else appreciates it. You've already done so much. I'm so proud of you guys. I really am. I think Wes has said something very similar to that effect of just everything that you guys have done. It's extraordinary. Patriots of the West. I need someone to fix my load order as I run SS2 with Valkyrie and others. Valkyrie, from what I know, I think that might be a tough one. I think there's conflicts there. You might need patches, maybe, but I'm sure chat will know better than me. I have a personal policy of when I started working on SS2, I stopped playing any of the story mods being released and stopped playing any that came prior that I hadn't played before. Because number one, I didn't want to accidentally lift any ideas out of any of them. Because working in something like Fallout 4, if you're trying to work with sort of things that are already there, you're probably going to do similar things to other people. And so I didn't want any influence in my mind of me accidentally being inspired by something that I'd sort of seen, and then I just end up copying something, because that sucks and that's lame. So that's number one. I wanted to try to make things that were more original. And so I wasn't going to accidentally think I invented something when really I was just copying something someone else did. And number two, that also protects us when someone else does say, hey, you guys did something similar to this mod, like you're just copying them. We can say, nope, because I didn't even know that mod existed. So my knowledge of mods outside SS2 in terms of their content in them tends to be quite minimal. And usually it's just when people ask about them. When we wrap SS2, I'll probably finally go back and start playing some of them. There's quite a few out there that I've had my eye on. There's some great story mods. And of course, we've got some big overhauls coming out soon, like Fallout London. I think we've all been looking forward to. That's going to be fun to see. Again, funnily enough, I had a character planned 4 years ago who is a British character, because of course I was going to write that because that's what I am, who finds himself in the wasteland. And I thought, that's so original, that's so interesting. And I can play into, like, maybe he's some sort of knight, maybe he wears armor, maybe he has a huge sword, maybe the culture in England is different post-war, and I can play into that a lot. And then Fallout London comes out, and I'm like, oh no, now anything I do with that character is going to seem like I'm just ripping Fallout London off. So I might not even play Fallout London until I've got that character in, just so I've got that that plausible deniability of, like, I didn't play it. If I did anything that's similar, it's just because it's convergent thinking. That's all it is. Valkyrie allows for the Brotherhood of Steel coup to lead different. Oh, it's the one where yeah, you can have dance like take over, or you can take over, right? I have heard of that one. There would definitely be conflicts with SS2. You would need a patch to fix that, because we allow you to side with the Brotherhood, and if you do that, then we can only assume that Maxon is in charge still. So we can't take into account any of those changes in Valkyrie. There might be a patch out for that, but that seems like it would be... That's not an easy fix. That would someone would have to go in and, like, make all that content. So you may have to headcanon things, or you just have to not side with the Brotherhood of Steel. Because if they show up, you're going to say, hey, what's this Maxon guy doing here? I got rid of him, or he's dead, or he's gone. Where's this other character who's meant to be in charge? So yeah, we assume vanilla for a lot of the Brotherhood stuff. So unfortunately, there might be some headcanon you need to create there to explain why things don't make any sense. Question: are there any Sim Settlement type mods planned for Starfield? No. Right now, I think the stance we have is we don't know what Bethesda's going to do with Starfield. And so it seems silly for us to go in and do a bunch of work and create like an SS2 in Starfield, and then in like the next DLC or a big patch, they release, hey, here's the overhaul of the Outpost system. And like, we're like, well, that either conflicts with what we've made, or now we've got to redesign everything from scratch. So we're holding off at the very least to see what Bethesda does before we decide to do anything. And I don't know how many of the SS2 team would want to go on to work on Starfield as like a free mod project. But Kinggath Creations, which is the new company that we founded, we might be interested in doing something in Starfield. So it would be a paid creation, but that would allow us to do a lot more cool stuff. So soon we're releasing our new creation, the Bard's College Expanded. And I'm really hoping you guys play it and realize, okay, wow, this is why they need to charge for things, because we could not have made it in the time we've made it. Like, we started work on this kind of the beginning of this year, and the the pace on it has been insane. Like, we wanted to get this out as fast as possible, but we're literally working full-time jobs to put this out. So we can't do this as a mod project in the spare time. The pay that we get from it allows us to make this our job, which is what we want to do. But just by it being a pay thing, that means we can hire people, including very skilled people like voice actors. So I think Kobus let slip something during his stream that, like, hey, we got some very cool people working with us, and we really do. Some of them you might recognize from some of our previous projects. It's going to be super fun to see if someone's like, wait a minute, I know that voice. And some of them might be from other things that you recognize them, but we would not have been able to get these guys if this was just a free mod project, and we wouldn't have been able to get it out as fast. So we're going to be probably taking that same way of doing things in Starfield. We have some big plans for it, but they are very big plans. And if you wanted to see something like SS2 in Starfield, it's probably going to take us like another 6 years if we did it the way we did previously. Hopefully we can do stuff a lot faster by making something that's a creation. But we do have plans. We've got we got at least 3 projects lined up that we may go into after we finish the Bard College Expanded. But some of that is definitely going to also rely upon, like, what do you guys think of it? Did you enjoy it? Did you like what we did there? Do you want to see more of that? Do you want to see less of that? Did we go in the right direction? It's way bigger than East Empire. East Empire was made like we were working for free on that because you only get paid when you start selling it. So we had to take like a month or 2 to do that. It was only me and Kobus on for voices. We voiced all the characters in that. Well, I say Kobus voices all the characters. I think I only voice Corin, the elf, the high elf. And I just quickly wrote all the story stuff for that. And the story is quite minimal. But we tie into base game system, so it kind of seems like there's a lot more than there is. But we're kind of clever about it. We're kind of sneaky. So we tricked you into thinking there's more content than there really is. But that's part of just creating gameplay systems. You want to create a loop that feels good and isn't too much the racist stuff. I don't think Corin's racist, is he? Is he? I mean, he's a high elf, so he might be a bit. There's always a nice little bit of casual racism in Skyrim. All those races hate each other. Good old fantasy racism is the best kind. I'm trying to think. I think he has some lines where I think if you're anything but an Altmer, when you talk to him, he'll comment on your race, and I think he looks down his nose at almost all of them, which I think is a very Altmer thing to do. They're very opinionated. They're very high of themselves, which is probably why they call high elves. I think maybe he's somewhat tolerant of a player of the Bosmere or Dunmer. I'm not too sure about that though. We don't talk about that character here, Cal. That is a character to be hidden away. Critical Guy asks, what's your stance on using AI to add voice lines to existing characters in game? So that's a super contentious thing to bring up, especially within our field. So my personal opinion, and this doesn't reflect the opinion of anyone else on the team. In fact, we have people on the team who have conflicting opinions on this, which I think is interesting. I think it's kind of fun that we all have some have some similar stances, some have very different stances, but we all understand where each other's coming from, so we kind of respect it. But we all agree on what we should do and what we shouldn't do. So our stance with kinggath Creations is never use AI voice. We'll never do that because we are a paid product. The only time we might consider it is maybe AIing our own voices, but that is only because we can say, yes, we consent to this. We can do this because it is us. And therefore you can do that with our voices. It's wrong to take away work from other people and use something that is their voice, I think. So on something that's paid, it's never okay. Unless there's a contract where someone has literally sold the rights to their voice to a company, and then they can do anything they want with that. That's a bit icky, really. But at least it's like, well, the person has consented to it. So I'd personally rather there still be a living person on the other side providing the voice, because I think you get so much more out of that than using an AI voice. It gives you a way better performance, and at the end of the day, that's what I want. I want the best possible performance out of anything. Any characters we make, I want them always doing that in anything we make. However, if someone wants to sell the rights to their voice and do that, I think that's okay. I think that's fine. I might not like it as much, but I think that's okay. We will never do that, though. We are against AI in that use. However, I think in modding, it has huge potential because mods are made for free. The argument some people make is, well, you're taking work away from voice actors if you AI duplicate their voice. A counter argument to that is, no, you're not, because they would never be paid for this because it's a mod project. Either this person literally could not afford to pay tens of thousands to get them to voice the character, and even if they couldn't do it anyway because they're probably under contract to not do that. So your only options are robo voice, or what we had before AI, which is like a stitching together of voice lines to make like a Vocaloid voice of like a weirdness, but those never sounded right, or using AI. So I can understand, and I can almost be like, you know what, I would be okay with people using AI if they're making mod stuff, because it's a private thing that they're working on. They're not taking work away from anyone either, and as long as they're respectful, I think that's okay, because modding, you're already modifying other people's work. Now there is the shady gray area there of like, well, a voice is someone's personality. That is something of them. So that's where I'm a bit like, but still, my personal opinion is, as long as you do it with respect, integrity to both the character and the person whose work did it before, you don't make that character say anything that's like out of character for them. You could just be like, I want to make a mod where Dance comes into my house and he says, that's a really nice sofa. Great job, Paladin. I think that's okay. And I especially think it's probably okay if it's for private use. I think that's another thing. Like private and public use, I think, are different things. I can see why voice actors would be upset about that. And like, I'm a voice actor, so I get it. But my personal stance is, I think it's okay for modding. I would be fine if someone took my voice, AI trained it, and used it in a mod where it's like a mod of a mod. I'd be less okay with it if they took it and used it in like just a brand new thing. So it's like, it's not. So if someone made a mod for Wise, I guess I'm giving my permission if anyone ever wants to do this. I am saying it's okay for you to take my voice, sample it, and create an AI voice for Wise, and then create like an expanded things he talks about. I personally would be okay with that. But this is only me. I wouldn't be okay if you took my voice, sampled it, and created a voice of that, and then just used it for something completely unrelated. You just like, I'm making a game. It's for free. I'm not charging for it. But I just want my character there who sounds like Wise. For me personally, I'd be like, no, I don't like that. So I kind of think it's something that you have to play by ear, but I definitely understand why people want just a blanket rule of like, it's all okay or none of it's okay, because that makes things very simple and very easy. Hopefully I answered your question. It's a very nuanced thing. I'm definitely not on the side of like AI is evil and we must destroy it and never use it. I think it does have its uses, but I'm definitely not on the side of like, oh, you can just do anything with it, because I don't agree with that either. So that's my stance on it on the team. We have others on the team who are much more towards the camp of like, no, never okay. And we have some people who are more towards the sense of like, you know what? It's okay in most circumstances. I'm a bit more towards the middle. I think it's okay, but there's a lot of nuances, a lot of rules to it. Who is Zucchini? Zucchini is the nickname of a character I play in a D&D group. That's not his actual name. His real name is Aranai. He is an elf, and he's very opinionated and very high-strung, and looks down his nose at anyone else who isn't an elf, because he's just the best kind of elf. Let's catch up with chat after I go on my rant. Yes, Kinggath is on his nappy time right now. We're not sure when he's going to wake up. Too Large says, imagine if Kinggath was punking us this whole time and he's actually a VA who can do an English accent. I really wish I could do a good impression of Gaff, because that'll be so much fun. Jim Jam, hey there. Yeah, using AI to voice existing in-game characters is the only use of it I'm fine with. Yeah, because how else would anyone possibly do that? Like, I think that's the difficulty. You're kind of expecting people to behave about it. And if there's anything that we've discovered about people on the internet, is they do not behave. That immunity you get from, I don't think I said that word right, but I'm just going to keep going. The anonymousness of being on the internet, allows people to kind of be a bit more naughty than they would maybe be if people knew who they were and would kind of look, they'd be like, we don't like that, and now there are consequences to that, because maybe we're not going to hang out with you, maybe we're just not going to like you anymore. So when you're on the internet, you can brush that aside a little bit, and you get a bit more power to act maybe a bit more selfishly, or a bit more how you would. Not everyone, but enough people where I understand why. Like, I think the Nexus has rules where if you have AI generated content in your your mod, sorry, creations are a different thing. In your mod, you have to state it, but they're okay with it being there. So that's kind of like they've found their ground, that they've said that's okay, and this isn't. I know the voice actor for Nora has flat out said, I don't want people using to replicate my voice in AI. And I think that's absolutely fine for her to say. And the Nexus, I think, has said, okay, because of that, we will now enforce that if anyone does upload any AI content who duplicates your voice, we're just going to take that down, because that's the Nexus's policy. And I think that's absolutely fine. They can set whatever policies they want. However, I don't agree with if someone does say, well, okay, I respect that you asked me to do that, but I still want to do it anyway. Now, that's a bit of a jerk move, I will say. If someone flat out says, like, no, please don't do that, you should kind of respect that. But at the same time, if someone's just doing it as a personal project, it's just for them, again, it's a gray area. That you got to make a judgment call there. I'd probably err on the side of, like, probably don't do it. But I think you can, again, you've got to use the logical argument of, like, well, I'm not hurting anyone. The only thing is that the voice actor doesn't want me to do it. That's it, really. I'm not taking work from them. I'm not using to disparage them or harm them. It's not going to cause any harm other than they don't like it. That's really what it is. And that just comes down to your personal opinion of, like, well, do you want to be a jerk? Because you can be. But yeah, I hope I've explained my position well enough there. Because I wish we could get to the point where there is an understanding about using tools like AI to do stuff like that. Because really, I was so excited when that became a thing, because just think of the modding potential. Like, that's what I'm excited about, going in and tweaking games to the way we like them, and being able to, have Paladin Dance comment on, like, hey, thanks for getting rid of Maxon and now putting me in charge. Like, you can have him say those words rather than trying to splice something together that kind of works, or have a new character come in and voice those lines instead, which is what we do in SS2. So it's a shame that there's been such a pushback against it, but it's also a shame that some people have abused it. So is what it is. We are anonymous. We are Legion. Exactly. That is how you say that. Critical Guy. There's already a modern Nexus that uses AI to take the Tina de Luca from Vault 81 and make her a settler, and it's pretty damn good. Yeah, it's like, I have no problem with that, and especially if the VA says I'm cool with that. A-okay, big thumbs up from me. But I also get why, like, if someone wants to make a mod like that and they decide, okay, I'm just going, they may decide, okay, I'm going to reach out to the voice actor first and see if, first of all, they're going to respond to me, which they probably won't, because voice actors, on stuff like that, they tend to be busy people. They've probably got a million people emailing them a day, and you're just like a random email, but they're like, hey, I want to make a mod, please. And they're like, you weird mod people, go away. I'm not interested in you. So they might just not even read it. But then also, if you do send it and ask for permission to use a voice, they might just say, no. And it's like, really, it wouldn't hurt anything. And they kind of just on a knee-jerk reaction. It's like, well, I can see how that would be abused, and they do bad things. I'm just going to say no, because that's the safest option. Like, it's the safest road to take, so I'm going to do that. And then that mod has been closed down. And from a creative standpoint, that's sad to me, because maybe that was going to be a really cool mod, and we wouldn't get, like, the Tina De Luca mod there. So I think maybe it's okay for you to make a mod project like that, voice it with AI, put it out there, and then if the voice actor says, I don't like that, you can either say, like, I'm really sorry, I won't do it again. I think that's kind of an acceptable thing to do. But I can kind of probably see what happens would be like, I won't do that again, and I guess I'll just make this mod go away. And that kind of sucks, because, as you said, like, you like that mod, Critical. That has given some creativity. Some creative thing has been made there where that gives you, God, I'm so out of words. It makes you feel good inside. You like that thing. A thing has been made that you like, and it would suck to have it taken away, even if there's a somewhat good reason for it. So, again, I just really hope there could be a nuanced conversation about this where, hey, you made this mod. Yeah, you use my voice. I don't like that. Please don't do that again. I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Who's responsible for Nate being called Slick? That could be me. That could be something we inherited. So Jake, as a character concept, I inherited when I took over as lead writer. And we needed, obviously, a way for him to call the player a name without saying the player's name. And it was either myself and Son of Soul Reaver, who originally was... So when I joined, I was to help Son of Soul Reaver. That was my job as writer when I joined. He was the lead writer at that point. I came in to help him. Very soon we became co-writers, and then he had to leave the project, so I just became the lead writer by default. So it was either during that time where we were putting things together that came up, or it was a bit later when we realized, oh, we need Jake to be able to refer to the player in some way. So I'd say credits that is either Son of Soul Reaver, or me, or both. I hope you like it. Some people don't like the Darlin, and some people really like it. I don't think I've ever heard anyone be upset about the Slick. I think maybe that's an okay generic thing where people are like, you know what, I'm okay with him calling me that. And so be like, don't call me darling. I don't like that. Default. Okay, I think I'll have to get a drink shortly. We're talking way too much, but I hope you guys are entertained by my stories. Feel free to ask any questions, anything that seems relevant to either the charity or SS2 or me, if you're curious about that. Do definitely check out the other guys' streams who are working very hard. I think a lot of the EU people will be awake and streaming by this point. So if they weren't active at night when you checked them out last time, they're probably active right now. If you feel like donating, you can donate now. You can donate later. I'd say save it for Gaff, personally. You're going to get a way better reaction from Gaff than you would me. And you'll see cooler stuff from him as well. And I'm assuming I can get the thumbs up from Gaff. Towards the end, when we're wrapping stuff up, we're going to have a vote where we will vote on the names of the quests, maybe the names of the weapons, maybe the name of the mod. We'll see how far. Maybe the mod will be off the table because that's kind of a big one. But we'll probably... Jack Burton with $32. Thank you very much if you happen to be listening in. It's like magic. I say, hey, did I say vote or donation then? Hopefully I said donation. My brain is cooked at this point. Once Gaff takes over, I'm definitely just going to lie down and probably have a nap for a short while. I did not sleep much after I went to bed last night. So for those who may not know, originally, I guess still, we were meant to have a main story quest, which is what I was writing, and a companion character. Unfortunately, the person dealing with the companion character, they had to drop out at the last minute. And so we didn't have much to work with for that. So I had to take over and write all of the companion stuff. And so I stayed up a lot later than I intended last night to just get all of that done. So I was actually writing content for this during the event, which is kind of cool because that's what it's all about. But my plan was to go to bed early so I could wake up early and take over from Gaff. Now, I did half of those things. I woke up early, but I did not go to bed early. I think it was definitely past 1 a.m. when I went to bed. Oh, God, was it? And I think I woke up at 3 a.m., so I've had like 2 hours sleep maybe. Great to have at least a nap to wake me up a little bit, but I'm running on empty at this point. So if I say the wrong words, that's why. What time is it for you all? It's 9:10 in the PM in the East Coast in Australia. Well, for me, it's now lunchtime in the UK, and I've been up since 3 a.m. So we've been going for a while now, but we're not done yet. The stream will continue even after I wrap up, and gosh, I hope Gaff appears soon. But I think he was absolutely can't think of the words. He was sleepy. He was very sleepy. So he might just be catching up with some well-deserved rest there because he's doing much more technical stuff than I am. I just came on and did some voices for the Mr. Handy and did some faces, and maybe we'll do some audio cutting, although I might do that off stream, I think, because it's not very interesting to listen to, and you guys would probably get annoyed because you're just going to be hearing random voice lines, and if I'm editing something, I'm going to be listening to the same voice line like 20 times to make sure it sounds right, and then going back and moving around. It's not fun. You don't want to listen to that. I'm concerned. I can't read that word, Kez. It's either it's not a real word or I just can't read it. As discussed earlier in the stream, I am dyslexic. I suck at reading, which was really annoying because I like books. I like stories. When I discovered audiobooks were a thing, my world was blown open. All the sudden possibilities of books to read technically, but really I'm just listening to them. The only downside with audiobooks is you need to find the time to listen to them. Whilst I think if you can actually read something, you can shut things out a bit more when you read. When you listen to something, at least for me, I need a bit less concentration. I'm even contradicting myself. Like, I suck at reading. I like listening to audiobooks, but I think audiobooks are a bit more limited in when and how you can listen to them. I think is what I'm trying to get out. I guess can't spell for shit. Don't worry, that makes two of us. I'm awful at reading. I'm awful at writing. I'm awful at spelling. It's gotten way better after I made like writing my job, but still, I am not a confident speller at all. I'm always double checking my work. I'm making sure I'll write something. And I'm like, that doesn't look right. Good night. Sorry, I can't donate, but SS2 is really brilliant. That is absolutely okay. Spread the word. Spread us around. Show some love, which you absolutely have by being here. Thank you so much. And keep playing SS2. And hey, check out some of our other stuff we'll be making. Like, we want to make more cool stuff. We want to make mods. We want to make creations. That's what we do. We want to do stuff like this. We're just happy to make stuff. It's really cool just to have found a group of people who just like making cool stuff, even if it kills us. But we'll keep going, gosh darn it. It's what we do. I can feel my brain shutting down. But hey, any questions? Anything you want to know? I'm happy to do requests as well. It doesn't have to be for a donation. If you want to hear some of the characters I've done, I'm not sure if you know, but I'm a voice actor. I do the voices. And I know a lot of you guys, you've been fans for a long time. It's why you're tuning in. It's why you're watching for so long, and we super appreciate it. We appreciate you. So if any of you want to hear me do a silly voice, you don't even have to donate. I'll just do it for you. Because I love you guys. It's so crazy to think we have fans. Like, you never expect to make something and even have fan art of it. And I'm looking at you, Kez. I know you guys. You individual, you, Kez. You are a demon for getting let's say nice fan art and not so nice fan art made, but still that's crazy to me that we've made something and people make fan art of it. It's so cool. To me it says, hey, you like what we did. You're making art of it. You're making fan stories about it. We have fanfics of SS2. Don't think we've got any of East Empire yet. Not sure we'll have any fanfic. Yeah, you, Kez. I'm talking about you. We know what you're doing. We know what you're up to. We've got our eyes on you. No, but we super appreciate you guys. I hope we say it enough. I mean, just doing the stream and just having raised over $50,000, which I'm fairly sure we made more during the first stream than a whole bunch of super famous voice actors did. You had like who did they have? You'd have to check. I can't remember. The only one's coming to mind off the top of my head, but which is Matt Mercer. But basically, you had a whole bunch of people like that who have done voices you have heard in games and in TV shows. Like, these are prolific guys who've done a lot of stuff. We raised more money than them. And technically, that wasn't that was you guys. That was you guys donating. And that just, to me, says we got a super cool audience. We got a super cool fan base, and we so appreciate you. And we appreciate you giving your time and your money to such a worthwhile cause. So I hope we say that enough. But now's the time to say it if we don't. I think Gaff probably says it a lot. Like, I don't think he'd be streaming every week, doing playthroughs and doing contests if we weren't getting the feedback from you guys, if we didn't know there were people out there who love this stuff. I think that's a necessity for someone who's like a creative in quotations. Like we're making stuff to go out there for people to look at and enjoy and maybe even hate. Like we want to spark something in you, and to have something that's positive. It's just amazing. Cal says, "Heck yeah, go team! Really, go team, and go you guys who support us, team. Like, just go everyone go." Oh, I think I need another drink soon. My voice is dead. I'm so glad we did the voice for the Mr. Handy first, because that's a somewhat high voice, and not a raspy voice. And the more I talk, the lower and the raspier my voice goes. It just gets more and more tired. So that would have been a strain to try and do the Mr. Handy. It would be great to do Wise now, or Super Mutants. I don't think I voiced the Super Mutant yet. I think I've always been on a just in case we can't get someone else to do it. But generally speaking, we've always had someone come up and be able to do it. Okay, I'm going to try to find something for you, Kez. I just realized you guys are just staring at just a boring screen there. Let's try and get something interesting. Kez says, you've been saying you need a drink for 2 hours. Yeah, probably. Well, I finished my drink I had, and then I put my glass in my freezer to chill it off, because I like a chilly drink. Let's see what we got going on over here. SS2, SS2, SS2. So by type. Okay, no, I want in documents, SS2. I'm going to see if I can find some of the old reference images that we have for some of our SS2 characters. I might not have them. I might not have them for Berman, but maybe. Concepts art, no. Character bios. Okay, let me quickly look over these and make sure I'm not going to like ruin any future content here. Okay. There's some stuff that are cut characters that never made it. No, we don't have a reference image for Berman. I'm sorry. I'll have to try and remember who it was. Like, I've not got it in this folder here. Do I have Proto Jake in here? That might be interesting. I think I've shown him before, an early version of Jake. No, really early Mansfield. Okay, we've got Magnuson there. I'm not going to show you guys that, though. We have a Lupe. We've got Algernon. He's been there for a while. We have a character who's not been revealed yet. I won't be revealing him. Okay, where's early Jake? Oh, there's a super early Lupe. And there's an early Algernon. Not Algernon, Salvador. I swear I had a potato Jake somewhere. Is it in the concept art? Nope. Okay, maybe I don't have it. I'll have to look around. I've got the crappy lab coat Jake almost wore, which is just us trying to stitch a bunch of things together, and it's like nowhere near as good as the outfit that Nero made for us. I can show you old Salvador and new Salvador at the very least. So here's the original face for Salvador that I made, like way back when. And oh no, that's a character. You're not allowed to see that. That's the right way. Okay. And then we have the new improved face for Salvador, which I think I made that one as well. But like, just having a few years of making faces, like you can see the difference there. Like, there are mods there that improve some of the texture and stuff, but just the general design I think improves. He hasn't got his Simfi on that one, but we just hadn't added it up yet. Oh my gosh, Gaff just woke up. Is he talking? Where is he? Who said this? How do you know this? Has it been confirmed? Back in 20-30 minutes. Oh, that's you saying that. Where's Gaff? I want Gaff. I want Gaff to take over. It's time to tag out. Okay, I'm checking my Discord here. Okay, he's not pinging me yet. I'm going to give him some time because he's only just woken up. You need to do things in the morning. Come on, chat. We only need $750 for me to narrate Fallout 4 as the narrator. Okay, I will narrate it, but someone has to write the lines that I'm narrating. I'm not writing everything. I'll voice it though. That's the deal. Scroll up a bit. I don't think anyone here is just watching live stream while doing anything else. The gathering data. Okay, yeah, fantastic. As long as people are just having this on the background and not just staring at my mod manager screen. Okay, Kez needs to dip. Goodbye, Kez. Thank you so much for sticking around. Send him the cursed image. There are many cursed images, Kez. You'd have to be more specific. I'm in gas bed, I can confirm. Great, he's up. Thank you. I'll narrate it all, but someone has to write it. What am I narrating? I don't know. I need a script to work off of. Imagine doing that. Imagine bringing in a voice actor and being like, okay, this is your character and go. Where's my script? Oh no, there's no script. You have to make it up as you go along. That sounds like hell to me. I'd hate that. That'd be awful. My voice is done. I'm sure he'll share if and when he comes back. Cal says, I'm supposed to be tinkering with things, but you keep distracting me. Me? I keep distracting you? How am I distracting you? I'm just sitting here waffling into the void. How is that distracting? Okay, so I'm going to assume Gaff is back soon. So if there's any questions, any queries, any silly voices or characters you want me to do, now's the time, because once Gaff tags in, I am tagging out. I need a break, man. I've not eaten properly since yesterday. I've just had snacks. I was going to eat last night before I went to bed, but we've already discussed that never happened. There were things I had to take care of, and then I didn't even go to bed until like super late. And then in the morning, I didn't eat too much because I didn't want my stomach to rumble while I was recording dialogue for the Mr. Handy. Oh, I didn't want my stomach to gargle and gurgle, rather, because I just ate something. But then it started grumbling instead. And I've not had really a chance to eat anything yet. So I'm super hungry. I'm super hungry and I'm super thirsty. I just need to go lie down and think about my life for a bit, I think. Oscar Fry, to help your voice, take a shot of lime juice from a real lime and some real honey. I have honey. I don't have any lime. So I can do half of that. Cirque, you can do the Dirty Harry line as your version of Jake. What was the Dirty Harry line? Like, you got to throw it up for me. Send a sample, Wes, for chat. Oh, message. Okay, I think we've got another 20 minutes roughly of me. So we've got 20 minutes. Send a sample, Wes, for chat. Oh, you just sent one, Sai? I'm not seeing it. Unless it's in the charity. No. Let me read chat. Maybe I just misunderstood. Send a I can't even read at this point. Send a sample, Wes, for chat. Maybe it's uploading. Maybe it's just taking a while to get to me. I'll check shortly. So we may have a sample West line for you guys to hear very shortly. Oscar says, I know what you're thinking, punk. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the line. Okay, so let me so go do this, Jake. Okay, so Jake's very friendly. Howdy there. Jake Evans. How you doing? Blah blah. I know what you're thinking there, punk. You're thinking, did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Now, to tell you the truth, I've forgotten myself and all this excitement. But being that this is a 44 Magnum. There we go. That was good enough. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? As a rule, no. But I will admit, I've had it and I didn't hate it. So I don't know where that puts me. I'm a pineapple pizza agnostic, I suppose. Maybe I'm just a hypocrite. A pineapple hypocrite. Sorry, sent the wrong one, says Sai. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so we have a West sample line, everybody. Let's have a listen.
Must live in the moment. I'm feeling green. It ain't easy being green. Must live in the moment. I'm feeling green. It ain't easy being green.
Well, that is the famous line spoken by Angelo before he turns into a super mutant. We all know that line. We love it. It's going to be in the mod. It's going to be the best line. Pineapple on pizza is god tier, according to Cal, and she refuses to take criticism. I don't know. I'm a ham and mushroom on pizza kind of guy. That's what I like on my pizza, or just a huge amount of meats. Delicious meats. That sounds like a good pizza to me. But ham and mushroom, that's my go-to. So I do have pizza actually. Maybe I'll treat myself. It's just a cheese pizza, but I can put whatever I want on it. I don't have any mushrooms. I do have bacon. I can have a bacon pizza. That sounds pretty good. It is lunchtime. Lunchtime. Oh man, talking is so difficult. Pineapples, despite the name, is not related to apples or pines. Actually, Oscar Fry says that was great, but YouTube ruined it and didn't show you the second half. Oh, okay. I thought it did cut off there. I was like, oh, that seems a bit weird, but that's what was sent. Thank you. It's fun. It's fun to do, Jake. I do all the voices. I can read. I can even do a Berman. It's not a good Berman, but I can do it. I can definitely do Wise. That's easy. Who else can I do a decent impression of when I'm reading the scripts? Oh, I can do an awesome Lupe. That one's great. Sounds just like her. I have one voice for like female characters, and it's just me trying to do a really bad, slightly higher female voice. That's the only voice I have. I can't do anything else. I can maybe get the mannerisms down, but it just sounds like me doing a silly mock voice, and that's no good. Oh, I can do the Mr. Handies as well. I can do a really good impression of the guy who does those. Gotta say, I appreciate all you guys who are just sticking around. I mean, obviously, a lot of you are probably just doing other things, have this on in the background, probably muted because you're like, this guy will not stop ranting about Fallout shows and Baldur's Gate games. And it's true. We need to hear your female voice now. Okay, let's see if we can do it. I can't do it. I'm embarrassed. I'm trying to think of a Lupe line. She says, "Oh, my twine crashed or disappeared somewhere." Okay, let's reopen that twine, and then let's quickly hide it if it opens on the wrong screen. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Where is it? There you go. Oh, haha, I did it. You guys didn't see any of the stuff. I don't think you would have gotten what it was, but probably best I don't show those. Okay, let's find a quest with Lupe in it. Let's get some Lupe lines. Runners and Gunners, Dark Horizons. That's where we meet Lupe for the first time. Okay. Let's find where she introduces herself. Okay, we go in. Okay, so we've met Lupe. We've gone to the underground. What do you call it? The power area under Concord, or Concord, depending on how you say that. We always say it wrong. Okay, I'm gonna Oscar Fry, part 1. Okay, I'll wait until part 2, and then I'll try and read the whole thing for you in the Jake voice. I'll do Jake voice, and then we'll do Lupe voice. Nailed it. I use streams for background noise. You can talk about whatever you like, to no limit. All right, perfect. You've opened the floodgates now. The floodgates. Ah, God, I wish I could talk. It would be so amazing if I could talk. I'm also talking to my other screen, and my microphone's over here. So if I sound like I'm talking off into the distance like this, it's because I'm so tired at this point. I'm not even paying attention to where the microphone is, which is over here. Usually I'd put whatever I'm focusing on my main screen, so I'm close to my mic. But I'm trying to keep my main screen clear for the most part, because like you don't want to be watching me watching you watching the stream. So that's on my other monitor, and that's what I'm reading when I read you guys' comments. Okay, I'm going to wait for the other Jake thing. I'm going to start on the Lupe lines. We've met Lupe, and we can ask her to tell me about yourself. Who are you? And Lupe would say,
"Oh, sure. I'm Lupe, private rank technician. I build things.
or fix them, or make stuff work better. I'm pretty good at all three. I think that's why the gunners conscripted me, and why Captain Algernon put me under his command. He needed someone to maintain his armor. So, you know the captain? There you go. That's my I'm a lady girl voice. I'm clearly those things. As I say, like I can get the mannerisms down, but it's just I use the same voice for any female character I voice because I can't do a female voice for obvious reasons. Okay, we've got part 1, we got part 2. Let's give this a go. I know what you're thinking there, punk. Or I know what. Start that again. I know what you're thinking, punk. You're thinking, did he fire 6 shots or 5? Nah. Now, to tell you the truth, I've forgotten myself in all this excitement. But being that this is a 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and will blow your head clean off, you gotta ask yourself, do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? I think my Jake voice is just dying, so there you go. That's as close as we're getting to Jake now. That was better than expected. Yay! Femboy cert confirmed. It's canon. That's right. Now read the whole conversation between Jake and Lupe. Okay, let's find some Jake and Lupe stuff. Okay, let's see. This is before. So Twine in older versions, if you were to grab all of these things here and move them like this, it wouldn't work. It would change. It would reorganize all the cards. They shift and stuff. And so I'd never do it. And so if I needed to go back into something and add lines, I had to do this where like they just go off over here. I can't like bring everything down to make room for them. I can do that now in this newer version of Twine. So we have things like this in some of the older quests where we had to add some new lines in. So you just have like this giant bit stuck on the side. Okay, let's try and read this. Okay, so you want to fill me in? So we've just met Lupe, Jake's with us, and we've discovered that she's working for the Gunners. Oh, scary.
Well, I kind of joined the Gunners. Well, actually, not so much joined as forcibly conscripted at gunpoint.
Oh, we've got a very creedy line. We can ignore that.
But hey, I get 3 clean meals a day, and my boss is pretty nice. At least as far as Gunners go.
Huh. Guess that explains that. Sorry if any of those Gunners you just took down were friends of yours. But what are you doing down here? Why are you messing around with the plutonium well?
Because it was broken. I'm a gunner technician now, so fixing things kind of goes along with the job.
Technician? Say, that boss you mentioned, he wouldn't happen to be called Algernon, would he?
Yeah, that's him. You've met him?
There you go. Exchange between Jake and Lupe. I actually do that when I write these quests. I read out the dialogue, either as I'm writing it to see what sounds good, and definitely after I've written it to see if it sounds good, but also is it something that someone can actually say. I think we spoke earlier about George Lucas syndrome, where he writes dialogue that people can't voice. Like, you can't say these lines naturally because people just don't talk like that. So this is my way of trying to make sure I'm not doing that mistake of writing things that just, you can't say them. Like either these 2 words together, you can write them, but if you try and say them, it just sounds weird, or you slur them together because these are just 2 awkward words to have. So maybe you should change word number 2 to something that sounds slightly better or is easier to say. So that's some general advice. If you're writing dialogue and you want it to sound natural, read it out. Make sure you can read it and make sure it sounds good when you read it out. Sai says, sent a virus from someone. It's hidden. Oh, okay. I'm going to play this. Let's see what this is about.
Dear child of Sithis, that shall happen today.
Oh. I don't remember having this character in the charity mod.
Dear child of Sithis, that shall happen today.
Maybe we just got to play it. Maybe he shows up at some point. I don't remember writing him. Curious. Very curious. Feel free to send more of those, Sai. So we didn't get any generics for Wes, just because there wasn't time. So what we're going to do is any takes where he makes either a noise that could be like a greeting, or him saying like yes, hello, or any noise that could be like him taking pain because he's in combat or swinging a weapon. If you come across any of those, if you could save those somewhere, that'd be fantastic. If not, we'll probably go over them later. Teddy just donated $10. Thank you, Teddy. Save any sounds like that. We will need those at some point. We'll have to cobble something together, but we'll make it work. Gosh darn it. Maybe that wasn't for the mod. I don't know. That sounds like something I would write. And I seem to remember there being some sort of terrible, horrible creature in the mod somewhere. You know what? I think that is part of the mod. I think you're just trying to gaslight me. Gremlins writing at your table when you're not there. Possibly. Possibly. I mean, I type at my table, but Cobus will take care of that. Yeah. Oh, we got a few. Fantastic. Okay. I think I might have mentioned it to Cobus, so I'm glad he's told you in advance. That'll be a fun creative challenge. Thankfully, I don't think there's too many of those lines we need, but we always need as many generics as we can. I think Wes said that last line right before he did the voice recording. I think he did as well. I'm pretending. I do roughly remember it being said. But I think now it's part of the mod. I think we just got to work that in. I think just find a whole tape. It just has that on it. No explanation. That's fine, right? We can put that in. We don't need to explain things. We have silly things happen. It's okay. It is going to be fun if people play with the companion Cabbage, and they have no context to why he's screaming about crabs or just any of the other random lines we have him say. Like, everything else is going to be somewhat grounded, and then suddenly he's just flying off the wall saying stuff that it's like, why is he talking about that? That makes no sense. I'm hoping we get to see some reactions during the playthrough. We're going to have Gopher play, I think on Monday. Could be wrong about that. Do not hold me to that. And he's, I think, going to be playing mostly blind. So hopefully he's going to get some good reactions over random stuff that maybe makes no sense, maybe wasn't planned, but gosh darn it, we're putting it in there. We're having those crabs. Oscar Fry says, not related to this mod, but can you please get kinggath to add update options to Jake's gun? Oh, you mean like to customize it? That is planned. I'm not sure how far we got on that, actually. That was always the intention to be able to upgrade the mod, to be able to switch parts out. Maybe that's something we got to poke Niha about to help give us a hand there. That is the intent. So we will hopefully one day have that. That might come with a certain update that I'm thinking of. I don't think we've got in yet. But it will require us getting Tom back to give us more Jake. It's always good to have more Jake. We're hoping to do that with many of the main cast. So all the guys who work at the HQ. Ideally, we'd want a quest for each of them, because we couldn't really do quests during the main story, because it makes it very difficult to work in sort of they're doing something unrelated. And if we want consequences for those quests, like, what happens if we decide Mansfield is going to just lose a leg, and then suddenly for the rest of the main story, we don't reference him not having one of his legs. So we save those kind of stories until the end. So after you've wrapped chapter 3, we're hoping to get in some quests with our main characters. So hopefully they all get one. If not, most of them will get them. It'll also, of course, be like, do the VAs want to keep doing it? Can we get them? Can we convince them to give up their free time for a mod project? I hope so. I think most of our VAs are fantastic, and we don't deserve them. The time they put into just working for free on something, I love them. I love them all. And to me, like, they're all the voices of these characters now, so I can't even imagine having to replace them, because it just won't be right. But I also guarantee some of them will be like, you know what? I just don't have the time, or I can't say I'm going to do this because it's not paid work, and like I should be spending my time doing paid work, and it's absolutely fine. It's like I can't fault you for that. It's only through the generosity of our voice actors that we've been able to keep doing what we do, because SS2 it's a volunteer thing. It's a mod, so we can't charge for those things, and therefore we can't really pay our voice actors. We do get so much generosity in donations through God, what do you call it? I was going to call it OnlyFans. That's not what it is. God, what's the donation thing? Patreon. Patreon, OnlyFans, they're the same, right? We get so much love through OnlyFans. I can't tell you. The things we put up there, I would have thought you guys would stop following us after that, but no. We get so much love through Patreon and other means, and that allows us to do things like buy software. Thank you, Cal. Patreon. Buy software. It allows us to pay for like things like hosting, the main website costs way more than you'd think. So that allows us to do that, but it's nowhere near enough to like pay even one person a full-time salary for a year. I think Gaff sat down once to figure out like how much would it actually cost if we had been paying everyone to do all the work they've done in SS2, and it's in the millions of dollars. Like we couldn't have afforded to make SS2. So the fact that people give us their time for free, it blows my mind. But I'm so grateful for it. Only mods, only crabs. Please give us SS2 only fans, only desk fans. We got them all here. We are so grateful for all those things that you guys subscribe to us for. I think we have joked about doing an OnlyFans for the fictional SS2 characters, but I'm fairly sure that's probably against their policy. And for a joke, like it's a lot of work for a joke. We did joke as well about like having a pinup calendar of all the characters, but again, it's a lot of work for just a silly joke. Maybe it's an Easter egg we could include in the game. You can have a calendar on the wall, but again, that's got to be an Easter egg because it's out of universe. We can say, you know, someone in the HQ had a camera. We know Teresa has a camera, and she convinced all the people who work at the HQ to take pin-up pictures, and then she made a special player faction calendar. Maybe it's a real stretch. It's a real Easter egg, like, but you know, maybe we can put that in one day. It's just a very silly thing. Kay says, please let me give you my money. Well, hey, you don't know who we're putting up on the calendar. It could be anyone. No guarantee it's Jake. No guarantee it's Berman. He might be dead. And that's another thing. How do we account for that? It would have to be characters who we know are around for sure if we're going to like do that. Or we'd somehow have to like create a calendar where we have like 25 possible combinations of things. Like if this character's dead, we swap them up for this character on this month. It's doable. I can see how we could do it, but it's like that's so much work for such a silly joke. Who knows? Maybe one day. Jake pinup calendar when? I don't know, but if we ever get Tom on a charity stream again, Tom is very generous at giving lines of dialogue. So you can get some good audio from him. It's not exactly a visual, but it's an audio. It's kind of close. You can get some pin-up audio from Tom, I'm sure. I've put up a lot of work into silly jokes, which I've published as mods. Hey, sometimes those are the best. My favorite thing in games or in mods in general is those extra levels of polish that most people will never see. To me, that makes a game. That tells me the people who are working on this, they actually really loved it, because they're willing to put the time and effort into something that maybe 90% of the players will never see. But they know 10% will, and that 10% are going to feel really special because they found something that no one else did. I love that in games. I hope we can do more of that. Like, we've got a small amount of it, but it's the justification. It's, can you justify the man hours, the money, if it's something you have to spend money on because you're paying people salaries? Can you justify that for like a silly thing that most people won't see? And the answer for that most of the time is no. So you have to either do it yourself or find ways around it or make a really good justification for it. Cal says, oh God, I got chest palpitations imagining testing combinations for that. For our magical calendar that can be anyone who might be dead or alive. And you're like, wait a minute, there's 2 Junes and this one is Berman and this one's Wise, but they're both dead. That makes no sense. Oscar Fry says, I can make it easy for you. When SS2 is 100% done, your last update should be an optional file that has a large poster images of all the SS2 characters. That'll be cute. That'll be nice. We do have, so as some of you may know, Cynical is our lead artist. She does a lot of really cool 2D art. Because she does like the concept art and she does things like the magazines in the game. And there's quite a few projects that she's either wanted to start or has started, but then got sidetracked by other stuff. that are kind of within that lane. Because, you know, we love SS2 and we love the characters. So, you know, some of us who have a certain skill, in Cynical's case, art, will go away and just do something that's kind of unrelated to the mod, but it's, you know, it's a passion piece because we love those characters. And so maybe I can see one of the things she's working on, we might be able to get that in the mod because she's making it anyway. And once she has enough free time to actually sit down and finish it, we could probably put that in the game as kind of like an Easter egg. Maybe it's just an optional add-on mod, but it would be like a collectible thing that you could collect all these things. I think that would be cool. I'm trying not to spoil it just in case we do actually get it in there one day. There is a female Fallout 4 streamer that has an OnlyFans link. Clicking it takes you to a picture of the red rocket filled with OnlyFans. That's genius. Because not only are you thirst trapping, then you're bait and switching. That's funny. I like that. Oh god, joking. I cannot wait until Gav gets back. Oh, I don't publish anything that hasn't gotten as much polish as it can. But I think that's my weird perfectionist brain. Hey, it's a good thing to have perfectionism. I got any water handy? I don't. Give me a second. I'm just gonna get some water. Okay. Hopefully that helps. I'm choking on my own voice. Perfectionism. That is a great thing, especially if you're some type of artist or creative, because it means you are going to obsess over things. You're gonna polish things. You're gonna make something the best it can be. But it is a double-edged sword. It also means you're going to be spending time focusing on maybe something that's not overly important when you really should be spending your time on other things. Or perhaps the worst one is something is finished, but to you it's not finished. You know you can make this better. I had this a lot with a lot of the quests where it's like, I just want, you know, another year just to polish all these up. And it's like, no, we need to get these out now. So from shifting from doing mods to doing the creation stuff, one of the big differences is we have a release date, and things need to be like 99% done by that release date. Yeah, we can get stuff in post-patch, but it has to be stuff that isn't that important. So it shifts your mind a little bit to, you become more willing to let go of those things that, yeah, you know it's not as good as it could be, and you wish you had longer to do it, but you need to get other things done. So that's a fun new skill I've had to learn and develop a bit, and I imagine I'm going to have to develop it even more, because our goal with Kinggath Creations is to make lots of content. But right now we're a very, very small team, and we want more people. We want to make a medium team at the very least. But in doing that means if I'm the main person in charge of like story and writing stuff, I need to learn to let go of certain things. I need to be comfortable letting other people take charge of something and not to be a perfectionist about it. So it's going to be interesting. It's creativity. It's an interesting thing. If you have too much or too little of something, it can be just as bad. Like there's a balance you need to learn that works for you. Kez says, last year during the charity stream, there was mention of Cynical's drawing a tiny Berman pinup, which I would pay for. Still happy to throw money at her. I think Cynical's stance is probably she generally doesn't want to draw lewds. I know the artists who do. One of my best friends, actually. I'm not going to mention him because I'm not sure if that's the kind of publicity he wants, even though I think he's no shame in what he does. But he draws the eroticism, erotic things, eroticism. That's the word I'm trying to say. And so I'm sure he'd be fine to take such a commission. But I think Cynical as an artist has decided that is something she doesn't want to pursue. And I think that's fine. So you probably won't get that from Cynical because that's not the type of art she wants to draw. But you might be able to get something else. Probably not a pinup though. I think someone asked once for a what are they called? The body pillows that have like the character on them. And she was like, no. Kinggath was the one who brought it up. I was asleep. Oh, okay. It's Kinggath's fault. No, I'm blaming you, Kez. You take the blame for such things. But I don't think you're going to get that from Cynical, sadly. I'd like to see that. I think that'll be funny. But again, it's how much work do you put into something just for it to be funny? It's a good question. Gee, I wonder who that was. Yeah, I wonder. Okay, I've probably got about 10 minutes, I think. Let me see. So if all of you guys have been waiting for the return of the king, he'll be here soon. Yep, I think he should be here anyway. I'm going to say in the next 9 minutes. So it has been absolutely wonderful to have you guys just have you guys around. I know I've said it like 3 or 4 times now, but I'm tired, so I'm going to repeat myself. You guys are awesome. Even though I'm just here to kind of placehold, it's just been cool to host. And we're doing something really cool here. And I'm glad I could be part of it this year. Last year, I was busy with SS2, wrapping stuff up for that, I think. So I just didn't have the time to even write something. This year, I'm busy too. But I'm busy with other stuff. But I had a small period in the middle where I'm not busy. So I said, okay, I'll do the charity. I'll write the quest. And it's been so much fun just to see everyone working on it. Getting to listen to all the voice actors, record all of the characters. I still want to try and get a super cut of all that from Kobus, so I'll poke him about that at some point, because that'll be really fun, I think, for Gaff to put up with. Here's an example of the work these guys do, and here's how they do it. And come on, it's Wes. You got to get Wes up there. Thank you. Cal says, I did a great job today. Good job, buddy. Well done. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm hoping it was mildly entertaining. I didn't get to do as much as I hoped. Hell, I didn't even get to play Baldur's Gate. I had that ready to go. If I managed to get to the point where it's like, I've got nothing to do now. And I mean, I've had that for a while. Technically, like I do have audio work to do, but I think that's better done off stream. I thought, okay, if I've got nothing to do, I found the original copies of Baldur's Gate that I got all the way back 20 odd years ago, and I have them installed on my machine, and I don't know how, but they run on Windows 10, which it shouldn't do. It really shouldn't. Baldur's Gate 2 is a bit more flexible, but Baldur's Gate 1, that should not run on a brand new machine. For some reason it does, and maybe it crashes at a certain point. I've not actually played it properly, but my plan was, if we had a lull and there was nothing to talk about, I was going to play that, and I could just talk about it and talk about, like, hey, this is what's Jesus Christ, Baldur's Gate again. That's right, Cal. I was going to play it, and I was going to talk about, like, hey, here's all the stuff that influenced me when I was like, how old was I? Like 12, 11, 25 years ago. It came out in 1998. So yeah, I was 9 years old when I first played that. And I thought it might be interesting because there's so much in it where I could point to it, be like, hey, you know that thing in SS2 where this character does that thing? Yeah, I got that from here. Because BioWare really did set the standard in a lot of the stuff they did there. And they just kept doing it in all the future BioWare games. Oh my gosh, what is this? What on earth is happening? I think we all know what time it is. I think something's going to happen. I think I might stop streaming soon, and I think we're going to see the best of dances. I'm going to say the best dance of all time. But to see it, we're going to have to spam something in chat, I think. You know what I want to see. Get it in here. Put those crabs in chat, gosh darn it. Get them in there. It is time. It is time for the return. And it is time for a very special dance to celebrate the return. I see elements being moved. I think it's going to happen. Well, I request a very certain someone to come in and take over. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. You know what?
He's back. Good morning, guys. All right, we're out of loopy mode. How's it going, Sir Rick? How you feeling? Uh-oh. We can't hear Sir Rick anymore. Hello? You still there?
Oh yeah, it's crap time.
Morning, sir. You can't hear me.
Beautiful.
Here, well to do this. Ba-doop.
Fantastic.
Uh-oh. We can't hear Sir Rick anymore. Hello?
Oh, hello.
Still there?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's crap time. Oh, this is
Morning,
weird.
sir.
Beautiful. But we've got like 20 seconds delay.
Ba-doop.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to stop streaming now. I'll jump on Discord just to say goodbye to everyone. And catch Gaff up with anything that needs to be done. It's crap time. Okay. Thank you so much. I will end this now. Let's see.
Hello,
Howdy,
sir. How'd it go?
Welcome back. It went okay. First of all, we had some problems, so Fallout would not launch for some reason. I did a complete reinstall. It would not launch for some reason. I reset my computer. It still would not launch. Then I just decided to open it again, and it launched. So eventually we got there, and we got some faces done.
Oh, nice.
We recorded them. We got the Mr. Handy lines done. That was the first thing we did with Cobus.
Okay.
We got some live direction. That was fun. And yeah, that's all we've done. So we got all the faces done, we got the recording done, and now I'm going to take a break. And after that, I'm going to come back and start cutting and gathering all the player audio, because I don't think anyone's been doing that, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't think they have been. No. In fact, I have to write some player audio or player lines for the what do you call it, for Cabbage's companion stuff. Did you already send me, or did you put it in a document, his background stuff, his little like when you ask him about you?
That's explain what you mean.
Like, remember we said we need, like, if the, you know, usually there's a option, like option Y is like, tell me about yourself. And then,
there's one of those in, like, when you meet him for the first time in the quest.
okay, we already got that. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure we had something for people to learn about him. But awesome.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start working on dialogue again. So thank you for covering for me. It was a wonderful nap, and I am feeling less crazy. So we can kill the.
I'm deep in the crazy. We've switched places. But thank you so much for everyone who stuck around. Like, but you get Gaff now. You get the guy who's actually going to do some stuff. So thank you very much, everyone, for keeping me company. I appreciate it, and on with the show.
Let's go. Woo. Let's see, where's the rest of our squad? How are they doing today? How's everybody doing this morning? Or afternoon, or whatever the hell time it is for y'all. All right, let's see here. I need to get myself organized here because apparently Loopy Me last night left my desktop in shambles. Let's see here. Oh, I like that temporarily our thumbnail has the crabs on the charity site. Let's see, I see Eleonora's up and running, Adelino's up and running, Erica's up and running. Yeah, basically like Europeans are covering us right now because it is bright and early, just shy of 7 a.m. for me. And I knew I had to get up early and and relieve Sir Rick because I knew the feeling from yesterday. All right, let's see here. We got to get back to finishing this dialogue. It got to the point where my eyes were glazing over looking at this, so I had to crash. And thank you guys for keeping me company. How many here are still here from Team Crab from last night? How many people were here to witness the Looney Tunes that was my brain last night? Let's see here. Looks like we got the first 2 boxes on. Okay, looks like it's just these 2 we need to fix. There's Kez, Team Crab. I like that you guys kept the crabs alive while I was asleep. Appreciate that. See, by the end of this, you guys are all going to be the crab cultists. secret plan to drive you all insane. Let's see here. Okay, so I think I can just change all of these to use our cure lines. Cure 1. You have to bear with me. I'm still letting this. I've had like 3 sips of my first coffee for the day, so it's going to be a while before I've got a little more energy, but at least my brain's functioning now. Crab is forever. Okay, there we go. Man, I remember looking at this last night, like looking at this topic over here, and I just like, nope. It's just nope, 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 not doing it. All right, let's see. I need to find you're short on caps. All right, let's see. Share some more lines for reuse. Somewhere in here there's one that's like, you don't have enough money. I'm trying to find that one. Here we go. Make shared info. Not enough caps. Oh, don't you worry, Oscar. At some throughout the year, I can't imagine there's not going to be more crab references. This going to be hard to forget this day. Oh, this is a Dr. Carrington line. We don't want that. All right, wait. Let's see. What is this? What? What? I've been doing this for years and I never knew about this. This is amazing. Holy cow. I just found a secret screen I didn't know existed. Oh my god, this is so much easier. This explains how Bethesda puts up with it. I was wondering how the heck they would create such a complex thing on such a tiny window. Oh my god, wonderful. The crab news. There's crab news that I missed? Please do tell. Next disaster. Okay. Oh man, this is gold discovering this. All right, let's get rid of some of these ones from the factions. Yeah, we're going to keep going right up until the Xbox Showcase starts, which is, I think, just shy of 5 hours from now. And then some of us will keep working on like bug fixes and stuff and make sure it's prepared for Monday night when Gopher is going to give it a playthrough. And Wes will pop in and join us again after he is done with his class. He teaches a voice acting class on Monday nights. So after he's done with that, he'll pop in and join us again too to wrap things up. Watch along will depend on whether or not my family is here and whether I am like desperate for food and a shower. I took a shower last night before I went to bed, knowing that I might not get a chance until later today. So we'll see. It depends on a lot of factors. So. Here we go. Seriously, I can't wait to show this screen to everybody who works on quests because it is wonderful. Holy cow. Oops. All right, and now that we know about the screen, let's check on the others and make sure there's not any mistakes here. Okay, looks good. Okay, that all seems good. All right, and then I think we skipped the greeting scene on the doctor's side. Oh, it doesn't even need a tutorial. It's just going to be like, guys, look at this. Click this button. It's a miracle. What's most likely going to happen is they're going to say, yeah, I knew about that. What are you doing? All right, let's look at our... Yeah, we gotta see. Who's still streaming? Or let's see. Check in my. Oh, we got quest icons from America. Awesome. Oh man, I'm looking at the charity chat that we got going on, and there are a lot of random things people are tagging me with. Okay, more stuff to merge later. But yeah, I think we're gonna hit that last 2240 on the goal. We're gonna need to find some interactive stuff to do. That's where it gets exciting. First, I gotta wrap up this a little bit, so we have a working companion. Oh, got a call coming in.
Howdy.
What's going on, sir?
Okay, I thought this would be fun to do on stream. So, idea I had last night.
Okay.
As just before I went to bed, and thankfully I remembered it was, I'm meant to be naming the quests.
Okay.
And also coming up with a proper name for the mod in general.
Okay.
And apparently naming the weapons. I saw in here was like, hey, what's the weapon called? I'm like, I don't know. You're making it. But I thought, hey, what might be fun is, towards the end when we're wrapping, what if we have like, hey, here's 5 possible names for each quest. Let's let people out there vote on them. Sure,
we can do that. Do you want to come up with some series of names for each thing? We should probably also have like, if you'd ask Nihur and Schubergler to make a little like, doesn't have to be a huge video, but just like at least a show off of the item being shot, being fired, so they know what it feels like.
Okay, so are you good for?
Yeah, we can set up those polls in like the last hour maybe.
Quest names, mod name, weapon names.
Mod name.
The mod name seems
as long as it's from a choice, that's fine.
Okay.
We don't want to we want to avoid silliness. I think probably we probably don't need to name the mod Maximum Crab. I know that's.
Don't worry. Chat was very eager about calling it Maximum Crabs.
Right. So while I appreciate that name, I think it's not quite fitting for this. And we do want to take this seriously since we want people to download this because inevitably people who download it will donate to the cause, and so if it looks too silly, they will not. The other thing I also got to coordinate. I got to see if this won't be today. So I was going to get screenshots and stuff done, but we can do that after we have the mod actually built. We can do that tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, we could vote on that kind of stuff for sure.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
Bye.
Crunch the cabbage and get crabby. Oh man. Shh, don't tell the crabs I said that, Alex. All right, let's see here. I'm your guy, unfortunately. All right, now I got to figure out what these conditions are again. I think it's the set. And then we need the faction. There we go. And we need to change the faction to clinic. So now, in theory, he should work as a doctor in settlements. Let's see if it appears right here. Oh no, I didn't set up the. Oh wait, nope, it's coming. It's just being impatient. I'm being impatient. And then lastly, we gotta set up, change all these lines over to use the other ones. There we go. All right, so now let's do this. Oh, I think we have one more line here. Yep, got your symptoms, but don't rush me. Don't rush me. Oh, wait, that was a Doc Weathers line. All right, here we go. Unconditioned one. Okay, I think this is supposed to link over to that other scene. Let's see. Yep, supposed to go to the exam scene. How's the rest of our stream team doing? You guys see what are their totals up at? I know some folks like Eleanor have their own Tiltify going. I guess I gotta share those out. Come on, CK. You can make it. She's struggling. Okay, that one looks good. Okay, what is this? Oh, I think this is the vendor thing. Yeah, vendor info script. Okay, cool. So for that, we need to share these lines. Actually, let's check here. Did I finish? Are these all unbolded? If so, cool. All right, we're done with this thing then. Excellent idea, Adelino. That's what we did last year on the... oh, you guys can't see this. Adelino said, I'm going to try and put a hat on Mr. Postman. I think Mr. Postman is a Mr. Handsy. Mr. Handy. I think I just called him a Mr. Handsy. Freudian slip. And butter 2. Almost there. There's the last little bits here. And I think that's a wrap for Dr. Cabbage. Gonna have to test it, and I will not be shocked if there are some mistakes. But that gets us to a point where I can merge and export file names. Oh, we already did a pre-merge 04. All right, pre-merge 05 then. Okay. Oh, crud. We accidentally made some edits to the Doctor Quest. All right, what didn't check in there? Alright, let's go clean this file up. Something's weird. Bye, Mr. Crab. Uh-oh. Well, this doesn't look good. The nap was nice, but man, I'm gonna sleep like the dead tonight. All right, let's see if that all worked, because that was a weird error in Xedit. I have a feeling I'm going to have to fix some bugs here. I've still got the crab dance song stuck in my head. How many times did Sarik play that last night for you guys? Voice is giving out. Hello, Ghost Hunter. How are you? And we're about to hit the 24-hour mark on the old stream. Okay, that looks good. Let's check the exam scene. Okay, everything looks correct. That was a weird error, but all right, let's export this dialogue again. This time I'm going to export all the dialogue because I need to see if we're missing any player lines. All right, here is our sheet. All right, let's sort this bad boy by column labels. Alias, here we go. Okay, let's make sure. So some of these, let me see here. Okay, it's not actually showing me which ones are shared infos. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so I gotta figure that out manually, it looks like. Oh man, that was weird. My chat just suddenly like jumped up. It looks like my chat was frozen in time for about 20 minutes. I just now am seeing all the messages you guys have posted since I took over. I thought you guys were all being quiet. I was like, all right, I guess no more interaction. You guys used it up all on Cyric, so I'm by my lonesome here. Every time you yawn, you make me yawn. All right, I'll try and hold it in. Try and hold it in. Zero times you forgot you had it. So Rick, come on, man. Thought I left the crab stream in good hands. Yeah, that was weird, and it just refreshed itself all of a sudden. Like, I just turned and looked, and all of a sudden there were 40 new messages on there. You were being neglected. I had no idea. I was like, wow, just dead silence. I was thinking about going to check the viewer count. I was like, maybe there's only like 2 people left. Everybody's watching something more exciting on one of the other channels, which wouldn't shock me because there's not much going on here. Just still grinding through this dialogue. I just got to figure out which of these lines I actually need to pull. Looks like this is one of them. There we go. I mocked the crab gods, so I was silent. I was shunned. Well, Twitch chat had a message on it. YouTube chat was just frozen in time, so that's why I thought y'all left me. All right, these all say shared, so I'm assuming that means they're from the base game. No, these ones are not shared. We're gonna have to find these ones. What version is the GOG version frozen in time on? Because they don't update it all the time, right? It doesn't have, like, there's no next gen on GOG. At least I don't think so. Maybe they did. Or is the idea that GOG you can always roll back? Like, I know that GOG has, the way they do things is a little bit differently. Because I think their whole shtick is they want you to preserve the games, right? It's like they want to make sure that older games are accessible forever. Oh, GOG is doing that too? I thought GOG was supposed to be like the good guys out there. Are we not anymore? Do we have no good, I don't know, what would you call it, game distributor left? Because even Steam, man, with their forced updates, and now there's the thing about, like, you don't actually own the games, you just own your account. So when you die, not that this is like anything I'm gonna worry about right now, but it's still kind of like just the kind of philosophy of it is that, like, you can't leave your library to anybody. That seemed wrong.
That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it. That was it.
Yeah, just pick one arbitrarily. They all sound the same to me. GOG can roll back to any version. And disable auto updates. Let's see. The file gets too big on cloud, it will delete it? Huh. I don't think it was this stream's, Rex. I don't have any. I have no sound. That's why you just get lulls of eerie silence while I'm reading or working on stuff. Yeah, the digging through the player stuff isn't too bad. It's like once you get a good rhythm for it, it goes pretty easily. It just kind of feels, it's like a daunting task at first, but again, like if you can get yourself into, get something podcast on or something background or stream, and just figure out like all the hotkeys and stuff to speed it up, it's not too bad at all. Okay, that's all that one. Oh, I guess I should check these other ones. I may have actually done some of these. I think I did a couple of these on camera before, but I've forgotten which ones. So we'll just do them again. There's not that many.
Tell me about yourself.
Actually, need to get rid of this "tell me about yourself" thing because Zurich said the story is baked in, but maybe I can just reshare some of his background storylines from the main quest. Copy him over here. Dialogue lines, put an undiscovered map marker in the player's Pip-Boy. An undiscovered one, like one that a specific one you're choosing, like, or do you want it to be like dynamic, like the game finds one for you? Because that's harder. If it's just a, I want to give them the castle map marker, but make it so it's not fast travelable, like that's easy to do. That I could show you how to do. Yeah, a specific one's pretty easy.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, this one should work. I believe the command is you just set up a script with an object or pointing to the map marker. You do an object reference property, and then it's just add to map is the script you run on it. Wait, what the hell? Okay, it did work. Okay, that's the end of that one. Okay, good. I like seeing those shared. Less stuff I gotta export. Jeremy Duncan, so since this mod does change some NPCs, does it suffer from the last update bug tested with the freezing and crashing? I don't think so. I think because we're not actually changing vanilla NPCs, we should be good. But I don't actually understand the bug. So we played SS2 on Xbox on Wednesday, and like had a few stutters, but it was exactly where I expected them to be, which is Conquered, because there's some sort of problem in with items that we put in Conquered. We haven't figured out which items, and it seems to only affect Xbox. That causes the game